going on, everybody? How are we all doing today? Nice to see you all in the chat. We're just waiting for C4 to get here. I did see your message, Pancake2K. I don't know anything about your ban, so if you want to enlighten us. I'm in a shit mood. Let's keep things respectful and attack the talking points and not the panel members. I see Masat is on it already. What's going on, Electrical Jammy? Who else we got? Mr. Mask. Hope you guys are all right. Oh, it's saying. Oh, my bad, bro. Didn't recognize the name. Yeah, I mean, we can maybe talk about it. There's a lot to talk about with this situation. I don't know. It seems like a lot of people on YouTube were not aware of what was going on Twitter, but James Chen was getting absolutely fucking fried. I have not seen anything like that, and I have been dragged by Twitter FGC before, but my one you could even say rightfully so, but with James Chen, I saw it and I was like, I can't believe what's happening right now. I was talking to some people in private, and they were all like, well, I can't even save him. If you're wondering what happened, a couple of weeks ago, maybe like a week ago now, Arturo Sanchez put out a tweet, and he said in the tweet that he wants to make amends with the FGC, and he's sorry for his actions and his behavior, and he wants to go about getting back into the good graces of people after everything that's happened. So he put that tweet out. People obviously, after everything that's happened with Arturo, people were very, very like, we don't want you in the FGC. There was some support. There was definitely some people. There was quite a lot of people saying, yeah, we hope that you turn things around. Fast forward to maybe 2 days ago now. I see a tweet from James Chen, and it's a Google document. And the Google document is basically going over why he is going to forgive Arturo. And I saw it and I was like, oh, yeah, fair enough. I didn't think anything of it. I was with my girl when I saw it go up. So I just closed my phone. I was like, shouldn't be a big deal. It's just, James Chen seems like a pretty chill guy. I can imagine why he'd probably want to offer forgiveness. And then I reopened my phone and I saw the post on like 500,000 views. Started reading the tweets. I was like, bro, 500K. Didn't realize that Arturo pissed that many people off. So I started reading it, and now they were torching James Chen. They were absolutely frying him. And we're going to go through the tweets today. I haven't read the Google document yet. I believe C4 has. I haven't read it yet. So all of my reactions to everything that we're going to read today are going to be brand new. It was too long, and I was busy over the weekend to read it. So I thought, you know what, we'll read it on stream together. And then we will go over the tweets that have been sent James Chen's way. Now, full disclosure, just so there's no oh, have you spoken to either of them? I've not spoken to James Chen. I have spoken to Arturo, however. I did ask Arturo to come on the podcast so that we can ask him questions. He said to give him time. I said, no problem, whenever you're ready. So at some point, Arturo will probably be here. I know that C4's got a bunch of questions. I got a bunch of questions. I always try to keep it fair. But yeah, it's been a spicy couple of days on Twitter for the FGC. Anyone, as far as I'm aware, anyone that I've seen in support of Arturo basically trying to turn things around has been getting torched. There have been a couple of people speaking up about it. There's a couple of things that I do want to point out, but I'll wait until C4 gets it. But that's basically what we're going to be reviewing today. This Google document is pretty big. So if you guys have questions, then make sure you send them in, and we'll try and get to them as quickly as possible. You're glad you're not on Twitter, bro. I swear you are on Twitter. Ain't you on Twitter? I've seen your name before on there. Might be someone else. What's going on, bro?
Yo, what's going on? Sorry about that, mate. I had to update my PC and stuff.
No, it's all good, man. Have you read through the document yet?
I read the first page, and then you said you was going to read it, so I'd wait. But I read the first page of it.
Okay, cool. So just before we read the document, what is your feeling on Arturo's apology and him saying he wants to change, and then B, how people have reacted to James Chen basically trying to offer an olive branch?
I'm trying to remember the take I had when I first saw the Arturo tweet. I'm sure I said it on here. I was like, it's really not up to, from my perspective, it's not up to me to forgive Art or anything. Art didn't directly offend me, right? None of the stuff he said that I've seen was to, targeting me.
Mm.
So in terms of what the ban, the punishment, it's not in my hands. I don't know what should happen to Art. I don't know. I think what he did was fucked up. I don't know. I don't know if you should take into account what he did to Dominion, because that went through a whole legal system.
Yeah.
I don't know if that should be brought into the whole, can he come to the FGC, because it's its own thing, right? The stuff he did with Maturino, it looked pretty scummy. And then obviously the stuff he said on Twitter, I think it's fucked up. He definitely needs to not be here for however long. I don't know. Like, he needs to go away.
But, okay. What's going on, Hypnotic? Good to see you, bro. What I wanted to say was, if he goes away and then just comes back, what purpose does that serve?
I would assume the purpose of him going away is to, think about his actions. It's a case of taking away something that someone likes or wants to do, and that being the punishment that they can't get involved in that aspect of the community.
Right. Do you think that don't you think that he should probably stick around and do this is just a suggestion that's based off, I think, something you might have said to me or someone else, but normally, when you're looking to reform and you're trying to integrate back into a community, there's some level of community service.
Yep.
So would going away achieve anything if we were to be like, well, you've hurt the community, so now you should serve it, and then we'll reintegrate you, kind of thing?
That would be my perspective. I would say that to someone, but the people that he's harmed probably don't want that. I'm assuming they're probably like, we're better off without you. There's nothing you can do to make it up. So this is me trying to put myself in their shoes. They probably don't want to. They don't care. They just probably want to wash his hands off him. I feel when you do that, I think those are the actions that may have pushed or made Art more extreme in his view in the first place. I think when you try to banish people to the Shadow Realm, all you do is you push them into the team that hates you even more. Where I think, going into the second part, where I think what James did is he tried to, in my opinion, he tried to do the better thing, which is enlighten the person instead of push them into the opposite team. So
I know that you're speaking from I know that some of your points are speaking from the perspective of the people that he might have harmed. But would it be fair, and this is not necessarily my viewpoint, but I'm just trying to work through different trains of thought, because of some of the people we've had in the FGC and some of the things that have been let go from some, without naming, going into specifics, not to target anyone because there's loads of different people. Some people have done things that are kind of criminal, and I think that they have been allowed to stick around, and they haven't really. There hasn't been a major pushback the way there has been on Arturo. And even though I agree that what Arturo has been doing on social media for the past couple of years is crazy, and definitely don't co-sign it, why do you think that those people have been given a pass and not Arturo?
I think it's two things. I think most people don't have a foundation on what's acceptable and what's not. It's more a personal thing. So someone can do something and a group of people might feel more offended than another group, where all the stuff we've spoken about in Strive or Smash, when it comes to kids, we all have a collective, everyone thinks this is equally bad. This is the heinous thing you can do. So we all say that. Stuff with Arturo, because his speech wasn't aimed at everyone, it was aimed at a group of people. I think you get the different balances of people being like, oh, don't worry, it's just Twitter, it's not real, right? It's just people saying words. And then you got some people like, no, you don't get what it's like to be attacked like that. So I think that's why we have the acceptable things from some people, or some things that are acceptable from people that have done bad things, and others where it's like a group just say, no, fuck it, we're not doing that. I think Arturo's the things he said were heinous. His actions to Dominion, fucking deplorable, way done to the FGC with Matt Torino, scummy as fuck. To me, my foundation, I think I said this to you earlier, is I don't believe in a finite crime having an infinite punishment. I just don't. But you can make the punishment for very long. I think that's what I kind of look for. It's like, okay, cool. You're saying Arturo is an arsehole. You don't believe he's going to change. I'm not sure about that. Unless we're living in... Have you seen Psycho Pass?
Psycho Pass. I think I've seen a little bit of it, but not enough to talk about it.
It's basically police that could tell the future. So they know if someone's going to change or nothing. Yeah. Until Psycho Pass is the thing, I don't know if you can say that Arturo will never change. I don't feel comfortable saying that as a 100% fact. He might not. He might. He seems to have the ability to change, because I don't think he's always been like he has been in the last like couple of years.
Yeah.
So I would say he's got the ability to change. If he has, is a different question. But we can only know that when we have people that give him the chance to show that he can change. Not everyone has to do that. Not everyone has to give him the chance. I'm not saying let him back into tournaments and see if he says some crazy racist, homophobic, Nazi adjacent thing. I'm not saying that. Just watch his actions.
If he was integrated back into the FGC, right, and he became a commentator again,
right?
Would you work, like, if they said to you you're going to be working with Arturo at this particular event? No. Let's say that he has integrated back in, he's offered forgiveness. Let's say he's done a bunch of things that people deem worthy. Mm-hmm. Would you work with him?
Nah.
Why is that?
I think what he's done, I'm not opposed to him having his own. So you know when he was talking about having his own like right-wing community for fighting games, I'm not opposed to that. I think it's kind of like a breeding ground for, you know, encouraging people to think like he does, but I can't stop that. So I don't think he should be banned from playing fighting games. I think he should be banned from potentially harming people, whether it be physically or emotionally or whatever. I think that should be his ban, because he did it for a long time, and a lot of people tried to talk him down or change his mind, and it didn't work. For me, I'm not sure if I could hold my tongue around it. So the commentary would just be bad. That's basically what it is. The commentary would be pretty fucking awkward, because I will be poking him, being like, bro, what are you doing here, bro? Like, why do you want to commentate this game when no one wants to hear you talk? You're an arsehole. So yeah, it wouldn't be good. It just wouldn't be good. I just couldn't hold my tongue. That's basically why I wouldn't do it.
So with that mindset, let's say that all the commentators took your mindset, and Arturo's like integration to the FGC couldn't happen because of that mindset. Like, you wouldn't commentate with him. Let's say like a player wouldn't play with him. Someone that is in a venue, someone that is running the venue, won't have him in it because of what he said. Like, with your mentality, like that mentality you have with the commentator, seems to be the mentality of most people on the internet, on Twitter right now, of not letting him back in. So do you feel like this endeavor that he set himself on is kind of pointless for integration?
For the majority of people, yes, but that's why you need people like James Chen, because James Chen, he might be able to convince me to not be like that.
So what are you saying? James Chen is a good guy?
Is he? I think he is. I think he's not. Honestly, James Chen is probably, to me, he doesn't have a bad bone in his body. He is like the most genuinely nice guy I've ever met. I don't know him personally, but every time I've seen him at an event, always said hello. I was like sat down and spoke to him for hours. We used to do online commentary. The fact that he went out of his way to do that, regardless of if he had a friendship with Art before that, it's people like James Chen that give people an opportunity to reform. Because if Art didn't come back to the FGC, but he proved to James Chen that his opinions and his like ideology has changed, someone like me would be like, you know what? James Chen might be a little bit gullible. He's a very like positive, optimistic person. but I do believe he would call bullshit if he saw it. So that would be how art could change my mind through someone like James Chen. And I think James Chen is like the middle person. There's nothing that art could do to prove it to me, because I'll always be like, maybe you're just grifting, you're just putting the show on. But because James Chen seems to know him a little bit better, his opinion holds more weight to me.
Do you know what I find crazy? Because you know James Chen better than me, even though like you're not close or anything. But I've always known James, whether people like him or dislike him, to always be a very like chill guy, very like quite. I don't want to say like a soft, like he's weak or something, but like just he's not someone that I would associate with like being confrontational or looking for fights or anything. It seems like the kind of person that would bow out of a fight or try to de-escalate something. So when I saw this situation online, I was shocked at how people were responding to him, because when I saw it, I was just like, he just, like you said, he seems like the kind of guy that would see something and try to make the best of the situation. And I would have thought that people would see that and just be like, yeah, well, I'm not forgiving him, but I get why James is doing it. But people have been, I mean, you might have seen more posts than me. A lot of them have been getting deleted or removed, but people have been absolutely tearing him to shreds.
Yeah.
In your opinion, I don't know if I know the answer to this, but in your opinion, do you think that the response from the FGC to James specifically is justified?
Nope, not even close. Insanity. To me, it's I'm a bit biased, granted, but I think I can defend why people are going so over the top with James's tweet. I know I didn't see, so I know he's edited a lot of the stuff that he said in the doc.
Yeah.
But he does say which bit was edited. I can't really picture the hatred to James without the edits. It seems like a very, like, in my opinion, I would like to give Arturo a chance to redeem himself. And I just don't understand why you can be so heinous to James for having that stance. I just don't get it.
Do you think it says more about the people that are acting like that towards James than it does anything else? Because when I looked at the situation, I even saw Ultra David comment on it, who's meant to be a close friend of his. And given how James is getting torched online, when I saw Ultra David commenting, I was like, that's some whack ass shit to do to your friend, man. He should have messaged him privately and just said, this probably isn't a good idea. But he publicly like wagged his finger at him, and I was like, I don't know what you think about that, but I thought that was a little bit slimy.
One of the criticisms I saw of James was, why would you put this out publicly? And a lot of people said, like, oh, you know, it's Twitter. People just do stuff and throw in the timeline. The same thing like Yaya talked about the other day. People just put stuff in the timeline. To give that criticism to James and not Ultra David is weird. Why couldn't Ultra David DM James, say like, oh, I don't agree, you fucked up here, blah, blah, blah. But James having his opinion on art, some people were saying that he was trying to sort of change people's mind on art. I didn't really see that. But even if it was the case, it's still his opinion. Why is he not allowed to make that public when people put crazy things on public all the time? For that to be like, why are you saying this at, you know, on the timeline is like, sure, okay, make it make sense to me. It
seemed performative to me, to be honest with you. Like I don't know Ultra David. I've never spoken to him before. Had zero interactions. But when I saw, just based on that one interaction, knowing that they're very close, it seemed like he had seen the shitstorm that had come James Chen's way. Because the post was, I didn't realize that many people were that angry at art. Like it was hundreds of thousands, and I was just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, and then to see his boy there making a comment publicly, I was just like, man, I don't know about James, but I'd pick better friends. That seemed a little bit out of line. But yeah, I guess we'll read the document and we'll see what everybody's so bent out of shape over. That I am willing to bet most people didn't read the document and they just probably read the first couple of lines and it sounded like a justification for art, and then they flipped up.
Yeah, I would assume so. You know, we're in the generation of TikTok brains. They probably saw 3 pages and read the first paragraph and went, okay, I get the gist. You're an arsehole. And then, yeah, took the Twitter.
Densetsu, thank you for the €5. Mike, I sent you a message about Psychopaths on Discord a couple of days ago. What a coincidence that C4 makes a reference with the series. I've been told to watch it for a long time. I've seen clips. I think I've seen like 2 episodes, but get around to it one day. Still stuck on My Hero. So it's been a bit of a drag getting through that.
My condolences.
Yeah, it's rough. Trying to get to Hunter x Hunter. All right. Well, I guess we'll read out this document then. Can you see it on screen?
Yep. Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. So this is James Chen's Google document about Arturo Sanchez that has sent the fighting game community into an uproar. So I'm gonna read it out. If there's anything that you want to say whilst I'm reading it out, just let me know, and we'll go from there, I guess. And also, I know some people were messaging me saying, "Am I gonna have people on today?" Yes. If you want to come on and say something, then you're more than welcome. But I'll do that after we've read the document. Okay, I know that what I'm about to say will understandably and justifiably not go over well with many people, but he had no idea. I'm going to give Arturo an honest chance for redemption. Adding a copy of this paragraph here, as people may not read the whole thing, but I'm also leaving it in its original spot below. And yeah, so I'll get to your super chats in just a moment. I want to get through a couple of paragraphs and then I'll read them. It is very important for me to emphasize that no one else should have any pressure or obligation to give him a second chance. I'm not trying to convince anyone that he's reformed. No one should give him the benefit of the doubt based on anything I've said here or on my feelings towards the matter. He has been extremely hurtful to many in unforgivable ways, and anyone would be 100% justified to never give him a second chance ever in their lifetime. Right, so this paragraph was obviously way down in the document, and he's decided to move it up because I guess people read the beginning part and they were like, "Oh, fuck James Chen."
Yep.
Which is crazy. Like, do you know what? One thing I do on purpose on Twitter is I make long posts because I know, and it helps me filter out the idiots. Because you always get, it's too long, I'm not reading that. It's literally 2 paragraphs, and I'm like, that's fine, don't read it, just jog on. So it's very interesting to see that this is in the document where he's telling everyone that you don't have to give him a second chance. He's not really advocating for it. And they still somehow left him comments saying, "You're trying to get me to forgive him."
Yeah, I mean, that's a good trap that you set up, but it didn't work in this situation. It just doesn't matter.
It didn't work. Lemon Tea, thank you for the 199. What's the positive of letting Art back? Nostalgia? I don't know in terms of like how it's positive for the FGC in terms of like what he can do for tournaments or commentary or anything like that. I think on like a human level, and I'm not saying that this is like what I believe, but I think that the line of thinking is that if he can reform and not behave in that way, then less people will get hurt. I say hurt, like, it depends on who you are. Nothing that Arturo has ever said has upset me, but he might upset somebody from a particular community. And if he is let back in, maybe he stops doing that. I don't know if that is the line of thinking. Again, that's not me saying that he should be let back in just so that we can fix him because he made his bed. It's up to the people that I guess are gatekeeping it. I don't really know how this letting somebody back into the community thing works exactly, but maybe it's to stop him from going towards the people that helped set him down the road where he started saying crazy shit, which is another thing. I would love to hear from the people on the other side of this that are watching this happen, where Arturo was like one of the ambassadors for that side of things, and now he's kind of done, I don't want to say he's done a 180 on them. I'm sure he's probably still friends with them, but he's no longer peddling those things online, and I'm wondering what their takeaway from that is.
100%. If anyone were watching, I am so interested. I am so intrigued to see what you think about Art's bagel and finding Jesus tweet. I'd love to know.
If you're in chat or watching, please let us know. I would love to. It's not an ambush. We're not bringing anyone on here to ambush you. We just want to know. It's just interesting. Edited to add, one critique people have been correct on is that I never addressed the actual marginalized groups that Arturo has hurt, and that it seems like I'm more concerned about Art than I am about those he has wronged, and they're right. Wait, so he is more concerned about Art, or they're right to be critiquing him.
I guess so. Yeah, I think it's the latter of what you just said.
Okay. For everyone in the LGBTQ plus community and women and Jews reading this 100% comes off as a huge betrayal to you, especially from someone like me who has long been an ally and fought for inclusivity at every chance I get. Just by saying I am willing to give art a second chance silences your voices dramatically, and I did not realize that consequences of my actions. Well, the thing is that who gets to decide on second chances? And it, isn't James kind of being inclusive? Wouldn't it fall under that?
Yeah, I mean, this is the age-old thing, right? It's like when you're all inclusive, you have to exclude certain people.
Yeah,
like, that's just how it works. Like, it is kind of like the nature of the beast. But I think there was a lot of, I feel there was a lot of unknown pressure on James on how much his voice matters to those communities. Like you said, he's an ally. But I think a lot of people saw him and they were like, oh, your words carry so much weight that they would follow you. And I guess like James Chen he's a relic. Like he's been here longer than most people. But I just don't see why he has to have the burden of that as an ally. I don't think why he has to hold that burden.
I guess it's like you said, James is a nice guy. He probably just saw somebody that was trying to fix up and he wants to lend a helping hand. I think he forgot where he was, to be honest with you. I think he forgot what community he's a part of. So that was never going to go over well. When I saw it, I was out with my girl and I opened my phone, I saw it. And I saw it was about Arturo. And I was like, man, I didn't think anything of it too much, but in the back of my mind, I was like, oh, but nothing was going on. Like it was a dead tweet. And it wasn't until the evening when I had originally messaged Arturo and I said to him, if you're looking to reform, I wish you all the best because that will mean less people have to deal with what was going on with you for all those years. And I said to him, if you want to talk about it, you can jump on here and me and C4 will probably question you. He said to me it would take some time. And later on in the day is when it started really kicking off. And when I was speaking to him, I was saying to him that maybe I should say something. I don't really know James like that. And Arturo just said to me, Mike, you can't save him. It's too late. I know what has to be done. I was like, I don't know what that means, but it sounds like he's probably going to run to the aid of James. And I don't know if that's going to hurt James even more.
Yeah, it will. It won't help him, unfortunately. I don't think anyone can help him. I don't think anyone can help him. I think he just has to let this die down and then make a statement later. I think I say I think it's most people's reactions to be like, I'm being attacked, I need to defend myself. And I think that's what he was doing on Twitter, right? I have never seen so many replies. I have never seen one individual do so many replies in the space of 2 days. Actually, he must have not put his phone down or got away from the computer. Literally every quote tweet and every comment in that quote tweet, James replied. I haven't seen one person who's not replied to. Not one. Insanity.
Do you think that like he's probably not taking it too well? Like because when you're responding to that many people, I know I respond to a lot of comments, but you've known me well enough now that when I'm responding, I'm kind of just chilled out. It's like whatever, even if someone's flaming me. But James seems like I've seen James on camera before, like crying, get very emotional. Do you think reading those comments, he was probably like not doing too well?
I think the replies made him not well. I don't know to what capacity, but I think about people will see me like you see me when I go back and forth with a person, I never let it go. But that's one individual, and I'll just keep going back and back and back, and I will never let them have the last word. I see that action in me, and I'm like, you know what? Even though I'm telling people I know what I'm doing, there's something wrong with me. I've got a couple of screw loose. I understand it because I walk away, and when it finishes, I'm like, why did I waste all that time? James is literally replying with 4 to 5 different responses to 400 to 500 people. That has to do something to your psyche. Like you must feel so like you must feel so abnormal for having a normal stance. I think a normal stance is people deserve redemption at some point. I don't know when is the okay time for it, but I think it's a quite human for most people to be like, redeem yourself to someone who's harmed them. And even if it's not a common take, I think it's not an abnormal take. But the amount of people that have hit him for having that thought process must make you think, I must be insane. How did I not see this coming? Who saw this coming? To James Chen of all people.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Do you know, Twitter just reminds me of that scene in Game of Thrones where you do something wrong, they strip you and they just parade you through the streets, and someone's just hitting the bell saying shame. Like there's no chance for redemption. And I'm not even talking about Art at this point. Like James is now being fried. Like Art made that post and it didn't get anywhere near the level of traction that James one got.
Nope. Yeah, you're right. It's mental. Actually mental.
All I can say at this point is that the only way Art can ever be allowed to step foot into any FGC event ever again is if he can truly show he has changed his ways and supports marginalized communities, as well as condemning not only those who are bigoted and want to exclude any marginalized groups, but also his own past statements as well. And he must apologize to the communities he has hurt. I'm in no way trying to wave away the things he has done in the recent past. He must hold himself accountable for all his past transgressions and not make any excuses for them. And only then should anyone, including me, even remotely entertain any ideas that he's truly reformed. Okay, so this was part of the edit. Now, in here, it says condemn those who are bigoted and want to exclude marginalized communities. Now, this is what I'm wondering. Obviously, Arturo associated himself with a lot of people that they might consider bigots and people that want to push out marginalized communities. Do you think that Art would openly condemn these people?
That's the test. That's the test. For one of my standards, obviously I was saying about the finite situation with the infinite punishment. I think a way for him to show that he's either sorry, remorseful, whatever, is to put him in the cage with one of his so-called like former allies and see if he can correct them in their bigotry or whatever. I think that people are going to say, oh, he's grifted, he's making it up, he doesn't believe in what he's saying. But I think even if you had him in a voice call with someone that is actually bigoted and they 10 toes down on it, and you can see Art trying to get through to him, I think that is a good indication that he's at least aware. Because I think before this, he wasn't aware of his bigotry. I think he was a bigot. I just don't think he was aware of it. I think he could justify it that he wasn't in the wrong. Now he seems to be like, I understand where I went wrong. He might still believe it, but at least now he understands. So yeah, I would put him up against those people. I would. Or I would use that as a gauge to see if he's remorseful for what he did.
Do you think there's any chance that, like, I know this is probably like Elseworld nonsense, probably not going to happen, but what if the entire group that he was a part of are just like, yeah, we're all on Art's wavelength now, we're sorry? Does that make it harder for Arturo? Because now you can't pit him against anyone because they're all saying sorry.
That's a good point. I mean, yeah, if we're in Bizarro worlds and they all have this sort of like understanding of art and they're like, oh yeah, I get it. I want to say problem solved, but I just guess most people just won't believe them, right?
I think it would just put Art in limbo if that happened, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think it would help.
Yeah, no, it'd be worse.
I do think this is a genuine step towards trying to change and right the many wrongs he has committed over the past few years. However, to be extremely clear, it is only that, a first step, because there's still a lot more that he has to atone for that can't be so easily forgiven. And please keep in mind that I believe it may take years before we can truly be convinced that this change is real. But I'm going to give him a chance, edited to add more clarification. No, this is not welcoming him back. This is all it is, a chance to prove he's genuinely regretful. In fact, he should 100% absolutely still be banned from any FGC right now because he hasn't proven anything yet. And even if I'm giving him a chance, I promise I'll be one of the first ones to call him out if his future behavior betrays his remorseful position presented in the embedded tweet. Added accountability on my part, and I'll be the first to admit my error if it turns out that he has simply taken advantage of our history to dupe me. Bro, I'm just imagining James sitting there typing this up. Like, he must have had a long conversation with Arturo. This didn't just come out of nowhere. He must have had a long chat with Arturo privately that probably compelled him to want to write this.
No spoilers. If you keep reading, no spoilers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know people are going to come after my head for this, and with good reason. Ask me, why you give him a chance, or why haven't you called him out before? Well, I have to establish a very important factor. I've been regularly talking with Arturo. Oh shit, it was right there in my face. It was right there.
Foreshadowing was crazy. I was like, oh, I can't say nothing.
I have been regularly talking with Arturo ever since the Dominion drama started. Literal pages and pages and hours upon hours of text conversations, added to clarify, and all of it has been me attacking him directly for the transphobic, misogynistic, racist, pro-Nazi, anti-woke rhetoric that has been coming from him. I think what might help James Chen's situation here, because I know when people read it, they're probably going to think that you've been being buddy with him, is to release the text messages, provided there's no personal information in there, and it is just to exonerate him. He should probably show that to people.
I agree. I don't think James is like that. I think he's a man of his words. Well, not of his words. I think if he says something in DMs, he would just never show someone. I just think that's how he's built. But yeah, to clear his name, he would kind of have to defend it by showing private DMs, and I think that's just the line he wouldn't cross. I could be wrong. Otherwise, he would have done it by now, I'd assume. But yeah,
release the Arturo files.
Release the Kraken, bro. Just say like, look, I've been smashing this guy in the DMs about his actions. Yeah, true. Very big. Yeah, humongous pause.
Huge.
I've been flaming this guy in the DMs about his actions. Then a lot of people can't say that, oh, you're just trying to, get your friend back into the community. It's like, no, I've been checking him. I've been constantly checking him just behind closed doors. I think that could help his case.
Yeah, because I don't think it's unusual for me to hear people not understand that he was friends with him for a long time. And when Arturo went down this road that you wouldn't check your friend. I had a friend that, I'm not going to divulge his personal information, but he went down the whole red pill path, and he went down it heavy. Like, I mean, like, it was constantly fuck all women. They're all this, they're all that. He really bought into the red pill, like manosphere way of thinking. And I stayed in contact with him, and I used to check him constantly and ask him questions like, why do you believe that? Why do you believe that? I remember a couple of times I'd actually been in the same vicinity as him because we had mutual friends. And I used to say to him, why are you talking about like this, that, and the other? And it would turn into a debate. And I think over time, he sort of like moved away from it slightly. But I'd known him for like 15 years before that. So even though his mindset was, in my opinion, cancerous, I still had a relationship with the guy. And to me, it was like, well, I can't just cut him off. Like, we all know the same people. I might as well try and talk him out of it. So I don't really understand how people are surprised that he was talking to Arturo when they'd been friends for many years.
I've had a situation like you as well. I remember like talking to someone, just like casually talking about like YouTube and stuff. And they started saying things that Fresh and Fit was saying. I was like, oh, maybe he's just like taking a piss. Like the meme Abraham Preach has where he goes, again. I thought we were just memeing. But he was like, when someone is like low key trying to see if you're on the same wavelength, he would ask me questions to see if I agreed with what he was saying, but they were Fresh and Fit questions. And I was like, you don't live in Miami, bro. Like, first of all, look around you. Do you think what those guys are saying applies to you? And then work from there to like gradually be like, a lot of this stuff is catching people in a bad spot. So the ideology seems appealing to you. I was like, you're not in a bad spot. You're good. You're cool. You don't need to believe this stuff. Like, go to the gym, tidy your room, all that Jordan Peterson shit. But saying that you argue like a girl or a woman, that's where I'm like, come on, bro. Let's not go there. I've seen people like that.
Was that a shot from last week?
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I have no idea what you're referencing. But yeah, so I think a lot of people. This is going to sound like a shot, and it kind of is. I think a lot of people on Twitter don't have actual friends because I think you're right. I think actual friends check you, and that's what James has done for Arturo, and he didn't abandon him when he did something bad. He pushed him on it. It was like, what are you doing? I think that's what actual friends do.
Yeah, I think I have my lines, obviously. Like if that particular friend came out as like a pedo, then I'd be like, there's nothing for us to talk about here. You've already committed like the ultimate sin, so you can be on your way. But just a line of thinking that there is ways to push people away from it. Like I've got friends that, as a matter of fact, that guy that I was talking about, I remember he said I know he heard this from Fresh and Fit, because I'd heard it from them as well. So when he said it, I didn't say anything. I was just like, oh, I know what he's watching. But he goes to me, he said something along the lines of, all men should have like 30 to 50 or 60 sexual partners, like just jump between women so that you can understand female nature and then settle down with the young virgin. And I said to him, but if you are pushing a mindset where you just continuously sleep with loads of girls, don't you, in order for you to sleep with those girls, don't you need them to give it up? So you're complaining about these girls not being virgins and they're being promiscuous, but in order for you to achieve your goal of understanding female nature, you need for them to not be virgins and to be promiscuous. And he just sort of looked at me and said, yeah, but there's loads of people on the earth. I was like, you fucking stupid, bro.
The maths ain't mathing, bro. That does like, if everyone had that mindset, it just wouldn't work. Like, bro, it's funny because I used to do the thing that everyone kind of says I do anyway, be the contrarian. And I would like, whenever I talk to someone about Fresh and Fit, I'll be like the destiny.
Oh, okay.
And then, I just tried to be the opposite and be like, okay, even though I don't believe in what he thinks, I think it's funny to watch someone literally parrot the same things that they heard their favorite content creator say. Same with like Hassan and Asmongold or whatever. I just like to pick the opposite and then see how they literally word for word give the same answers that they heard on YouTube.
Yeah. Crazy conversation. But yeah, the point is that you got to check your boys. Obviously, if they do something criminal, then I get it. If it's actually criminal, like they attack somebody or whatever, then I get there's lines. But if it's just a line of thinking, I personally think that James was doing the right thing by DMing him, saying and basically challenging him. I understand you're saying James is a man of his word. He probably won't release the DMs, but at this point, considering I only know him to do commentary. Like it would suck if his opportunities would get hurt because of this situation.
I can see it. I think the group or the mob that's after him, if James doesn't, I don't know what he has to say, but if he doesn't quell the beast, they're gonna just make his life misery in all avenues he goes down. I can see it.
Yeah. Frostbite, thank you for the 1000 ARS. Just as there is no way for Arturo to convince everyone he's changed, there is no way to obtain a universal consensus on his forgiveness. If you or C4 think otherwise, what form would that take? Who gets to decide he's welcome back and how? Well, that's kind of what we were talking about just now. Like who gets to decide when he's allowed back and who gets to decide? Well, I guess it's a community thing in terms of pushing him out, but who's the first person that offers the olive branch, and who has the authority to tell that person they can't do that?
I think in like a practical sense, it's how much pressure can you put on tournament organizers? That's what it comes down to, right? If enough people can make tournament organizers ban them, the knock-on effect is like one tournament bans them because of pressure from the community. Then another tournament goes like, well, we don't want to be the ones that do allow this person that no one wants, and it just goes on from there. But it can also work the other way. One tournament organizer can go, you know what? It's been however many years. We'll see if Arturo changed their ways. They will allow him into a tournament. And then the next tournament organizer will be like, okay, they didn't do anything. Like they seem, you know, like they're flying under the radar. They're not causing any troubles. They seem remorseful. They're saying sorry to people, blah, blah. And then it can knock on that way as well. But yeah, I think it's just community pressure on TOs. practically, but you shouldn't do it. I don't mean people should do that, but
do you think there's a possibility that one TO might take the leap and be like, yeah, he can come back in, and that TO's organization gets torched?
After seeing what happened to Jameson, yeah, I could see that happening.
Actually, I think the only way this could work is if Arturo becomes friendly with the Saudis, because at that point, if the Saudis turn around and say to Arturo, yeah, you can commentate Evo, nothing anyone says, that will supersede any amount of hate on Twitter. And they might say to him, yeah, you could, if you park the brakes on pissing off the community, we'll let you back in. At that point, what does the community do? Because if the Saudis say he's allowed back in, then do tournament organizers say, no, he can't come back in? Do you think that they would try to overthrow them?
I think if he... What is this timeline? Hold on a minute. This is hard to grapple with. If Art could go to Evo, would the other TOs allow him? I would say no. I think outside of Evo, a lot of the other tournaments are very dependent on the community to not just earn the money, but to be sustainable. And if enough people would not tune in or not turn up because of Art, they would have to yield to them. I'm not saying that the TOs don't have their own beliefs. Some TOs might just be like, fuck Art, like, and that's it. There's nothing else that goes into it. They're not going to like tally up how many people don't like him. They might just be fuck it. But I think the community aspect of tournaments outside of Evo, it's a different ecosystem where Evo could just be like, if the Saudis go like, fuck it, you can take the heat from us. No one's going to talk about us. If you're here, go and commentate. Like, but everyone's talking about not going to Evo anyway because of the situation. But, you know.
Yeah, that's a crock of shit. They're going to go. We all know
that's what I'm saying. This timeline that you presented to me is fucking insane. I can't. It's too much, bro.
It's that not only do I think that's the most interesting timeline, but I think that it would be so chaotic if that, because they can't, there's nothing that any of us can really say that supersedes anything the Saudis decide to do. They're just too powerful. So then watching how people rationalize that and then move forward, as somebody that is part of the FGC but not necessarily a tournament player anymore, it would be very interesting to me to watch. I'd be texting you whilst you're on commentary, just be like, what's the atmosphere like in there?
Bro, that could be the line. If I got the opportunity to do Evo again, the Saudi plus Art thing, I don't know, man. That's
Bro, you got a family, you got a wife, you got a kid to feed. If the Saudis say, listen, we're paying up this amount of grands, but you're commentating Arturo, I don't think we'll see your face on the marquee.
I've got a mortgage, bro. I don't know, man. It's a hard one. Again, I could commentate with Art. I just don't know if I could hold my tongue with saying shit to him. And then it's going to be awkward commentary. So if people are down for awkward commentary, I'll do it. Because I'm not going to be like happy buddy with him. That would never be the case. I've commentated with people I don't like before, and I think it's obvious. I think it's that's why I try to avoid commentating with people I don't like.
No, fair. I'll be not hoping for that situation because I don't want to start a shitstorm, but that is a funny time though.
No, you can hope for it. I understand. Other way around, I would be like, it would be like watching The Office for the first time in real time. Like, just looking at awkwardness and laughing. I get it.
The thing is, I've known Arturo for so long, and I really didn't want to believe he was truly this hateful person he'd become. But I know that any reason I had to believe that about him does not excuse any of the hateful and triggering things he said. But if my beliefs were correct, I genuinely was just trying to help someone who used to be one that I considered a friend, and my stubbornness meant I didn't want to give up on him. Thus, despite him constantly spewing out so much hateful rhetoric during this time, there were many long nights of long dialogue between us via private message, and of course, I was met with constant resistance, but my goal wasn't to convince him to reform. That's not how the human brain works. I just tried my best to be Jimmy Cricket in his ear, trying to help him understand where the other side was coming from and why his rhetoric was so harmful, hurtful, divisive, and just plain wrong. And understand that most of these conversations were actually actually weren't me calling him out, constantly yelling in text, quite angrily at him, and I never backed down on fighting whatever hateful rhetoric he was arguing for. I never held back, and I never sugarcoated anything. I know many are aware of my diplomatic approaches to things and probably think I was doing the same here, but believe me, I was not. I was scolding him on most nights when telling him why he was wrong about so many things. If this is all true, I don't know why they're ripping into him. He's done the right thing. These are the correct measures. Someone close to Art speaks to Art and tries to tell him to not go down this path. What else did people want? I don't understand.
Yeah,
Art was going to do what Art was going to do at that time. So it was better to have somebody there saying to him, yo, maybe there's a better path. So I don't get, what are these people mad about?
I don't get it. Again, like I said, I'm biased. If James says that, I just believe him, just outright. Maybe I'm too gullible, but I've never seen him lie, caught him in a lie, or see a motive for him to lie. Especially after this whole thing where he's literally going to everyone saying, I'm sorry, I fucked up. To me, that's not actions of a liar. So if he's saying this about Art in the DMs, I just believe him. I don't know why. I don't think he would lie about it. But
now, in the event that the text messages are not being released because he is lying.
Yep.
Do you think, because James is not a confrontational person, I don't believe he's lying, but I'm just entertaining the thought that maybe he wasn't pushing back as much as he's making out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that there's a possibility that James was in contact with him as a friend rather than like pushing back and just like trying to ignore the other side of Art?
I just don't see why he would though, because James is very progressive, super progressive. I just don't see what he would talk to Art about if it wasn't that. I just don't understand. Like, he said it was from I think the Dominion situation. I don't know what James is talking to Arturo about that wasn't about that, or about the tweets afterwards. Maybe. I think I remember when I was on, I can't remember what episode it was, and I was talking to you and other people about the issue with Saudi Arabia and people being trans or gay, whatever. And I felt like I was trying to be the ally, and then you got set on the next day. And I thought I didn't do a good job defending LGBTQ. So it's going to be subjective. Maybe at the time he thought he was applying a lot of pushback, but then he saw how other people did it, go, maybe I should have went a bit harder. Maybe I allowed him to do too much bullshit before I actually, said some harsh truths. So yeah, maybe knowing James, it might have been a bit softy with how he approached it. Like, probably shouldn't have sent that tweet, bro. He should have, written a diary and burnt the page. And that's not what people are looking for. They're looking for him to proper go ham on him about it. So yeah, maybe it was a bit too soft. Maybe.
I think that if you go ham on somebody, though, they're more likely to just shut down and not listen to you. Yep. So especially when somebody is so deep in the other side of looking at things, maybe baby steps is the correct approach. Because I know that anyone that I've ever brought on here, going scorched earth has never solved anything. Always trying to understand from their point of view and then having the chit chat at them and seeing if you can bring them around is usually the way to do it. But it seems to me like the people on Twitter just want an inferno.
Yep. They want to banish. They just want to banish people. That's all it is. James doesn't want to banish people because maybe he knows what the outcome is when you push people away, like we were saying. He wants to change people's opinions. And like you said, no one's changed their opinion by being yelled at. That never works. Never works.
Editing to add this note when I was correctly called out for simply lumping everything he did together simply as hateful rhetoric reeks of minimizing what he's done. So to be clear, his behavior was extremely transphobic, misogynistic, racist, anti-Semitic in particular, and pro-Nazi. And there were many conversations I've had with him addressing each of those individually, telling him directly that he was being transphobic, misogynistic, racist, etc., often blaming each of these groups for completely fabricated reasons, for things they had nothing to do with. There was a distinct lack of taking accountability for what he had caused to himself, to which I constantly reminded him that he was the only reason he was rightfully ousted from the scene. So to be very clear, I had no intention of minimizing how not just awful the things he said were, but also how many different groups he directly attacked and denounced and denigrated. As time went on, we started having more productive conversations where even he said he really appreciated me helping him understand the viewpoint and feelings of those he was attacking and hurting, even though he still at the time didn't agree with me on a lot of things. But I honestly felt like I was getting some things just barely through to him. Yeah, these people didn't read this document at all. There's nothing that James, if this is to be believed, obviously, there's nothing that James has said in here that should raise alarm bells to anyone. And we're going to read the tweets that he's been getting in a little bit. We can't read all of them because James deleted the post. Some of them were so bad that I was just sitting there like, man, I've been dragged on Twitter before. Yeah. I've been dragged before. And I thought my dragging was bad. And you know what? My dragging, you could even say, rightfully so. I made a mistake and they dragged me for it. And Arturo getting dragged, he made plenty of mistakes. So maybe rightfully so, minus the death threats. But James, I had never seen anything like this. So James deleted the original thing, but there's still plenty of tweets up right now.
Yeah, I've probably only seen like 15%. I was getting so triggered. I actually just couldn't. I had to stop. I was getting so mad watching it. I think it's a case of what you're saying. The amount of dragging and the individuals happening to, my brain just couldn't compute it. It just shut down, bro. I just couldn't read it. It was so fucking jarring. Reading the knee-jerk reaction of, oh, you just want your friend back, or oh, you don't give accountability to someone who presses buttons good. And I was like, what is going on? That's clearly not what James Chen was intended. So yeah, my brain just shut off, bro. It was too many bots.
It's very evident to me a lot of these people can't read, and I know that I'm all for internet anonymity because I understand taking it away from people's bad. You don't want to put it in the hands of government and all that. But there is something about somebody being so vicious towards you, and then they've got a picture of Ichigo, and you're just sitting there like, shut up, bro. Shut your mouth. Like, you can say it, of like freedom of speech, you can say what you want, but I can also think it as well. And whenever I see those things happening, like I saw some guy flaming James, and I looked at his page, and it had a bunch of like nonsense on his page, but it was just a picture of the Joker, and I just cringed, right. And I was like, oh, man, talking like that with a fucking Joker profile picture is mad.
The irony is too strong. There was one, I think I saved it somewhere, and it doesn't. I looked into the abyss and it looked back at me. This guy was saying something like, I can't believe you said this. I've been watching and listening to this for years. And I thought, you know what? Let me just hit with this profile. It was like I don't even know what anime it was. It might not have been an anime. It looked like some Cartoon Network villain or some shit. I went on there. It had 2 followers followed from 2025. And I was like, why are you replying to this dude, bro? Like, he's clearly chatting shit. Or he's literally made that account to flame you.
Yeah.
And I was like, you need to stop, bro. You're fighting some inner and outer demons, bro, because they came out of nowhere. Just fucking stop.
Do you know what made me laugh the most, actually? I went onto someone's profile. It was kind of like that. And they were talking about how North American FGC has been harmed severely because of what Arturo's done. And you know, Elon Musk updated Twitter. So now when you go to someone's profile, you can see where they're posting from. I went into his profile. It was posting from India. And I was like, you motherfucker. Like, I get that what Arturo's done is wrong, but you ain't part of the conversation. Why are you here?
Bro, I can't. It's so much, bro. This has to be the worst, like, onslaught of online Twitter. It has to be. It just doesn't make sense. It's literally come from every angle. I've seen like real people from like the FTC players arguing about it as well. I've seen probably like 5 people openly be like, nah, James Chen didn't do anything that bad. And people are like, if you're friends with James Chen, that means you're friends with Arturo. That means you're a bad person. I'm like, bro, these connections, this is like a fucking Spider-Man web, bro. Everyone's just like, everyone likes someone who likes someone who likes someone that is okay with art. We're just all gonna hate each other. This is fucking stupid.
Yeah, I saw Chris G saying that like he's not giving him forgiveness, and then I saw people in Chris G's comment section say, "Yeah, well, we don't forgive you," and I was like,
"Fuck it."
This is just an endless cycle of nonsense. It just doesn't end.
It's just a pit of shit, man. I don't know what. I don't know what to do.
Amy Lionheart, thank you for the $10. Nobody reads on Twitter. True words have never been stated. Thanks for the stream, Michael. Always a pleasure. Appreciate you, Amy. Yeah, no, people on Twitter, they really don't read. And that's why I do those long tweets. Because I know someone's going to read the first line and then just flame me. And I'm like, okay, I don't need to respond to you anymore.
Yeah, I like hitting show more on tweets. I like the show more bit.
Yeah, I like having a read. I'm like, I saw people posting about John Cena's retirement match yesterday. And some people, they were like one sentence and thank you, GOAT and everything. Then there was like these long posts breaking down Saturday night's main event. And I was like, yeah, I want this. This is what I want to read. I want to read your thoughts on the situation. Then I posted mine and someone was like, why are you always yapping? And I was like,
let's change names.
Yeah. But as I said, my goal was not to make him change. People rarely make these kinds of changes based on other things arguing with them. It's always something a person has to choose to do themselves. By telling Art why he was doing what was by telling Art what he was doing was wrong and hurtful, even if he was disagreeing and adamantly arguing against me. If he ever came to the point where he wanted to change of his own volition, if he ever wavered, even just a little bit, the things I said that got through would start making sense and sink in, and hopefully help solidify the change of heart. And based on my conversations with Art, since he decided to pay Dominion back when he wrote his first apology with his sudden 180, I do feel he is genuinely trying to do better. That yes, he very much wants to make amends with people he's hurt. I won't go into detail out of respect for his privacy, but we've had some very deep and personal conversations that led me to this belief. I wonder if James Chen's conversations are what got Arturo to end up paying it in the end, because it came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I thought that as well. I thought that. I don't think he's going to change anyone's mind on James Chen, but yeah, I would really be interested to, well, hopefully Art comes on and he can explain why the change came about, because it was like whiplash. It came out of nowhere.
Yeah, we were all shocked. I remember he did it, and I immediately texted you. I was like, "You see it? No, you sent it to me, and I'd already seen it." I was like, "Yeah, bro, you see this shit?" Like, and I said, "You know what? When I saw it, I was like, good. Dominion gets his money back. That's all anybody ever wanted." But I was sitting there wondering, why did he do that? Like, it's been so long now, and now seeing this, I'm wondering, was James Chen the person in his ear getting him to see the light? In which case, I think, if that is the case, I'm just speculating, that people owe James a bit of an apology. Like, he got the man paid.
I'll go a step further. He doesn't need an apology. Give this guy a fucking medal, bro.
Yeah.
He did what the community could not do, which is get Art to pay Dominion, but he did it.
Yeah. It would be good if Arturo could clarify that or let people know, because that's my suspicion. I suspect it was James. Or maybe there's somebody else in Arturo's era as well, because Arturo's been in the FGC since it basically started with the Street Fighter 4 resurgence. So I imagine he's got a lot of old school friends. So whoever spoke to him and got him to do that, because I don't think he did it himself. I think he was probably talked into it. They should come forward and say something.
Yeah, true.
But let's be very clear. I'm still extremely wary. This doesn't forgive the harm he's done to so many people at all, and I still believe he has so much more to atone for. The amount of harm and hurt he's caused and how gravely he's let down many members of the FGC that used to look up to him is something you don't erase with a simple apology, a paying back of money he legally owed, and a promise to be better. This is only the start of a journey towards redemption, and he will have to work hard to make even me believe that he has atoned for all the bad he's done. It's a very long road. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, he's paid the money back, which is good, but he owed the money. So it's like, you owed the money. So that isn't, I guess that opens the door on the path to redemption, but I don't think that gives him points towards redemption. I don't know if that makes sense. But what would you say that he would need to do? Like, if we were in the shoes of these marginalized people that he's upset, what would you, in your estimation, say that he has to do?
I mean, I don't know. Honestly, it's the blood sports. Use him as a vessel to attack the people that you think are bigots. I mean, because you can't like pay reparations, right? That ain't gonna work. Him saying sorry ain't gonna work. I think the only way you can prove that your mindset or your ideology has changed is by going up against people that you was on side with before. That might seem cringe or corny to other people, but I think even when you pretend to come at it from another perspective, or you play devil's advocate, you can tell when you get into a deep argument with someone. I think you can really tell, because they have to go back into their own like axioms, their own like foundational beliefs. There's only so far you can like parrot what you've heard to say or what you should say. So I would put him up against someone who's openly like put him up against Nick Fuentes.
No, that's not a good idea. Do you know why it's not a good idea?
Why is that not a good idea?
Because first of all, Art will lose that. I don't think he can get into a debate with Nick, because Nick's well trained in that stuff, or he's been doing it for long enough. True. Nick's following is so large, especially after what happened on Piers Morgan. Art will just get attacked. Like he will get verbally destroyed.
He doesn't need to win. He just needs to fight. I don't think he needs to win. Him losing is better, because then everyone gets to laugh at him, and then he's kind of, taking the pitchforks and beatings from every community that he deserves. I don't think he needs to win. He just needs to show that he's not on the side of Nick Fuentes anymore. And how you do that, you go up against him.
Oh, okay. No, but I thought you were literally saying challenge him to a debate. I was like,
yeah, challenge him and lose. He's not going to win.
Yeah, but my only thing is that Nick will almost definitely win the debate. But my issue is that Arturo, the person, if I'm being human about this, if he goes up against Nick's fan base, he will never know peace again. Like if he goes at Nick, I don't think Nick himself will go at him outside of just the initial debate, but his followers, he will never know peace, bro. I don't know if I wish that on anyone. Have you seen what they're doing to Piers Morgan on Twitter right now?
Yeah, I heard about they're digging up some mad dirt.
Bro, it's fucking. I looked at that and I said, you know what? I will never. There's certain people where you're not fighting them, you're fighting the world, and it's just you won't be able to win. They're digging up so much shit on Piers Morgan, and the worst shit they've digged up on him is his wife and what she's been doing in plain sight. And once they get your wife, that's it. You're done. Because as a man, what do you do? What do you do from here?
Yeah, that is a capital L you have to hold for a long time. That's yeah. I do understand what you're saying. I feel maybe the tribal aspect is, well, if the Nick Fuentes fan base is attacking him, he can't be on their side. Doesn't necessarily mean he's on our side, but he's not on their side. So that might give him some sort of credence to his change in heart, maybe. Or he could just have two sides attacking him, which is that.
That's all.
Probably the worst situation. Yeah.
They're not gonna. Going up against Nick he's just gonna get torched, and then he's gonna get torched by the FGC. So he's not that. That's not a good idea.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Fair enough. I don't know then. I don't know what he could do to prove it.
I think maybe this is might sound silly, but I think some charity work would probably go a long way. Like actually helping people that need it. Maybe donating to charities that help the people that he attacked verbally. People love dogs. Save some puppies. And that would win people over. I mean, I know people that will be won over by that. It might sound superficial, and you might be doing it for superficial reasons, but at the end of the day, you still save the dog, right? So
true. Yeah, I honestly thought that would have happened with the I found Jesus part, but it looked like it did not work. That That card was discontinued. That was not tournament legal anymore, bro. That's regulation F is not working. That card is
Well,
not in
I
rotation.
found Jesus in saying I found Jesus in the FGC doesn't feel like the right move because a lot of the time when I see interactions in the FGC, it feels like Jesus left the building a long time ago.
True. That's messed up, but very true. Yeah, you're right.
All right, but let's be very clear. I'm still extremely wary. Oh wait, did we read this part?
Yeah, I think and also it's very important.
Oh yeah.
I think that's where we are. Yeah.
Yeah, and also it's very important to me to emphasize that no one else should have any pressure or obligation to give him a second chance. I'm not trying to convince anyone that he's reformed. No one should give him the benefit of the doubt based on anything I've said here or on my feelings towards the matter. He has been extremely hurtful to many in unforgivable ways, and anyone would be 100% justified to never give him a second chance, even in their lifetime. But I'm going to. That's my choice based on my personal interactions with him, so I mainly wrote this to explain my own reasoning. That if you see me support him in the future, you'll understand why. And that my reasoning didn't come from nowhere, that there is a lot of history behind it. And to make it clear that me giving him a second chance doesn't mean letting off the gas. In fact, it makes me want to floor it even more and hold him even more accountable than ever. The road to redemption in any community is tough and difficult, but there should be a path to take for those genuinely willing to travel it. But it really is up to them if they can stay the course and prove it is with genuine motivations that they continue the journey down that path. Is Arturo going to stay on this path? I have no idea, but if he doesn't, there won't be any more chances left for him to squander. But I remain hopeful, James. No, I don't see the issue with this document, to be honest with you. James hasn't forced anybody to do anything. He hasn't even told people what to do. He's just said that he's given his reasoning. It sounds perfectly sane to me. I don't understand why they've attacked him this hard.
I'm still trying to figure out. I like to feel that I can, you know what, Mike, my retard whispering talents don't work anymore. This is Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan levels of fucking retardation. I can't reach him. I can't make sense of it. I just can't.
Have you spoken to anybody other than me about this situation? Like apart from like James or whoever, like people that are like watching what's going on that are against what James has put out?
Nope. I just can't. I just get so wound up talking to people. Well, not you. But if I had to talk to someone who was one of the people going after James, there's a bit of, I think I would just lose my cool and I would make it worse for him. So I just chose not to. I just chose not to talk about it. But I think I've calmed down a little bit now. And now I'm in the situation of I kind of get why people were annoyed that James was saying, I'm personally going to give Arturo a second chance. But that's because they put him on a pedestal. I don't put him on a pedestal. I think James is a great person. Like I said, the things that to have such a kind nature in the FGC for this long is like tremendous. I could not do it. To be that positive, I would be unreasonable in responses on Twitter. So I didn't talk to anyone. I just didn't talk to anyone.
Do you think there's a possibility with all of this hate that has gone James's way? Do you think there's a possibility he could start to slip and maybe go not go down the Arturo path, but like maybe be a bit more vicious in his responses to people?
Nah, it's not in him. I mean, if I would think 98.7% of people, if they got the responses James did in the last 2 days, would have flipped. To see him not flip, I actually think he's mentally untouchable.
You reckon?
I think he's mentally, bro. The dragon, the flaming, the pitchforks, and all he did was stoically go, "Sorry guys, my bad." To each individual, mentally untouchable, bro. Maybe behind the scenes he's going through some shit, but on Twitter, he's way stronger than me. I get triggered off a Yaya tweet, bro. Look at what he's done. Like, look at what he's done.
Shouts to Yaya in the chat.
The goat.
Still wait for that money
match.
match.
Sick.
Right, we're gonna bring up some of the tweets on it. I've just typed in James Chen's name to Twitter because again, a lot of it has been taken down. So we'll see what people are saying, but I don't think it's anything positive. There's memes in abundance.
Oh no, I'm sorry, James. If you see this, I have to laugh because some of them are funny, but I disown. I don't agree. Don't flame James.
James Chen has been tweeting like a 14-year-old incel for years. That's why I'm confused. His takes have been bad for some time now. So yeah, I disagree with that. What has James Chen said that would make people say he's been tweeting like a 14-year-old incel?
I know. So besides his dad jokes, I remember he used to get a lot of like people poke fun at him for when he would talk about ranking up on like Street Fighter. He would say like, "Oh, I can't do this," and everyone said skill issue. But that's like just any streamer that plays ranked. Streamers that play ranked just do that. They have those moments where they're like, "Oh, I'm better than you," or "I suck. This game sucks." Everyone does it, so I don't know why he got it more than everyone else.
Yeah. This one from Shogun says he went to ChatGPT to get a footnote of James Chen's Google document. It wasn't even that long to read. We paused so many times. We could have gotten through that in 5 minutes. What's wrong with people?
I know.
The reading comprehension on this app is absolutely fucking diabolical. Like, seriously. A thesaurus would go such a long way for so many people.
TikTok brains, man.
Honestly, like, TikTok has mushed the brains of so many people. The fact that people can't read for more than 5 minutes is mad to me. He's willing to personally give Arturo a chance to earn redemption, but only as a first step. Arturo should still be banned for now, must directly apologize and show real long-term change, especially towards the marginalized groups he's harmed. And no one else is obligated or pressured to forgive him or give him another chance. James will also hold him accountable and call him out. I mean, that was pretty accurate from ChatGPT, to be honest with you.
Shout out to GPT, yeah. that was a good summary.
Yeah, that was pretty on point. Don't think it really missed anything. James Chen, Heart of Gold, healing the FGC with a long post. Okay, someone read it. I fuck with James Chen because he's genuinely a good dude, but that Google Doc was not it. I'm curious, like what part? Oh, here's Arturo. FGC, look, FGC, James Chen has a good heart. He has saved my life several times. Direct the hate to me, not him. He doesn't deserve it. His crime is believing in the good myself and others have in them. I'm an undeserving piece of shit, and I know a lot of your anger is warranted. Well, I mean, at least he's taking accountability for it.
Yeah. There might be like people's opinion on what it means to start redemption or get redemption. I think James is talking about say redemption is a room. James is saying he's willing to help or to watch Arturo make the key to go to the door to get into the room. I don't think he's saying let him in and let's then analyze if he deserves redemption. He's like, no, away from the FGC. Let me see if if the person has changed. Then slowly see him interact with people. I think people are just seeing him go, oh, you think he should come back to tournaments? It's like, no, I'm not saying that. But yeah, I think just the redemption arc part, people just aren't really clear on what that entails, I'd say.
Hitler Elder, I'm recovering from the exhaustion I developed pushing my Nazi agenda full time. James Chen for some reason.
That's kind of fucked up.
That's pretty funny.
It's a good meme though.
Following James Chen's take on Arturo is a solid reminder of how we don't really take Nazi shit seriously enough. I've read Art's posts and I know he's changing and learning, but he has no right to do that in a community that thrives on its diversity. Do we though? Do we? Do we really thrive on diversity and inclusivity? Are we being real? Like the very same people that have said that they're diverse and inclusive have shunned me. They shunned me personally. I'm a person of color. Why am I not allowed into? Why am I shunned from certain conversations? Why do I go on Twitter and I see people saying I hate that Mike Hollow guy? think that's unfair.
I agree. You tick the boxes. Diversity boxes ticked by Mike.
Yeah, I do. For shame.
Got a hell of a mix.
I'd say it's false advertising, to be honest with you. It's diversity of thought. No, there's no that. There's superficial diversity. So I think a lot of the time when people talk about diversity, it's like, do you tick the boxes visually? And the answer will be yes for me and C4, but then we'll open our mouths and then they'll be like, oh no, you're not on our side. So it's inclusive to a point. And I think most people are like that, to be fair. It's just that most people don't go around peddling that they are inclusive.
True.
Whereas in the FGC, that's something that they really live and die by. That we are an inclusive community that champions diversity, and it's not really true when you scrutinize and you look at how they behave. So I think diversity of thought is way more important than visual diversity, because you can have 5 white guys in a room and they all think completely differently, and you've got a diverse room. Whereas some of these people will look and just say, "Oh, it's just 5 white guys," and I think oftentimes that's pretty stupid.
I agree.
James Chen deleted his Arturo post. Don't ever tell me bullying doesn't work. Jesus Christ. Of course, no picture. What is that? A Digimon?
Yeah, it is. Oh my god. Okay.
We've got James Chen on the phone. Let's see what James' opinion on Arturo's apology. Who gives a fuck about what James Chen thinks at a time like this? This is ridiculous. Of course.
Actually, did I'm pretty mean?
Huh?
Oh. In the bio, did the bio say yes? I'm pretty mean.
Yes, I'm actually pretty. Oh, they're 23. You know, it pains me more when I see someone in our age bracket doing these things. 23-year-old, like I remember when I was 23, I was pretty stupid. So when they're 23, especially like post COVID, everyone's gone online. The brain rot has accelerated, you know, to heights we wouldn't have even dreamed of when we were 23. So my level of brain rot at 23 is like Einstein compared to what these guys are doing now. These guys have gone off the deep end.
Yeah, I blame TikTok again and 1.5 speed, bro. Like the attention span is just through the roof. I can't stand it. Just absorb information, bro. That's all I want people to do. Absorb information.
When I see people putting like, my boy said to me, "I put all your voice notes on ×2," and I'm like, just don't play them. I don't want to talk to you. Don't play them.
That's mega disrespectful.
I stopped voice noting him. I just send him one-word answers now. I do exactly what he does. I should hashtag them TikTok. James Chen getting cancelled was not on my, never mind. Literally everything that's been happening this week wasn't on my bingo card. That is how the FGC goes. They are never hiring James Chen again. And I really hope his employment opportunities are not hurt by this.
Yeah, I don't. I hope they're not. I really hope they're not. I want to say this is going to sound bad, but this is like the best time for it to happen in like the downtime of fighting games. Like there's no tournaments for a while because it's Christmas era. So hopefully by February, everyone's forgot it. I doubt it, but hopefully like less people are mad about it at least.
What they would need is a much bigger controversy of somebody with a much bigger name to shift their attention. And then they might be like, oh, James ain't so bad when compared to this thing. But as it stands, it just sucks that we're like 10 days from Christmas and James is getting fucking torched. It's like, be a bit more giving, guys. Come on.
All the people. This is like that is the Christmas film, isn't it? Like the ghosts of past, present, and I don't like this story. Get me out.
I get where James is coming from. Dude has a massive heart. He's been he's a good dude, and he has a genuine passion for what fighting games are and have been. But often having a good heart means you make foolish choices. Art can and should stay banned, no matter his redemption. Okay. Okay. I think this is a different James Chen. I think that's our James Chen, unless they're being very racist.
Yeah, that would be crossing the line.
Man, I love James Chen, but what the hell do you mean you still talk to Arturo during this whole thing? The dude was actively harming the entire community. It's just further enabling racist shit. This ain't it. Now, this is I find this comment to be stupid. I don't know about you, but this is a dumb comment.
Yep.
Like we were talking about earlier, like if you have a friend and they go down a dark road, as long as they haven't committed a criminal act, you need people there to steer them in the right direction. I'm fairly confident that someone's got into Arturo's head and they steered him in the right direction. I don't think this happened. Arturo woke up in the morning and said, you know what? I'm tired of saying that crazy shit on the timeline. I don't think that happened. I think someone probably spoke to him. I think you need people like that. So when you say, what do you mean you've been talking to him this whole time? What C4 said right was earlier. What you said earlier was right, sorry. These people don't have friends in real life. Everything is online now.
They don't understand. I think a lot of these people are so egotistical. They think flaming art made him change his mind. That's what they probably think. They're so stupid. They think, oh yeah, getting that in for like, the Nazi memes, all of us ratioing him on Twitter made him not racist. Fucking stupid.
Yeah, because Arturo had already been fired from Spooky's gig, right? And he'd already been banned from basically going anywhere. And then people had like started threatening his life. So the idea that a ratio would be the thing that he's like, oh, do you know what? Maybe I should give this up. Maybe the Nazi stuff isn't gonna work for my Twitter likes. Like it's how far up yourself do you have to be? Seriously.
Bro, that main character syndrome on steroids, bro. You actually just
so dumb.
Yeah.
I think everyone has been a little hard on James Chen. Reading the entire thing, he said the right things in the worst possible fashion, but this one is pretty funny. But do you think he said it in the worst possible fashion? I feel like he was pretty good with it.
I know, like, he edited some things, but even the bits he didn't edit, I think it was a reach to, like, make it seem like he was going against the LGBTQ community or anyone who's been anyone has been harmed by Arturo. I think you have to go so far out your way to make it sound like James Chen was not being an ally. I think you're just being disingenuous. I think you're just being omega disingenuous, or you didn't read it.
Yeah, that's all I'm getting from it. That he's probably skimmed through it.
Yeah.
Unless the original version is just completely different, and he's just put editor's note on certain things, and it's actually all different. Then I'm still willing to bet that James probably didn't say something crazy that made these people react like this, but that could be the only explanation.
Yeah, like from the replies that I saw, I legit thought that James and Arturo were having chicken and waffles, bro. Like that's how people were going on, how friendly they were, and I was like, I don't think that's the case. And then I read half of it later today, and I was like, oh, he's just saying he's been talking to him through DMs, and he is willing to give him a chance. I don't even think he necessarily said he believed him. He believes that people can change. But I don't think he said he believes that he's actually changed. He said he needs to show that he's changed.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just massive reaches, I feel.
From the inclusive types, let's not forget. This James Chen was their champion, right? You said that he was an ally. He was one of the good guys. And let's just say, let's look at it from their side, and he's made a mistake, and this is wrong what he's doing. They didn't reach out to him, someone that's been like a figure in our, like a pillar in our community for a long time, and be like, yo, not really feeling this take, bro. One of the posts we saw said bullying works. So this is how they do things. These are not inclusive people. This is do it our way, or you're going to suffer the consequences. And James isn't the first example of this. This is just the most visceral one that I've seen of 2025.
Yeah. You just jogged my memory. The last time I saw James Chen's stream, and at the end of it, he actually says BLM still. He's like, what? Be good to your friends, be good to each other, Black Lives Matter. He says all that at the end of his stream. Bro, he is the kindest soul. He is the kindest soul. It's cringe as fuck, but that's what I mean. I don't understand why he is a magnet for all this. It feels like everyone's got like pent up rage, and it was like, finally, James fucked up. Let's go, bro. Where does this come from? Seems abnormal.
I mean, we expect this from these kinds of people, right? Because we know a lot of the time it's performative. It's a very uniform way of thinking, and as soon as you don't do your tie or don't tie your shoelaces or whatever, and they notice, then you got to go. They almost behave like the very thing that they hate, Like, I know that Arturo's been saying nasty things on the timeline, but their behavior is reminiscent of what they hate, which I find ironic. Like, forgiveness is not a thing that seems to be offered in this community. And I always find it funny when people will message me and they'll say to me, oh, you shouldn't give everyone a platform, Michael. You shouldn't forgive people. And I'm always just like, what? Have we learned nothing? Like, there's been some serious incidents that have happened, and people just at the time they're like, "Oh, we should be better, we should change," and then a week later they've forgotten, and it's straight back to ostracize this person.
Yep. The one thing I wish people thought about is that you can be forgiven and vigilant at the same time. They're not mutually exclusive. You can look at someone and go, "Okay, let's see if you can change," and you can still have your wits about you and go, oh no, you fucked up. Your chance is done. We can do both. Like, yeah, I don't get it. Just you can be vigilant and try or allow people to earn forgiveness. Let's put it that way. Let people try and earn forgiveness, because to think someone is born racist is insanity. They weren't born that way. Art wasn't born this way. He was influenced in whatever it was. I don't know where or who, but we change into things and we can change back out of it. That's what I'm saying. Unless you got psychopath powers and you can say like 10 years in the future, Art is still a racist, then yeah, fuck it. Don't give him a chance. That's fine. But until you can show me that he is incapable of changing, I'm not going to buy it. If you said someone like Nick Fuentes, I would say, yeah, he probably isn't going to change. I don't think Art is that level. He hasn't been doing it for that long. So I think he can change back.
Do you think that it makes it worse that people might look at it as a grift now?
I would say that if it was outside the FGC. It's like, what's he grifting for? There's no money to be made here.
No, that's what I was thinking. Like, so because I asked you that because someone mentioned it to me that they won't forgive him simply because he grifted. But I was like, well, he grifted into poverty. Like, I don't understand. Like, he lost all of his opportunities. That doesn't make any sense.
No. It doesn't make sense. If the only thing I can think of is that, oh, he's grifting so he can play fighting games again. I was like, I mean, he could just play online and change his tag. We're gonna like ID check every Dalsim play we see on Street Fighter 6. No, he's just gonna play. Like,
they'll find him. I remember when Daigo changed his name and they found him, and I was like, how the fuck did you find it? How would you even know that?
That's true. Yeah, there are some detractors or fans, whatever ones you want to call them. They probably would find him.
Shadow Dragon, thank you for the $5. I bet most of the people with so much opinion have family/friends they support who have done worse, but want to judge James for his forgiveness. Wild. Yeah, like if you have friends in real life, chances are one of your friends probably done something stupid at some point. And like obviously everyone has their lines. I have my lines as well, but what James has done is not. He hasn't committed an unforgivable sin. He's simply spoken to somebody and tried to get them to see the light. Like, to get flamed by that is insane. Assuming this is about Arturo, I swear there's always posts like this around whatever discourse. Meanwhile, a majority of the voices online are bashing Arturo and James Chen. Oh, what was it? What did they say? FGC have no backbone.
Yeah.
I thought that was Yaya. I thought that was Yaya. I was about to be like, Yaya, explain yourself.
Get in there, mate. Yeah, I saw a lot of his spineless takes.
What, James is spineless?
Yeah. Or anyone that's willing to forgive Arturo is spineless.
James Chen made a way too long Google document trying to get people to forgive Arturo and allow him back into the FGC. Arturo is a neo-Nazi, if you didn't know, and he's been posting xenophobia as little as a month ago. So apparently we can't read.
Not this person. Not this James Fingers. Oh, Jam Fingers. Even
Jam
worse.
Fingers. Yeah. He did not try to get people. I think he repeated himself like 10 times in that document about not trying to get people to forgive him.
Yep.
Just curious to see what the post is. This is so disappointing and disgusting. The idea that anybody would be willing to accept this man back is beyond insane. I am beyond disappointed in James.
Yeah, I saw, that was one of the ones I saw. I vividly remember the fucking cat with the stupid glasses. I remember that one.
I am disappointed. This is so disappointing and disgusting. Do you know what? Yeah, I wonder how many people actually go outside these days. I wonder how many people have had real human interaction. Oh wait, okay, this explains it. 19. This is what I'm talking about here. A lot of the people that James might be responding to are either in school or just coming out of it. These are not adults that have had real world experiences. I'm gonna wager a guess.
I mean, you're right. Now it makes sense that he said way too long Google Doc when it was what 3 pages, and that was with the edits. So before it must have been 2 pages, and that was too much.
Yeah.
What happened to books, bro? What happened to books?
Oh, bro, you know, yeah. I go into. I remember when I was buying the Junji Ito collection because I wanted to read through his books. And I remember it was on the channel. I said to somebody, I put them up on the channel. I was like, oh, I bought Junji Ito's collection. I bought Uzumaki and what's this other one called Spiral or whatever it was. And I was reading through some of them and I was talking about on stream and they were like, that's a big book. And I was like, no, it's not that big. It's just a normal sized book. And I was like, fuck it, man, we've really fallen from grace. Do you know they don't teach kids how to read clocks anymore, apparently.
Really?
That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true. I got told this. I got told that they don't teach kids how to read clocks. They just because they're on your phone, like digital clocks are there now. So anything outside of that, like analog or whatever, they don't. That's not something that is taught. And I don't know if that's true, but I really wouldn't be surprised anymore. There seems to be like when I was going to school, we weren't allowed to use calculators. We had to work it out ourselves. Yeah. And apparently they use calculators for everything now.
What do you know kind of because I've got a little one. I'll see. I'm gonna find out. I'm actually gonna ask the school. I'm gonna ask the school. Like my little one can tell the time on an analog and a clock, but that's because we just told her how to work it out. We kind of just told her that. I want to know if the school teaches that actually. I'm curious now.
Yeah, like people in the chat are saying that they don't teach kids to read an analog watch.
That's bizarre.
Which is it makes me like when I see people saying these Google documents are too long, I feel bad even flaming them because they're part of a world now where it's not normal to sit down and read of Mice and Men or whatever it is that they used to make us read. That we used to read. I had to read the whole Harry Potter, the first one, the Philosopher's Stone. We had to read it in primary school from front to back. I didn't like Harry Potter at the time, so I really was not enjoying it. But we had to read the whole thing, and then in secondary, we had to read of Mice and Men. There was a detective book that we had to read. Yeah, big up Lenny. Didn't deserve that. Didn't deserve. Went out like a chump. Didn't deserve it. But this kids now, they don't even know what of Mice and Men is. And I would have assumed that they would have replaced of Mice and Men with something else more current. Apparently there's not though. I don't know how true that is, but I wouldn't be surprised. It's like every 8 months or so, James Chen will tweet something that makes me go, bro, you do not have to be doing this up to and absolutely including this current thing. Is that true? I've never seen a James Chen controversy.
I remember one time he was upset that he didn't get a top 8 Evo. People were saying like, "Oh, you think you're entitled to have these commentary blocks." I spoke to him afterwards because I said like that was one of the tweets where I'm like, James, that came off pretty bad because it looked like he was crying and bitching. But I spoke to him. I understood the situation and stuff like that, and I was like, okay, I get it. But you understand why people were kind of like, look at this ego that you're trying to flex on the timeline. He said, yeah, no, he got it. I do think he tweets out of frustration sometimes. That's why I think with the Google Doc, that's not frustration because that's time, focus, and thinking. Like he was very specific. But I feel that people made him back down on that. Like all he's been saying is sorry, and I'm like, I don't know if you've got anything to say sorry for, personally.
Yeah, I don't think it's such a big deal that somebody posts some dumb shit about a fighting game on the timeline. Like someone has a bad take or they trip out. Or I remember that clip of James Chen playing Tekken and he was getting hit by Snake Edge over and over again and he just started raging.
Yeah,
it was funny, but people flamed him for it. I was like, it's just a stupid game, bro. Like it's not that deep.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, he's at the moment, he's the picture of nice guys finish last. He like embodies that statement. Yeah.
Yeah, this is rough. James Chen's such a loser, dude. You gotta be shitting me. 24. It's sheep.
Evo champion.
2025 Evo champ. In what?
Riz tips for boys. I think
Right, you know, I'm not going to scroll down. I'm not going to scroll down.
That was dangerous. That was so dangerous.
The FGC as a whole has moved beyond the need for James Chen. That's a nasty thing to say, man. That is, you don't just discard people that have put a lot of time and effort into this, especially when all they've done is try to look at this from a very human perspective.
I was the Digimon. Didn't the Digimon guy say something before as well?
Yeah, he did. He's been very vocal.
Yeah, fuck this guy. I will tell you as a commentator, I think it's amazing. One thing that James Chen does better than anyone else, and I've spoke to a lot of people, and most people don't have much time for James Chen's commentary. And I think I know why. He has the unique ability to always sound enthusiastic at the most basic things.
Yes,
I think a lot of people, once you excel or get better in fighting games, old concepts seem trivial. Like something that all commentators do, and a lot of people say they hate, is when people get hype over shimmies. We're like, oh my god, he shimmied, he made him miss the throw. Shimmies aren't that impressive in most games because it happens so often, right? But James has the ability for commentating to new people all the time.
Yeah,
I would get sick and tired of explaining something like taking a throw. James has the same enthusiasm every fucking time on comms and on his stream. Most people can't do that. They'll get sick and tired of explaining the same thing over and over and over and over again for years, literally years. He's been commentating. I couldn't do it. I can't do it. So yeah.
No, I hear that. James Chen used to do this thing. I like James Chen's commentary, but he used to do this thing that really irritated me, where he would actually, do you know what? It might not even be James. I might be remembering it wrong. Don't want to like say something that he didn't do, but it was like it was coming up to like the climax of the fight, and it felt like the commentators that you can hear the players or the players can hear you or something, and it felt like he was telling the player what to do. I don't know. I can't remember if it was him. But it was like, oh, he should do this in this moment, and then the player would do it, and they get killed for it, and that's obviously on the player. But I was always watching it like, man, can you just stop doing that? Like, it's irritating.
It might be him. I know he's changed his commentary over the years. That might have been him back in the day. I think he's more of a this is your first fighting game sort of commentator now, which a lot of people grow out of. I think I don't mind dad jokes. If you don't like dad jokes, you just won't like James Chen's commentary.
Yeah. And the thing is, I've listened to James for so long now that he's part of the furniture for me. Like, I expect to hear him on some sort of fighting game stream that I'm tuning into. So I don't mind it anymore. But yeah, I understand that it can be an acquired taste. Mr. Mars, thank you for the $4.99. On the topic of books, Blood Meridian is my all-time favorites. Okay, I don't think I've ever heard of that. My all-time favorite book is the Divine Comedy. That's my favorite book. I've read that a couple of times.
I've heard of that. I haven't read it though.
Yeah, it's about it's about Dante's descent into hell and going through the 9 circles of hell. And then they made a game on it called Dante's Inferno, which
I played
obviously that. I saw that and I was like, oh, I need to play this because I read this book head to back to front. It's really good. I really enjoyed it. I think it's got a lot of like interesting messaging in there. I think you have to get an updated version because it was written in the 1300s or something like that. So a lot of it is like in Old English.
Yeah, see, I just got the DVD.
The audio book.
I'm part of the problem. I'm sorry. I will read it though. I want to, I get to go, oh, look, that's where Dante and Virgil come from. I want to do that.
Yeah, that is basically where they come from because Virgil's like the spirit guide almost, and Beatrice is his wife and all that. I give a pass to people that read on Kindles. I'm not just saying this because my girl does it. And I know she's watching right now. She'll torture me if I don't. But it's the same thing. It's just on like an iPad thing. She's read, I can't remember, some ridiculous number, like 100 books or 200 books this year. Like it's crazy.
This
She's
year?
got like this year. I don't know. Maybe it was like it was a stupid number. Like I heard her say it. I was like, how did you even find the time? But she sits there and explains the books to me, and I'm like, fair enough. You actually took it all in. You paid attention.
Sick.
I couldn't do that. That's 1-2 books a year max, and it's probably Dr. Seuss. I'll be honest.
Damn, the cat in the hat.
Although I did listen to the entire audiobook of David Goggins when he went through his life story. I thought that was. I used to go on runs in my area, and I'd put that on, and he's just like, "Stay hard, keep going." And I'm just like, "You'll keep running if you've got this on."
Motivation, I respect it.
James Chen not commit unforced errors on social media and wonder why he can't get commentary gigs challenge. Difficulty TAS only level. Yeah, it does feel like they're going to go for his employers, man. This sucks because James doesn't do anything else other than upload content and commentary, right?
Not that I've seen. He does commentary for other games, like Tetris.
Yeah.
Other than those two, I'm not too sure. Yeah, I think it's like full-time this. It's so fucked. I think he must be in some mad roller coaster because let's not forget he is in Street Fighter 6. His voice is in the game.
Oh yeah, it is one of the commentary things you can turn on.
Yep, he is immortalized digitally in a franchise.
But they can take you out. They can digitally update it and remove your voice.
Bro, if they, I mean, I can't boycott Street Fighter. I don't play it, but I would be. I don't know, man. I would be beside myself if they took him out of the game because of this. I would think that's a huge injustice. A huge injustice. There's no way they do that. Nah, there's no timeline. There's no timeline.
I really hope not, because that would be foul. I mean, even if people feel like he is wrong here, to attack his livelihood for simply saying, "Oh, I want to like see if he'll do something better." These people are foul. I don't want to hear inclusivity. Nothing. These are the ones with like pronouns in bio and flags everywhere, screaming at inclusivity, and like inclusivity would be great, but they're not for it. That is absolute nonsense. Bring up the Ultra David tweets about this, Mike. All right, I was gonna read James's tweets, but let's look for Ultra David's because I only saw them on James's original post, and that got deleted. So I'll just check to see if his ones are still on here.
Yeah, I didn't see his ones. I assumed that it was in the DMs, and then everyone was saying no. He said it on the main. I was like, just why though? Just why? I don't.
Okay, let's. I just need to. I take Twitter off the screen momentarily because Twitter can be a mess sometimes.
Yeah, landmines everywhere.
Yeah, gotta be careful scrolling down this app.
I saw this one.
Is this them? All right, so I guess we should read it out. Wasn't sure if I should even do this, but I did. A Jewish trans woman who runs a fighting game tournament shares her thoughts on the FGC topic of the day. It was 1 year ago when Arturo Sanchez proudly stated his mission to rid the FGC of Jewish influence. It was 11 months ago when he eagerly joined in with dozens of right-wing trolls mocking and ridiculing gay and trans people in the big crowd photo from Frosty Forstings. I had a ton of respect for Arturo for his many years of contributions to the FGC. I even had a nice, pleasant conversation with him at Combo Breaker 2022, only 8 months after I had come out as trans. In response to seeing Arturo shamelessly espouse such immensely hateful and bigoted views, I felt not just incredibly sad and disappointed in somebody who I had long considered a colleague, but also physically ill as a Jewish trans woman in the FGC. This week, Arturo posted that he is now going through a period of healing, growth, and change. I hope that is true, and if so, I wish him the best as he works to overcome the poison of bigotry that has seeped into his soul these past few years. But in no way would I commit to grant him an honest chance for redemption, as other community members have. just for the act of stating his hopefully sincere intentions to change. Change of this magnitude requires a lot of time, effort, and self-reflection to accomplish. It is not something that can be done overnight. But most importantly, change is not a guarantee of redemption. It is merely one consideration out of many, with the degree of damage being just as important a factor. I remember how it felt when I read those posts from Arturo a year ago. I remember the stomach pains that plagued me for the next 2 days before I was able to callous myself against the new reality that somebody I knew and worked with now hated me to my core. Well, I mean, let's be honest. That we all hate each other a little bit. I'm not excusing Arturo's behavior in any way, shape, or form, but ain't none of you are turning my stomach because you hate me. Like, let's be adults about this.
It's probably a different type of hate, though, right?
Yeah, well, no, some people hate me because of the color of my skin. I just shrug my shoulders.
Okay,
Look,
yeah.
dude,
Okay.
People call me trans all the time because I have long hair. Or they'll call me Mike Swallow. Or they'll say you're not even
That's
really
funny,
a black guy. It is funny. Like,
not...
I find it.
The middle one.
Or Mike Swallow.
Yeah, that was the funny one. The other two aren't that funny.
I just you just laugh it off, man. You can't, like, people are gonna dislike you. Obviously, if you're trans, people are gonna come at you. We both know being of African descent, people are gonna come at us. So it is, like, this whole, like, I'm not saying that what he did was right by any stretch of the imagination. It's obviously wrong to attack somebody because of their identity. Simply attacking somebody because they're going through something and they identify another way, I think that's fucked up. But also, like churning your stomach for 2 days. Are we exaggerating a bit?
I will say, well, I guess it wouldn't apply to you. I think it might, I don't know, but it might be different when you're getting attacked and you're a minority, like an actual, like, really small minority. Maybe that could make it feel different. I understand what you're saying, but I think we're just, we've got Luke Cage skin.
Yeah.
We just got tough skin. I don't think everyone's built like this. So, and to be blindsided by someone you thought was an ally. Well, not even an ally, just a friend. A neutral. To be attacked by a neutral out of nowhere. Yeah, maybe it's a little bit, done for dramatic effect, the 2 days of stomach pains, but I could see it. I just have to assume that not everyone is like me and you.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But just because I hardened my heart, the wounds are still there and are still very fresh. And that's just speaking for myself. I wouldn't want to speak for those in the community who were harmed in direct financial ways. I do believe that people can change for the better. I want to believe that Arturo can change for the better now that he's expressed his hopefully honest intent to. And I want to believe that the wounds will one day eventually heal. That's all I can say for today. I don't think much more can be said. I think that's a somewhat fair post. It doesn't feel like they're shutting Arturo out completely. It's just like, for now, go do your thing, and we'll see. We'll see where we land.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that.
That was a pretty good post, I think.
Yeah, I ain't mad at that post.
I think you disagreed with James and didn't flame him. Right?
Yeah.
Who knew you could do that?
Yeah, for real. I saw James's post about Arturo, so I looked at Art's profile. What the fuck is this? You ate a bagel and what? Do you think having breakfast absolves what you said and did? Am I bread to you? This is not even the barest apology, let alone actively making things right. Bagel posting, what the fuck, man? I mean, do you feel like he's being a little pedantic there?
But okay, maybe. But why would Art post that?
I know it's true. I guess because it's a Jewish bagel. It's stupid, but
that is stupid. Like,
I think both are stupid. I'll be honest. I think this response is a bit dramatic, and I think this post was a bit stupid.
that picture is just drawing out. Yeah, you're not gonna get any. That, if that was the only thing that Art said, I would think he's lying. I don't think he's changed, because there's no way you're accused of being a Nazi and you post a picture of change with a bagel. That to me is a troll. That's the troll. I wouldn't believe him if that was the only thing he showed. So yeah, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. That's that's the response he got in it.
But do you think that when you're making a post like this, where you're trying to find a way back in, do you think it's better to start small or just be like balls to the wall? Like, I'm sorry, here's what I've done wrong. And because he's done so much wrong for so long, it's not a simple case of I fucked up once, here's my apology, here's how I'm going to fix it. There's a laundry list of things that he's done. And in order for him to like be offered proper forgiveness, I guess it's got to be a slow burner. It's not something that will change overnight. So do you think his idea in posting that was like, I'll start small? I know posting a Jewish bagel does not mean that you're not racist, because that's so dumb. But do you think his line of thinking was, I'll start small and it's a harmless bagel and then I'll work my way up?
Maybe. Very bad idea. Yeah. You probably know about Mr. Girl, right?
Mr. Girl.
Yeah.
Where have I heard that before?
Okay, if you don't remember, it's good. You don't need to remember. Basically,
wait,
no one likes Mr. Girl. No. It's streamer world stuff.
It's not the girl that messed up the dog.
No. All right, this is a guy called Mr. Girl. Basically, no one likes him. Really fucked up individual. But what he used to do is do a phone-in show, and it'll be like, I can't remember what it was called, something like Hour of Hate, where he just got people that disliked him for what he did, talk to him for an hour, and just like ridicule him. I think that would help Arturo.
Oh, hey, Arturo, I'd love to host that.
Yeah,
I think that would be therapeutic for everyone.
You'd be surprised. I think a lot of people, rightfully so, are angry and outraged and want to do a bit more than vent. They want Arturo to either understand why what he did was so outrageous, or to make him feel the pain that they did. And I think they're both valid reasons to let that out. I don't know if it's going to make a difference, but it can't hurt.
Can't be any worse than where we are right now.
Exactly.
Then Ultra David went on to say, does this feel like a big step because you were intentionally boycotting bagels before? What is the connection between the conciliatory text and the bagel posting, other than having such strong hatred that you'd given up tasty treats because you thought they were too Jewish?
Did he actually boycott bagels?
I don't think. Did he? Can anyone confirm? Did Arturo boycott bagels because they're Jewish? Now, I know people that boycott certain types of like clothes if it says made in so and so country. So it's not unrealistic to think that somebody would boycott a bagel. Listen, I don't care how much I might hate you or where you're from. I'm not. If you got some good food, it's getting young.
Yeah.
I don't care. Just to be clear, I don't hate anyone for their race.
I would say it's very hard to boycott bagels and claim you weren't being racist. And that is, I think racism with words is something. Boycotting a cuisine from that country is fucking foul, bro. That's actually mad.
I don't know. Like if you're actually racist, then if you didn't like Japanese people and you saw like an onigiri, you just be like, I ain't eating that.
Yeah, but if I said, "Oh, I'm boycotting egg fried rice," that's crazy racist. No,
it is. It's committed. You're committed to the cause.
Yes, 10 toes. He's 10 toes. He's a 10-toe Nazi. Like, but yeah, that's great. Boycotting bagels. I didn't know that was a thing. I hope that's not real.
I hope so. But then it would make more sense as to why he posted it, right? He only posted the bagel because maybe there was a time on his timeline where he was shit posting bagels because they were Jewish.
That is okay. Maybe. Did you see what was his name? The first kind of Arturo stream with Rob TV.
No,
do you remember that stream? Yeah, basically from that stream, I understood that Arturo cannot read a room. He's been in a lot of rooms with people, but he cannot read the room. I think that was a clear evidence of him not being able to look at his surroundings and go, is this appropriate? Will this joke land? No, that would never land. It would never be okay if you're being told you're a Nazi, you not denying it, to be like, oh, I've got a change of heart. I'm eating bagels now. That's just no. Social social awareness is like that is smash level, bottom of the pile, smash level stuff. That's crazy.
If he doesn't have social awareness, then it's going to make his attempt at integration even harder, because whether it's like socially as it relates to Twitter or offline, he might just say something like very insensitive or just crazy and then be like, why is everyone getting angry?
Yeah, he won't get it. Yeah,
that's going to be it's going to be rough.
Yeah.
Lemon Tea, thank you for the 4 months. C4, are you a former DGG member?
Nope.
I would have had questions if you were. I would have been like, so do you know something we don't?
I watched Destiny.
Yeah, I watch him as well, but I don't like Destiny. Like I'm not a fan of his. But I watch him because I find it interesting to listen to how he rationalizes things and then argues back. I do think his style of debate is interesting. Like I have learned things from watching him debate, but I don't usually agree with the things that he's saying.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm trying to think of like anyone I watch because I think they're right. I watch stuff like Vegan Gains, bro. I watch crazy debaters. I watch Andrew Wilson, and I'm like,
is Vegan Gains still about?
Bro, he is the GOAT.
He's still about. My days.
He's gonna make me a vegan. I promise you. One day he's gonna say it. He's gonna say like the words that connect it. Because I understand like his arguments for veganism. He's basically correct.
Yeah, but okay, I've heard his arguments. I used to listen to it all the time, and I used to pull my hair out listening to it. But I was always like, I don't know if he's wrong. I just know that the diet makes me feel sick. I don't feel when I'm eating, I like to enjoy myself. Like I don't want to. Like I had this argument with my girl. I don't think vegan Gains is on the same wavelength as the vegans. He's not doing it because he cares so much about the animals. It's more just for health reasons.
No, he cares.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, a lot. Like I don't know if some of it's kind of like an act, but he's like, yeah, killing a cow is the same as killing a human in his mind. He actually just thinks there's no difference.
Really?
Yeah.
I know this is a very controversial subject for people, but I don't like it. Yeah, when people, this is going off topic. I really don't like it. Yeah, when you try flame me for eating a chicken or a cow. Right. Or sorry, not flame me for eating a chicken or a cow. I am not against people hunting for their food. So like if you're going to hunt for your own food and eat, whether it's because you're part of a tribe that needs to do that or because you just, like maybe like Joe Rogan, you go out and shoot an elk and eat it. I don't get the people that go to the supermarket and buy the chicken and cow, but get angry at the people that hunt their food. That shit always confuses me because I'm like, someone else did the dirty work for you and you're eating the chicken and you're getting angry at the guy that is out there hunting. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I've not come across those people. I'm happy because that does not compute. I think vegan gains is okay if you hunt to survive. He's really against like factory farming and stuff. Okay. So for necessity, he's okay with it. But yeah, bro, I've never seen someone care about animals as much as vegan gains, bro. Like, really? Yeah, he real cares. Really, like, if you haven't seen it, he has a debate with Destiny, and it's just Destiny makes people bite bullets. He is fucking chewing crowbars, bro. Like he literally bites down at every point. He's like, yeah, fuck it. A baby and a fucking antelope. They both got moral worth. It's mad. It's a mad argument.
So in his opinion, if there was a baby and an antelope and there was a bear coming, he would be confused of which one to save.
Yeah, from what I remember, yes, because there's something to do with consciousness where he's like, both animals are conscious, and most people only care about human consciousness. He doesn't make that distinction. He's like, they're both conscious though, right? And they're like, and you go, well, yeah. And he's like, yeah, both of them shouldn't be harmed. And it's like, why do you only care about human consciousness? Yeah. I mean, I just don't like people. I don't like things dying unnecessarily, full stop. Yeah. That's my position. Like, that's not cool.
Yeah. I have an animal bias. Like, obviously, like for me, dogs and cats are at the top of the hierarchy. There are friends, they live with us, like, and pets in general. Like I'll be honest with you, if I see a Komodo dragon, I'm not there thinking, oh, should we hunt? No, fuck that thing, man. That is a killing machine. If I don't kill it, it's gonna kill me. and I've seen how those things hunt. There's nothing in me that's like gonna feel bad. Now I'm not gonna go out my way to kill it. I'm not gonna go into the woods and be like, oh look, a dragon, let's kill it. But if it's coming at me, like if a dog's coming at me, in my mind, I'm like, I want to find the best possible way to not do harm. It's a dog. Unless it's like an American pit bull, then I have to fight like a grown man.
Yes, self-defense, isn't it? Like,
but a fucking Komodo dragon, man, it's my girl's favorite animal. And I'm just like, why? Those things are terrifying. Like I hate Komodo dragons because of the way they eat you and they like poison you and stuff. I'm just like, oh, fuck those things, man.
They're like the closest thing we've got to dinosaurs, no?
Exactly. I don't like these people are like, yeah, resurrect dinosaurs. Why? Have you not seen like Lost World? It always ends poorly.
Yeah, no,
I don't want to resurrect fucking dinosaurs myself. Wake up in the middle of the night and there's a rat at my window tapping. All that. Anyway, I don't even know how we got into this discussion about rats.
Yeah. My bad.
What was it? Okay, I think Twitter's confusing sometimes, man. You got to click on posting. That said, bagel posting would be a good gag in a cringe comedy about someone who doesn't understand anything or anyone. Anyway, I've never been good at keeping grudges. I'm open to doing better and I'm open to him doing better and hope to see it. But that takes actual substantial personal change, not bagels. Well, I mean, he's not against it, I guess. It's not the worst response in the world.
No, that it looked like it was going to be. It didn't look like it was going to end like that from the first two tweets, but that was pretty reasonable. Yeah, he's just saying, yeah, you don't have to read a room, but I won't hold a grudge. Show me that you changed. Fucking pretty normal take. Well, not normal take. Understandable.
What we're going to do is we're just going to read some of James's replies now, and then we'll start. I know there's some people waiting to come on and say their piece. So after I've read James's replies, then I'll start letting people on. Okay, so these are our responses that he's had to people. We've not met before in person, only interacted in your stream, yet I consider you a valuable mind and pillar of the FGC. Since you're urging folks to not be influenced by your words, what's the point of this besides sorely putting your feelings to paper? I don't want to assume. I made a promise to myself long ago when Art started falling down the rabbit hole that if he ever could break free and rehabilitate, that I'd be public about wanting to help him recover. But that was before he fell super deep into the hole, and I should have abandoned that. James is just a good guy, bro. He's a good guy. He's too much of a good guy for this community. Let me be I'm not talking about us guys here, but the FGC in general. It's just a community of there's a lot of hyenas on Twitter. At least Twitter. Maybe not offline, but online, James's kind of persona is like it's like what's the saying? Diamond in the rough. Like he's gonna get eaten alive out here.
Yep. Yeah. Like we let's all remember, James. I don't like trying to pull out like the popularity card, but James is big enough to ignore everyone. He gains nothing from doing this. Zero gain. Vegan gains to zero gains. Like there's no need for him to do that. He's only doing it because he's a nice person.
I really hope that it's not a situation where he decides that he can't take it anymore and he's going to go and do something else in another community, like, or just get a regular job or something. Because this is a lot, man. Like, I don't know if it's going to even stop. He's his last response to this was yesterday, so I don't know what and like I said, I messaged him earlier, but he didn't even read it, and he hasn't responded to you, has he?
No, I sent him he sent me like 2 replies all together about it. I sent him a voice note this morning, but because of time zones, I don't really think about, I'll just wake up tomorrow and it'll be there. But yeah, I think he's just been bombarded. I'm surprised he replied to me twice anyway. Like, mad replies.
You typed what you wanted to type, and now you have people making you feel bad after the fact. Stand by what you said instead of apologizing. I'm not denying anything I said. I'm apologizing for the things I didn't say and how much it did not explain my intentions well enough. I'm most expanded on my points and apologizing for mistakes. Yeah, he's really responding to everybody. Boy, it's crazy.
Real responses. This isn't like mass bot type of responses. He's really dissecting what you're saying. It's mad. Mental.
What's this? He's just crawling back because he failed at capitalizing as an ultra-right spokesperson, and God knows if he chooses to go down that path again, if he thinks it benefits him. You're a good dude for giving him a chance, James, but maybe that trust is misplaced. I'm not mad at that comment. Like, that's not necessarily like an aggressive comment. So I think it's a decent observation. And I'm ready to admit that. I'm not saying my opinion or reads are right. I'm just saying that I'll be watching very closely to make sure he's being genuine and be there as a voice of reason for him. It's going to take years before he could truly be trusted again, if ever at all. I mean, if he's going to sit on, if he's going to work on this for years, this could shave years off his career if he stays true to his word.
Yeah, he's going to be. I'm surprised he's not nuclear now. Like, he's got to be radioactive. Just from that message about art, I think he's fucking. Yeah.
Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $4.99. A lot of inclusive people on X were hounding Japan, calling it the most racist and misogynistic country in the world. More so with the new prime minister. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Did you see all that stuff going on when they ushered in the new prime minister?
No, didn't see it.
I think because from what I understand about the situation, there's been like the previous prime minister was like pro-immigration, and the Japanese people were not happy with it. I think because a lot of their like culture in general was being disrespected, and there was a lot of vandalizing. They were seeing a lot of crime rates go up, and they obviously don't like all of these streamers going over there, and like all these bans have now come in. Like, people can't travel. I heard that there was some sort of like ban put on China. I don't know how true it was, but there was like some sort of ban put in place, and then I saw this. Like news report, and there was this. I think he was Punjabi, and he was basically saying that I was born in Japan. Like, he speaks Japanese, family's from there, but they were like, "No, you gotta go. Like, you ain't Japanese. You gotta get out."
Wow.
I don't know if the news article was spinning, so the news video and the interview was spinning it in a way to make the prime minister look worse. That's just what I heard, that they've gotten to a point now where they're like, everybody get out. Like, and I saw someone else saying that your birth rates are so low that in like 200 years, Japan might not even exist anymore. And they were like, yeah, if we don't exist, then let us die in peace or some shit. Like, stop coming here. And I was like, I heard it. I was like, you know, I almost respect that.
I kind of respect it. I kind of cut your nose off to spite your face, but I get it. Okay.
Yeah, it's mad. It was something like they've got so many old people that are ready to like pass on, but not enough young people reproducing. And it was like the birth rate had declined some insane number. And this dude was estimating that in like, I think they said it was before 200 years, that very soon Japan just it would cease to exist. And even when I went there, I remember I was speaking to some dudes in the club, and they were telling me how a lot of Japan is moving inwards, and a lot of the outskirts of it, there's places that are just abandoned. And I always see these things come up with like really cheap houses where you can just go and buy this house because no one's there. And I'm just like,
wow,
the whole fucking island is what's that? Japan's just gonna disappear. Which obviously I don't want that to happen, but I guess you gotta respect it. If they want to go down on their shield, that's up to them.
Yeah, that is a crazy way to go. But if it's their choice, then fuck it.
Up to them, innit?
Yeah.
He is, but often. Oh, sorry. So this guy said he's a grown man, by the way, and he said he is, but oftentimes abandonment is what leads people down the wrong paths. I don't think it's wrong to want to keep fighting to get him to see the error in his ways. It was wrong to say I'm giving him a chance though before he's proven anything to anyone. He made mistakes usually teenagers or children make. He's in his 40s. I don't know. I feel he's way past proving anything to anyone. No place for him.
Didn't respond to anything fucking James said. Only factor in that message.
Literally nothing. No, okay, whatever. A guy like me would just mind my business and keep it moving, but that's very difficult to understand nowadays. Okay. This is the same post. But I thought everyone got their money from Maturino. I remember seeing that in the score esports video. So did everyone got their money in the end, right?
That's what I heard. I just don't know how accurate that was, but I did hear that. I feel it's true because we would have just heard people complaining about it. Still,
yeah. So for some reason, this person tagged James Chen but posted it in the Tekken community, and obviously James isn't in there. So
I saw this one. This one actually, the replies in this one are pretty fucking dumb. I didn't see this one.
Let's have a gander. I wasn't gonna say nothing, but I gotta get this off my chest. Your platform contributions or skill goes completely out the window the moment you start leaning into some harmful shit. What harmful shit did he lean into again? Like, if you are this, listen, if you're the person that typed this out, you're in my chat right now. I promise you, I won't flame you if you come on here. I promise you. I just want to ask you.
I will leave because I will leave if you come here. I will blame you, but I'll go away.
I just need to understand the mentality of people that write this stupid shit. Like, there's no way that you read through the whole post and you think that he's leaning into harmful shit. It's who is this?
That is I show speed with jury hair.
Anna, that's Anna's hair.
Oh, Anna from Tekken. That makes more sense. It's a Tekken player.
Yeah. With all due respect, James Chen, it's completely out of line for you to publicly accept Arturo on behalf of a community. He didn't do that. He didn't do that. Do you know what the worst thing is? This has got 13,000 views. 13,000 people read that and said, you accepted Arturo on our behalf. And then they will start.
In a Tekken community as well. That's pretty foul as well.
It's fucked up. This was purposefully put behind the community wall so that James couldn't respond.
So if you tag someone in the community, can they see it? I don't know how that works.
I think that sub communities are open because whenever I post in the Bleach community on here, people that are not in the Bleach community respond. But
okay,
I think in the Tekken one, I think you have to be a member of the Tekken community.
That's a nasty shadow tweet.
Yeah, it's James is just there. He's outside the club just watching people.
That's fucked up. Yeah, nah. Get me off. If that person comes on, get me off, bro.
No, you gotta stay here, man. You gotta stay. You gotta be composed. They won't come on. They're not gonna come on. Like, this is indefensible because it's a lie, first of all.
Yeah.
That never consented to that kind of forgiveness in the first place. Influence shouldn't grant absolution and got to do a better job of holding people accountable to their bullshit. I think people got to do a better job of reading.
Literally.
You have to read on Twitter. Like, you have to. We have to learn to actually read things. You can't just read things and make shit up in your head. And you know what? I would challenge anyone that is listening right now that agrees with this to come on here and tell us where he leaned into harmful shit, where he accepted Arturo on our behalf, and where he used his influence to grant absolution. I challenge you. Anyone that is from Twitter, Twitch, Kick, or YouTube that is listening right now that agrees with this sentiment, I challenge you to come on. C4, you have to let them speak as well. You can't just attack them. We've got to let them speak. It's better to let these people speak because these are the kinds of people where if you let them talk, they do the job for you.
You're right. You're right. It's okay. I've got a mute button. I'll stay on the stream, but I'll press the mute button when they're talking, and I won't come off mute until they're done.
Yeah.
I promise. Scouts on it.
Let's read the responses. I didn't read James's intention that way, but it definitely would have been wise for him to just build that relationship further behind the scenes. I don't see a way back for Arturo in the community, even if he's genuine about change. He'd have to go way above and beyond. Okay. Whole thing is fishy as hell. Okay. You know, I love when people say that. Like, what do you mean by that? Like, you sound like fucking Fred and Velma, but without the credentials.
It's just some people just want to be involved, don't they? They want to feel like they're part of something, so they'll just put any one-liner.
Yeah. Here it is. I can't reply to the tweet because it's in the Tekken community, so I'm just starting a new thread. This is so fucked up today. Let me tell you now, yeah. If you're watching and you do shit like this, shame on you. That's so lame, especially when you know somebody's getting dogpiled. You put a post behind a community page that they can't respond to. They just have to stand outside the gates and watch people flame them.
Yep. And you added James. So he knows you're talking about him, but he just couldn't. He can't reply to the people that are replying to you. That's deplorable. Actually, deplorable.
That's dickhead behavior.
Moist.
I can't reply to the tweet because it's in the Tekken community, so I'm just starting a new thread. You are absolutely correct. My intention was never to accept Arturo on behalf of the community or even to accept him at all.
Why? They weren't correct, bro. They weren't correct. There was each paragraph was a lie.
Yeah. He shouldn't be validating people just because there's a dog pile right now, man. It's got to stay 10 toes with this shit, otherwise they're gonna eat him alive. I tried my best to emphasize that he would still have to do a lot before I could even consider allowing him back, and it could take years for that. But I did not make that clear at all. The messaging was all over the place, so I get that that's what it sounded like I was saying. I definitely tried to make it clear that no one needs to agree with me at all, but in the end that doesn't matter because your point about the community still stands. The only people who can decide whether to believe Arturo or not are the victims that he has attacked and hurt. He has to reach out to them and make the effort to prove he's changed. I just want to believe to a thought that people can change. I never meant to imply anyone had to follow me in that belief. I really just didn't make any of that very clear, and that's on me. That's my fault. If you personally accepted him back, you shouldn't wait. Hold on. He did make it clear, though. The problem with what James is doing now, is he's being good guy James, but he's validating the people that are lying now. And it's making this whole situation murky. It's taken away from the fact that Arturo should walk a path of redemption, and putting it on now, we're validating people that can't read. It's so fucking stupid, man. Learn to read. God, it's so annoying. You have to read on this app, and there are so many people that are bad at it.
Yep. This is a man whose only option that they see is to surrender. He's just surrendering.
Yeah. Now they're calling him a pussy because of it.
He can't win. He's a spineless pussy. Like, or he can be a 10 tones fucking hate speech spreader because he's trying to reform art. Like, he just can't win. I just think I would have buried my head in the sand. But yeah, he's not doing that. He's openly just going like, throw stones at me, bruv. Mad.
He's a martyr.
Yeah. For art, of all people. Yeah. Fucking hell, bruv.
That's how it shows you how much of a good person he is. He's willing to go down for Arturo.
I will say this might be the strongest show of standing on principles I've ever seen in the FGC. Yeah.
Literally. If you personally accepted him back, you should have kept that to yourself. Instead, do you know what? This guy probably didn't read the document. He probably read the other person saying that. Then he read James saying, "You're absolutely right." So I can't even be mad at this guy. So if it was me personally, I would have read the document. Okay, but I don't hold everyone to that standard. But at the very least, I can grant him that one lie got peddled, James validated it, and now we're here.
Yeah. I agree.
Instead, you post it online, and by doing that, you start to spread the message of forgiveness for a scamming, racist, Nazi piece of shit. Now you're backpedaling like a bitch. Just shut up at this point. I wonder if this individual, people that are behaving like this, would actually talk to James like this in person. Not because James is a big scary guy, but it seems like dead internet theory almost. Like, we don't talk to each other like this in real life.
No, I also think maybe I played too many like social deduction games where you come across someone who's like softly spoken, that's very nice, and you start taking the piss out of them more than everyone else because they're like an easy target. I think James is a super easy target because he can say something, you can misconstrue it, and he will say sorry. He will say sorry for your reading comprehension.
Do you know who's like that? You know Kaiser plays Marvel.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's actually fuck that guy. He's too nice as well.
He's the nicest guy in the world.
Yeah.
I stepped on his shoes and he said sorry to me. I said to him, Kaiser, why are you saying sorry to me for? I stepped on your shoes.
He'll be like, oh yeah, sorry, I'll put my foot in the way of your traveling path. Like, yeah, he's that kind of guy.
I remember this must have been like 8 years ago. I said to him, stop saying sorry. Stop saying sorry. And he went sorry. And I was like, Kaiser, you're not listening, bro. Stop saying sorry.
Yeah, shout out to Kaiser. He plays an arsehole team in Marvel. We play zero, but yeah, outside of the game, he's fucking he's super nice actually.
He's
I
he's
forgot
a
about
top
Kaiser.
guy. Yeah, I saw him. I saw him last week, and I should. Well, I'm gonna see him on Wednesday because you know what happened.
Yeah.
All right, let me read the super chat. Lemon Tea, thank you for the 4.99. If his intention wasn't to get the ball rolling on forgiveness, then why post it publicly? If his intention wasn't to get the ball rolling, no, stay right there. We got to answer the tough questions. Then why post it publicly? I think his intention was to open discourse about forgiveness, but I don't think he's forcing anybody. There's nothing wrong with publicly saying that maybe we should forgive this guy, but he's not saying we should forgive this guy. He's just saying that I want to believe that he can do better. There's nothing wrong with putting that out there. So I think that's maybe like a secondary intention. I don't know if you have a different take.
I just don't think it's a real question. I don't think we ask this question of anything. When someone posts, I had beans on toast for breakfast, but none of us are going, why did you post that for? Like I said, I said this to Yaya the other day. It's like, why did you post that for? And he's like, because I wanted to. Because I did. It doesn't need to be a reason. It's Twitter. It's the timeline. When we start policing why people are posting stuff on the timeline, we're fucked. Because there's no good reason to do most of the stuff we do on Twitter.
No, that's true. I think if you peel back the layers, he's probably spoken to Arturo in private. He's probably seen another side of him that we haven't seen for many years. And he's probably tried to put out there that we should give people a chance to walk a path of redemption. But everyone that's saying that he is trying to accept him back on behalf of everyone else, they just can't read. There's no nice way to say it. They can't read, or they're reading things that other people that have posted, and those people can't read. Mm-hmm. That's my biggest issue of all of this. Like, my biggest issue in this whole situation is not even the flaming that James Chen has got. It's the reasons for the flaming, because he could have been flamed for the right reasons, but people are flaming him because they can't read. That's a big problem. Okay, like, this is a scene of adults, mostly. Most of the people that finished school.
Yeah.
There's a big problem there.
Yep.
I'm not backpedaling. Admittedly, it seems that way since my original post really did not express my intention well at all, and that is on me. And you are right. The mere posting of that clearly sends a message that I'm trying to convince people to forgive him, which I wasn't. See, James makes us look stupid when he does this.
He doesn't want. He wants to be the martyr. He doesn't want anyone defending him.
James, you can't do this, bro. I know. Listen, I would never try. I don't want to give James Chen advice. He's been here much longer than me, but I don't feel like he's doing a good job navigating this right now. It's like watching two different people. One of them is extending the olive branch, and then the other one is like, I get why they're saying he's backpedaling a little bit, because he's validating people that can't read, and then he's saying, "Oh, we should." No, we should, but I want to offer forgiveness. He's saying, I want to offer forgiveness. Then people are then responding saying, why should I forgive him? And then he's saying, oh, I'm sorry, my bad. And I'm just like, bro, what are you doing? Just tell them like it is, James. We need evil James now. You need an evil Ryu variant. Tell them how it is. Read a fucking book.
Yeah. We do need the counterpart, because I think we need people like James. But yeah, we need James needs a Finty.
Finn in this situation would be scorched earth.
That's what he needs. It's a duo. It doesn't work with just one or the other, because they get trampled over. Can you go back one on the Twitter thing?
What, as in back?
Yeah, I think I saw the person that. Oh, where did it go? I don't know where it went.
Lord.
Oh, I saw that. That's not what I wanted to see, but yeah. Oh no, fuck! I saw the person that proper triggered me. It was underneath the one you was just reading, but it might come back again.
Let's see. What, this the second one?
Yeah, the response from James, and one of the people that responded, I saw the profile picture and he gave me a flashback.
Let's see.
That's the one. That the Brian one. It's a short one. That
Is
one.
is that meant to be Tarzan or no? I guess not. Stop flip flopping back and forth like an idiot and just shut up. How disrespectful! Your mother should be ashamed of you.
The response, James, please. I know that's not. It's like watching Kengan. It's like, oh, his fighting style just can't beat this. That's what I see.
Yeah.
He's the grappler kid, and he's like, oh yeah, you're fighting fucking Fang. You're not getting in, bro. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. This matchup is bad.
If you actually think I've been flip flopping, you're not paying enough attention. I've been
got
paying
Sasuke.
plenty attention. Oh shit! What the fuck? I've been paying plenty attention. Don't try to hit me back with that when you're the one making all these stupid statements. Gotta love the Green Goblin gif. I'm not flip flopping. The original post I made very poorly. I made clear what my intentions are, so I've mostly been making that more clear. However, I've also learned a lot about the mistake I've made, and I'm learning from that. And I admit my mistakes and apologize. Bro, you set out to do something good. You don't have to apologize. This is sad. That's not flip flopping. That's learning and owning up to mistakes. My initial handling of my original post was so poor. So I've just been taking time to address everyone's concerns by clarifying or by apologizing. Now, before I read out this guy's response, I can only imagine that he's sitting there in his back cave, just seething at James even talking back to him. I can't imagine the people responding are rational people. You were doing a whole lot of flip-flopping and hoop jumping for the last day, and your posts were flooding my feed. I'm somebody that has been listening to you for years and years and was very disappointed that you even considered posting that trite. Appreciate you running it back, though, and hope in the future you can understand to not even consider backing their redemption. Hopefully, Justin Wong and others follow your lead. Is Justin Wong made a statement about this?
I haven't seen it. I think he was just throwing buzzwords in there.
Yeah. I do believe people could change. Well, do you know what? If they blamed Justin, I wouldn't even be surprised. Justin did a harmless vlog where he wasn't promoting anything. He just liked the food, I think, and they massacred him. I couldn't believe it.
That was. We've had a couple. I remember that one, and I remember when Smug kind of came back doing content, and he had like an AI generated thumbnail, and people were not happy.
Yeah, I thought that was so dumb, man. Like they were talking about the environment. I was like, oh fuck out of here, man. You don't care about it. Like you're spending your time hating on this guy because he made an AI thumbnail. Are we being for fucking real? Like I don't use AI thumbnails, obviously. I can barely use Photoshop, but I don't care if someone does. It's like it's not. I'm sorry, we're going into 2026, guys. Like I might not like a lot of the things that AI does, but it's here to stay. So you can flame people all you want. You can live in La La Land, but give it by 2030. I think a lot of actors are going to be out of jobs. I think AI is probably going to take over everything. I know that the Avengers trailer got leaked today.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, it got leaked, but it was on really shitty footage, but you could see what was going on. I decided to not watch it. And I saw this AI variant of it. And it was scrolling down my feed, and I thought it was the trailer because the AI was so sophisticated. I couldn't actually tell it weren't the actors until I later came to understand. I read the comments now. This is AI. This isn't the leaked footage. So AI is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. It's going to seep its way in. It's already being integrated into YouTube. Despite all the backlash, YouTube has now integrated AI into a bunch of things, and a bunch of creators are worried that their channels are fucked now because AI is going to take over everything. I don't know how badly it will affect my channel, but we just got to work around it. There's not much that we can do. I've seen AI art as well, and before I used to see AI art, and I used to be like, you can tell that's AI art. And now I see it, I'm like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, is that AI art? I can't tell anymore.
Yep, it's rough. I've heard. I remember I was like memeing in the group about AI commentary. I've heard AI commentary. It's coming.
Yeah,
it's coming. Yeah,
100%.
It's a thing.
Dave, apparently, I don't know if this is true. Apparently, Triple H and WWE are using AI to come up with storylines.
Wow, really?
Yeah, apparently. Well, that's something that they're going to start allegedly. I heard Stevie Richards talking about it, and then they ran they tested it themselves and they asked AI to come up with a 8-week storyline for Monday Night Raw, bro. The AI came up with this amazing storyline, and they were like, "This is better than what's on TV."
Oh,
Yeah, we're cooked. We are cooked. Like, I know people in the chat said it's valid to crash out over AI. I'm not saying you can't crash out over it. I'm saying that unless there's like some sort of like cataclysmic event that restarts everything, there's no amount of crashing out that's going to stop this AI train. There's just not. It's too late.
Do you remember that old broken tier top? It's the Sagat one. Where it's like, what was it? Patch, nerf, and then it was all crossed out, and then it just had adapt.
Oh yeah. I do remember that.
Yeah, we need to bring that shirt back because you need to adapt, bro. Adapt to AI because you can't beat it. After a couple of years, you're not going to beat it. So I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, people are using AI to like cook like meals for their families now. Like, it gives them recipes. It comes up with like date ideas. So like you don't know where to take your girl. Oh, my girl's into like this stuff and that stuff and that stuff. Can you recommend a spot in this particular area that I can take her? I watched this guy. Basically, I don't remember where it was on. It was on Twitter somewhere. He was basically wooing girls, and he was doing it with AI. So he was getting AI Riz, bro. He was getting minimal information on them, giving it to the AI. The AI was coming up with the best spot for them. Dude was getting laid. I was like, this is fucking crazy. So AI music as well. Have you heard the AI remixes to like hip hop tracks and stuff?
I've heard a couple. Like, now that it hasn't got the stupid robot voice, and yeah, it's getting good. It's good, bro. I remember when they had the first one with like Will Smith eating spaghetti. Yeah. Now I can't tell, bro. Now he might be a spaghetti enjoyer. I don't know, bro. We're fucked.
But I listened to a whole AI song. Didn't know. It came up on my.
Really?
I was listening to. I didn't know because I was listening to my anime playlist, and I had it on like random because you know when you say "Hey Google" when you're driving and then it picks a song, you ask it to pick a song, but if you leave it playing, it just starts playing music from YouTube. And I said, "Hey Google, play me Stand Proud" from JoJo's whatever. So it played the whole song out, and then it went on to another song. And it was this like anime remix of like 50 Cent and like some sort of anime tune. And I was like, when did 50 Cent start doing music like this? And it sounded so good. And so I looked at my history and it said created by some whatever software. And I was like, what the fuck? There was no stutters, there was no mistakes, everything flowed perfectly. And I was like, yeah, we're cooked. Musicians are cooked as well.
Yeah.
Skynet, boy.
I'm adapting, bro. I don't know about you guys. I'm adapting.
No, I'm adapting. I'm adapting. I will not use AI for date ideas. I think that's fucking scummy.
Yeah, no, that. Yeah, I remember when people were like, when Finn was saying about that Jason Montoya using Grok or something for his debates. I've heard that a lot, bro. That was before that. People have been doing that in real debates. Like, I typed this into ChatGPT and it said this. Like, people using that like how people used to say, "Oh, I wikied this."
Yeah.
Like, it is what it is. I don't get mad at it. That's how I adapt. I don't get mad at it. Fuck it.
Let me read some super chats and then we'll get back to this. 2022, thank you for the $5. James is trying to display a level of compassion and fairness that is incompatible with Twitter. I respect the effort. Very American. Yeah, I don't know about very American. It's
You had me until that bit. Oh, much. You know what?
Well, to be fair, we're Brits. Maybe we don't. It doesn't translate for us.
True.
Is it the American way to be forgiven?
They got Thanksgiving.
I don't know. Do you know what? Twitter has cooked my perception of America. It just looks so scary that I don't. Do you look like the most least forgiving place right now?
Yeah, I've been to America a couple of times, and I'm like, James Chen is 1 in a million.
Oh yeah, that's what I get from it. Also, just with like how like politics are split everyone, it doesn't seem like people are willing to listen to each other anymore.
Yeah,
but I understand the sentiment. I'm with you with all the other things. Lemon Tea, thank you for the $5. C4, do you have any criticisms of the way James posted this, or do you think everyone is stupid and misunderstanding him?
It's hard to tell because I've only seen the edited version, but I will say all the criticisms seem like a reach. I think if you read his message at face value and you don't skip, then there's not really a criticism other than make it TikTok readable. He did too many paragraphs. I guess that was the ChatGPT version of the summary was very good. So yeah, he could have made it shorter. But my criticism would be that, oh, you need to cater to morons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem is, though, is that if he made that document shorter and left out a lot of the context, I think it would have been worse, because the people that don't like reading for long will be able to digest one paragraph and then get even more angry. They're like, no, I read the whole thing. There's nothing in there. Blah, blah, blah. So I think it was he was selling it to the wrong crowd.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't... There's been other times when I've thought James shouldn't have said this or he said it incorrectly. But this one, I honestly think if you read the context, I don't know how you can come up with statements that people are saying about you're with like someone who spread hate. Like, I don't get it. There's just so many incorrect statements about his statement. I don't even know where to start. Yeah, it seems all dumb.
Tom, thank you for the $5. Hey, watch the MLK WWE promos. They have more than WWE promos for the last 5 years. I saw that, bro. I saw MLK come to the ring. It looked really good as well. He got in the ring and he was like, I had a dream, and that dream is dead. And the crowd are like booing. And then Abraham Lincoln came out and he was like, you've lost your way, MLK. I was like, what is going on? It only gave it away that it was AI when they started like fighting, and then it was all like, it was sort of off. They weren't hitting each other properly. It was crazy. Yeah, type in MLK WWE promos. The promo is pretty good. Like, it's a heel version of MLK, so he's a bad guy in it. And he's just like, he's shitting on his own dream. And he's like, you people ain't worth it. It's really funny.
Shit. Okay.
Yeah, well, okay, what we'll start doing now is we'll start letting people jump on. So I don't know if people are still waiting, but I'll send the link out. Let's see. There's a couple people.
Can I go grab a drink real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, cool.
Those Mr. Bro,
while I'm getting my drink.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I saw an AI generated interview of Muhammad Ali and Bruce Lee, and I thought it was real. It even had the camera effect from like the 70s or whenever. It looked so real, and I was sitting there watching it, thinking, when did Bruce Lee and Muhammad Ali do this interview? I was like, what the hell? And I was watching. I was like, let me check the comments. They were like, this would have been really cool if it happened. I was like, oh man, we're so fucked. So I get everyone being angry about AI. I really do. I get it, but people are going to have to learn to adapt. I know Hypnotic has just sent me a link to a game that is completely AI generated. I'll check it out in a little bit. But yeah, no, we're gonna have to. I don't know, man. Like, AI's become so sophisticated that you see things now, and you're like, Urban Boy made a video of me eating a sandwich, and I stopped and I was like, when did I eat a sandwich on the street? I didn't even question that it was AI. It looked so real. I was like, I toast my sandwiches. Then I was looking at it, I was like, that's not me. That's fucking AI. I had to tell my friends that that's not me dancing in Urban Boy's videos. There's no footage of me getting up out of my chair and dancing. And they were like, really? We just saw it here, and they sent me the video. I was like, bro, that's not me. That's Skynet. It's crazy. We've crossed the line. Have I got any chocolate left? I do eat on stream every now and then. I've sent links out to people that want to join the conversation, so check your DMs. If you want to join in and have something to say on the Arturo James Chen situation, then send me a DM on Twitter or on Discord, and I'll put you on the call. There's not a long line for people that are asking. There's not a long line of people waiting, because there were people waiting before, but then me and C4 started talking for like an extra hour, so I think they went. So there's quite a few. There's not that many people queued up right now. Also, when I bring people on, I'm gonna try and limit it, depending on the conversation, to about 7 minutes each. So it's not going on for too long, so we can get more people. I won't be joining. I learned my lesson. I just listen. Yeah, AXD always gets unlucky with the wait time. Oh, okay, C4 will be 5 minutes. How do you like my book? Your book? What book? Sorry, guys. I got very hungry. Tonton, thank you for the $5. AI, no matter how good it gets, it's still going to have a certain audience for certain people, just like any form of entertainment. Just got to step up. Do you know what? I actually disagree with that. I think that AI is going to get so sophisticated and it's going to be so cost effective for some industries that it's not going to be for a certain audience. It's going to turn into something that we have to accept. There's so many companies now that are having to have conversations with their employees about AI integration, and some of those companies are saying right now that your job is secure. With the rate that AI is progressing right now, you better make yourself a lot of money while you still can, or make yourself indisposable. You have to have a certain skill set that it might take AI longer to acquire, because if you're just one of the spokes on the wheel, you better have a savings account. That's the way I'm looking at it right now. I told my girlfriend, we were driving, I said, babe, we should live every day like we're homeless, because the way things are going, we just don't know. That whole Skynet Judgment Day thing, I don't think we're far off. Maybe not Judgment Day, but I don't think we're far off. The machines coming in and everything changing. What did you send me, Finn? Oh, sorry, I forgot that I even put that in there. Yeah, no, I put that up, Finn, because I would like you to write a book. I think a book written by you would be hilarious. AI still makes too many mistakes to be considered on par with professionals. Yeah, for now, but the technology is progressing at an insane rate, and that's only what they're showing us. Don't forget, like they show us certain things. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes. We're the little people on the ground. We don't know what the government's got behind closed doors. We don't know what Elon is cooking up. We have no idea. So the way I'm looking at things is live every day like you're gonna lose your house the next, and save as much as you can. Obviously, like you gotta have a good time. I'm not saying that, but people should not be reckless with their money, man. I really think that AI is going to progress so quickly in the next couple of years that people have to really be vigilant. Can you believe there was some lunatic that thought we were going to get Soul Calibur 7? Yeah, why would anyone say that? Feels like we're going to hit a wall. Not enough electricity to sustain the amount of server warehouses needed for mass AI use. They are already cutting corners to skirt regulations and energy levels. For now, I remember when the idea of like us going beyond floppy disks was like, whoa, really? We can go beyond floppy disk? Bro, humans will find a way. If there's one thing that I've learned about people is that they will find a way to make it possible at some point. We might not be here anymore when they do, but they'll find a way. Guarantee you. To our detriment.
Learn a trade.
Yeah, I think a bunch of people sent me messages to jump on, but I think we yapped for so long. I don't think they're here anymore. So I'll give
bad.
people like it's not even your fault. There was a lot to cover there. I'll give people like 10 minutes to respond. If not, then we've pretty much covered everything.
Yeah, I would like Lemon to jump on because I think he's the only one checking me. Because like I said at the start, I'm a little bit biased to James, and if my bias is showing more than my logic, I would like it to be brought out. So
yeah, Lemon Tea, if you want to jump on, feel free. I would really love for the people that are like vehemently against James to jump on it and speak on it, because I understand like being against Arturo, but the way James has been treated is fucking deplorable, bruv. It's actually deplorable.
And oh man, I wish I watched Naruto properly. I don't have to do the fucking summoning jutsu, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Summon Tope. We should summon Tope.
Oh boy. I should message him.
I think it would be a good idea. Like, not even just for the entertainment value. I just want to know what he thinks about the situation, because I don't know who he would be on side with. Maybe he's not on anyone's side. Maybe he thinks they're both morons. I don't know. But yeah, I would like to see what he thinks about James's statement on art and on art's change of heart.
I don't know what. Do you know what Tope's at is? I don't actually know what it is. But he's got it saved. He misses Tope. He misses him.
You know what's legit? I always want to watch he streams on Twitter, and because of the time zones, when I wake up for work, he's ending his like streams. I want to go in there one time just to see. I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch the VOD. I want to be there live. Let's have a look.
FGC Iconoclast, can you hear us?
Yep, can you?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
How's it going? My mic okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
It's good to talk to you guys again. It's been a while. I just want to say, normally I have a bit of a disagreement with C4 on a lot of things, but I think he's spot on here. This time around, I will say that, I mean, I'm not the biggest James Chen fan ever, but what I will say is he is a genuine guy who cares about the scene, and he's been in the scene for at least 25 years. And the way people are attacking him now has kind of made me realize that the generational gap in the FGC, especially nowadays, is insane. For example, the average person on Twitter has probably not gone to a local who's talking to, you know, about these situations. They probably haven't gone to a local, right? It's more of an old school thing. Less and less people go to locals. Locals not getting as much attendance. Very common thing now, right? At least here in the UK. And I would say that what we're starting to see is a big generational gap. A lot of these people, they obviously COVID wrecked the FGC. I'll be honest, it kind of did wreck us a little bit. And they can't forgive people like Arturo. They don't have that ability, because for them, this person is like everything that they stand against. And because of that, it doesn't matter what they've done. It could have been the smallest thing. They're always going to be against that person, right? Whereas back in the day, you'd have someone, they check you, and you'd be like, okay, yeah, maybe I was wrong there. You'd have that kind of discourse where you could argue on something. Maybe one person was right, one person was wrong in the end, but you could still find some middle ground there. These people, the younger generation, at least in my experience, they cannot handle conflict. And it doesn't matter what it is. If you're a Nazi to them, you're going to be a Nazi to them forever. And it doesn't matter if you make everything you do in the future. It doesn't matter what you do. You could be the nicest person ever after being a Nazi for 10 years or whatever. For them, you're still, Hitler, essentially.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah. And I just want to give an example of the clear hypocrisy here. A few, I think it was 4 or 5 months ago, correct me if I'm wrong, we had the situation with Umisho in Guilty Gear. And I'm not part of the scene anymore. I was a plus R player, but I'm not part of the Strive scene at all. And one thing that I saw happen, and I'm sure a lot of people noticed it as well, is there was a lot of like playing with the kid gloves, if you get what I'm trying to say, in regards to that situation. A lot of tournament organizers didn't speak out about this person being allowed to compete, despite them doing some truly reprehensible shit, like way worse than what Art has done, in my opinion. Right? Yeah. Could have ruined someone's life, essentially. And they were allowed to compete. Obviously, I think they won a tournament as well after they got, all this stuff came out about them. So then you have, on the opposite side of the spectrum, I'm going to defend him again, Infiltration, who got cancelled by a lot of the behind the scenes, more the popular FGC figures like Ultra Dave is a good example, who was super against this guy. And what happened was everyone, attacked this guy, attacked him, you're this, you're that, whatever, without all the information there. And now, obviously, years and years later, we've seen, it's probably a lot more there than we thought. And maybe this guy shouldn't have been banned for essentially his life. I think he's a political streamer now or something like that. Like he has nothing to do with the FGC anymore. he's like one of the goats of fighting games. I don't think anyone has disagree with that, right? And that's what I'm trying to say. Like this clear distinction between the younger generation and the older generation has really created like almost like a rift. And it's very hard for people like James Chen, who've grown up probably 20 years before these younger guys were in the scene. He was at Chinatown. He was at all of these old school arcades where the scene was really built and like cultivated. All of these guys who are new in the scene, they don't know about all of that stuff, and I'm seeing it as a clash, if you get what I'm trying to say, between the two.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think it's a fair comparison. I feel when it comes to anything with a person in Strive, it's just said Strive. People just say Strive is fucked, not an individual. Where with Infiltration, because he was in a game where I guess it was like just had a lot of normal people in it with Street Fighter. There wasn't many people that were cancelled in Street Fighter. I can only think of Infiltration, I guess LTG, and Guilty.
Cereblast.
Oh yeah, they did get banned for a bit, didn't they? Yeah. Cereblast as well. Yeah,
but I and Guilty was another one. But yeah, I know what you mean. It was more like it was less common for them.
Yeah.
Whereas with the Strive scene, you're seeing a lot more. At least nowadays, you're seeing a lot more like degeneracy. I guess you'd say.
There's definitely a generational thing. I do feel that it's more the newer generation that are trying to push like people getting cancelled. But the responses I heard about Art were all people that have been around for years. Yeah,
I saw that as well. I noticed that as well.
Yeah, but I do see what you're saying. I don't know if I have the stance that Twitter is real life. I look at it and go, people in real life don't act like this, but there are a lot of real life people on this app and they navigate the world through it, which is kind of worrying because like we've been saying, the things they say on Twitter, they wouldn't say in real life. Well, in person, I should say. But if they don't go offline, this is them. This is them. So they can literally cancel you from going to a tournament that they're never going to go to. Just because
that happened. Like you. I mean, we saw that happen with Infiltration, right? He was going to get invited to some German tournament, I think, last year or something. Right. And I think it was within the space of like a day, you had like 15, 16 people just calling, oh no, you can't let this guy compete, whatever. And it just got shared. And this tournament was forced to like essentially not allow him to compete years after. So yeah, I mean, I agree 100%. Another topic I want to bring up, if it's all right, if I have the time to, is I don't want to keep other people waiting, but this whole idea of marginalization in the FGC. At least for me, growing up in the scene, I've been in the scene now for like 15 years. So at least for me, especially when I was actually attending locals when I was younger, I never really saw this like separation of people. You had a gay guy playing with a black guy, playing with an Asian guy, playing with in my local, we had a super conservative guy who was playing with like hardcore liberals, right? Everyone was playing. It wasn't really like a political thing. But what I'm seeing this like mentioned a lot in this discussion about with James and especially with Arturo, with like how he's like taking this marginalized section of the FGC, and I just never saw it here in the UK. I never saw like gay people getting attacked for being at FGC tournaments or black people being attacked for being at FGC. At least here in the UK, for me, almost all of my local, the black guys, I was part of the minority as a white guy. So I don't see it. I really don't understand why people keep talking about these marginalized groups in the FGC. I don't understand if they're bringing the real world shit into the FGC or if it's actually these people are being marginalized. Because at least for me, the people who I've been hearing about getting marginalized, sorry, my alarm's gone off. The people I see getting marginalized in the FGC are people who are like more conservative, right? I mean, I heard about this Christian guy who was banned from a tournament because he refused to use someone's pronouns or something like that. I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was something like that. And it might have been Smash. It might have been Smash. But yeah, I just never saw that growing up. And modern day, that's very common. Like you read about it all the time. Okay, this person's not allowed to compete because they refuse to use this person's pronouns or blah blah blah. It's just all this separation. We're kind of creating like these little boxes and putting everyone in these boxes. And you have to be in this box, otherwise you can't play with these people. And it's like I never got into the FGC and thought it would be a political thing, right? I was just here to play games, hang out with people who share the common interest, right? It's kind of the whole thing. We all enjoy playing fighting games. We like the competition. Mm-hmm. And that was the core thing. But now it's kind of like, oh, you're in this clique, especially in the Strive scene. I mean, I have friends who are in the Strive scene. I myself am not a Striver, but I have a lot of friends who still continue to play Guilty Gear, even though they're not the biggest fans of Strive. And a lot of them have told me, like, honestly, I go to these locals, I play, and I just leave. I don't want to deal with the drama and all of the constant bickering between people. And it was never like that, at least from when I was growing up.
It wasn't like that for me. I know
It wasn't like that at all.
the people that I know might probably know, like Zakuta Bacon.
Yeah.
Like,
Izanami.
yeah, exactly. Many names, but we know who we're talking about. That person was the most. I think what happened was the word minority and the word marginalized got mashed together. So we've always had a minority of like a group. We've always had that. Like you said, I remember Tenrai being like the only white person playing KOF in the heart of gaming.
Right, exactly.
But it never seemed like it was odd. It was just, these are all KOF heads. They're all SNK fans. That's it. We never really like the cringe thing. I didn't see color, or I didn't know people's politics, and probably until Strive. But one thing that happened with Strive that I guess I will defend is that the generation that it brought in were marginalized. They weren't marginalized in the FGC. I think them being marginalized in real life.
Outside of. Yeah. I get you.
And
okay.
I think they came into Strive with their backs against the wall saying, well, it happened in real life. It's probably going to happen here. It doesn't justify their actions, but I think that's what's happened. And it is cool in a way that a fighting game specifically did that for a group of people. I don't know. I don't like how they've weaponized it, though. I don't like how they've weaponized Strive.
Sorry, carry on. No,
I don't like how they weaponized it. Yeah,
I agree. I was just going to ask, do you think that the reason they weaponize it is because they think it's a way that they can get more control in the scene, or do you think they're just doing it because it's kind of what they do outside of the scene? Because I've had a lot of people who think that it's kind of, they're bringing what they do, at protests or whatever, to the scene and not keeping it, outside of the scene, if you get what I'm trying to say.
I think their perceptions are warped, bro. Do you remember we had somebody come on here and we were asking questions, and they were like, this is why people don't come on here, because all you do is attack. And I was like, and no one's attacked you. I've literally just asked you questions, and the assumption was that I hated them because they were trans. And I was like, I haven't said anything. Like, I don't care that you're trans. I might call you an idiot because you're an idiot, like not because you're transgender. And to me, it seems like you're right in what you're saying. That they've taken things that might have happened to them elsewhere, maybe other gaming communities or in real life or whatever, and they've brought it in here, and they immediately think that, maybe they see my cross and they're like, yeah, I'm going to get attacked. And I'm just like,
yeah.
If you have a victim mindset, everybody's going to look like a predator to you. Like, everyone's going to look like they're out to get you. And I can't see through that lens, despite my skin color or whatever, because I feel like once you start looking at the world like that, everything turns into a problem.
I think this kind of circles back to the generational thing, because let's be honest, the modern generation of fighting game players, at least the younger guys, they kind of grew up in an era where the media was pumping so much propaganda and like bullshit down their throat. It was everywhere, right? I mean, we saw what happened from 2018 to even now. Legacy media was just going crazy in terms of the indoctrination, all this kind of stuff. You have to believe like this or you get fired from your job, all this kind of stuff. And I feel sorry for a lot of these guys because they've kind of been raised on that belief, right? Whereas at least when we were growing up, or at least from my case, I didn't really have the media really have an influence on me. It really wasn't that big of a thing when I was a teenager. I mean, I'm 29 now. So when I was like 14, 15, 16, when I was really in the FGC at its like heyday, I would say, I didn't really see, people have many opinions on politics, right?
Yeah.
Now, if I was to go to like a local, let's say I was to come London, 90% of the time I would at least be overhearing politics, right? I would probably be hearing it, even if I'm in a space where people are talking about fighting games. You're going to hear it like sneak its way in there. And I don't blame these people because it is kind of like the way they've been raised, really, by the TV, by social media, this kind of thing.
I was going to say, to go to your point and back to what Mike was saying, I think I used to feel like that with Strive. I think now though, maybe I've been influenced with fucking the Chad and James Chen vibe of like, you know what, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. I think with Strive, it's a case of when I started to play fighting games, I would retroactively go back. So I started in like Cross Tekken or whatever, and I would look at Marvel 3 and I'll be like, oh man, I wish I was there. That's my kind of vibe. Like people trash talking, not punching each other. That's a bit too far. But yeah, like IRL Binacoms, not a fan of that. I guess it would have been funny if I was there, but not cool. That kind of atmosphere is what I wanted. And I remember when Dragon Ball came out, I was like, we're going to have that Marvel vibe for this generation. It didn't really happen. It was different. It was good. It was a different.
Yeah, the scene was popping. The scene was popping. I remember, especially in the first few years.
Yes,
it was similar vibe.
Very, very epic. But it wasn't the same. Like I didn't go to any some places I could go to, or certain people I could trash talk, but I wouldn't trash talk everyone because it wasn't like the atmosphere. And I think when Strive came out, those people that gravitated to the aesthetic, it kind of being a new game where it was so far removed from old Guilty Gear, it was like, oh, this is like a brand new, like this is a fresh plane, like anyone can join this. This is cool. What happened in my mind was that they went, this is, now that we're not the minority, we're the majority. And they wanted that to be their safe space. And I kind of sympathize with that. Hence why they were very protective over it. Hence why they were like, you're an arsehole. We fucking disown you. Go away from our scene.
Yeah, I get you.
I understand it. Again, I think they weaponized Strive to do their like bidding. But I understand this is our home and we want to keep it safe. We don't want people we disagree with or riffraff coming into our home, which is Strive.
I see what you're saying. I think one of the major like kind of like light bulb moments for me, at least in regards to Strive, because I played the game for like the first 6 months or whatever, but you played very casually. I didn't really take it too seriously or anything. And I remember it was about a month or so after Testament came out. I was talking with another Plus R player on Twitter about some Oki I found with Testament. I referred to Testament as he. Because you know that's that's what he was called in the games. I never played the Strive story. I was just
big ass robot. You know, Testament was a big ass robot. Like
so I called him. Well, I think I used him actually. I was talking about his Oki anyway, and I literally had maybe 3 or 4 people DM me because of that. I have my DMs open on Twitter. DM me saying, you know, kill yourself. You know, you can't misgender this person. It's like, and I was sitting there thinking, I had to take the screenshots of Plus R, like the story mode of other characters referring to him as Cliff's son, just to prove to these people that was in the game before Strive. And the amount of people that I got blocked by, or you know, I think that was the big moment for me to just realize, this isn't for me. This scene isn't for me.
I believe you. I've seen other cases like when that character came out, androgynous non-binary character. They were Testament to me. That was it. I didn't play Plus R, but I knew the lore. Same with like Bridget. I was like, you know what? If that's where it is now, I read a lot of comics. I see you know, the lore of characters change. Fine, whatever. I think they're going way overboard in protecting the new lore. But again, it is a case of this is their safe space, and you denying that can translate to you denying them.
I get that. One thing I'm curious to see is now that Japan's kind of gone a bit more traditional in their like, at least in their politics, and I think they're trying to like make a move towards making Japanese game devs, you know, not have to adhere to Western customs or whatever. I think they were like censoring things because in the West it would be seemed offensive or whatever. I think they're going to go maybe take a step back on that. I'm interested to see in the next few years the fighting game releases we get, in particular the anime stuff, if they're going to kind of stay on this more like, I wouldn't say radical left, it's more like leftist take on Guilty Gear. Because if we do get another Guilty Gear game, and I hope we do, that actually plays like a Guilty Gear game, I would be very interested to see if they're going to keep that in. Because I know in Japan, especially from talking to other Plus R players, there's a big controversy with fans of Bridget because I think Bridget was originally an Otokonoko character, which is like a man that looks like that's supposed to dress like a woman or something. It's something like a cultural thing in Japan. And they had a really big like conflict in Japan with the Western viewpoint on the character or something like that. I'm very interested to see where they go on that because I'm not sure if they want to please the Japanese fans or the Western fans. I assume that Guilty Gear is more popular now in the West than in Japan.
Yeah, Strive, I would say so. Yeah,
Strive.
Yeah.
Because I when I watch tournaments, like if I watch either whatever, I'll watch the top 8, and I very rarely will see like a Japanese flag.
Yeah,
yeah, that's true.
There was like a documentary sort of thing when they were talking about they actually referenced the poison. They referenced the poison situation where poison is which way is it? Is it that
I think
they're a man in the West?
I think so.
Yeah, I think there were a man in the West, a woman in the East. The reason they did the change was because they didn't want in the West. They didn't want men beating up women.
Right.
Hence why poison was
okay.
Yeah. And I remember they referenced that, and when they talked about Bridget, I think the law was that Bridget was in a clan where they couldn't have twin boys, or it was a bad omen. So they pretended that their son was a girl.
Yeah. That is the law. From what I remember, it is like they kill the child if it's not a specific. Is it a boy? I'm trying to remember what it is. It's been a long time since I heard the story, but yeah, I remember. Yeah.
And then the Strive law, they just said no. Fuck all that. Fuck all the reason behind it. They just wanted to be a girl, and now they're a girl. And
so it's kind of like a retcon.
Yeah, it's basically a retcon. And like I said, I read comics and I watch Marvel. My whole life is retcons. I always go, "Oh, this is the origin story," and it's like, "Yeah, it was 2 years ago. We've updated that. That's not how it is." So I just move with the times. It is frustrating in terms of how vehemently they are like, no, this is the law now, and it's like, whoa, it's not that deep, but to them I think it is deep, because the reason that Strive is their like kind of sanctuary is because of the relatability of characters. And again, relatability of characters doesn't work with me. I don't have to pick a character because they're black. It doesn't, but I understand that's how some people
some people like the representation, right?
Exactly.
Again, I'm completely fine with representation in fighting games. I'm not this kind of like fighting game Nazi who only wants like straight male, white characters, whatever. I just think it has got a bit overboard recently in terms of that. It seems like they're trying to force diversity into the game, which is fine.
Yeah.
It's just, don't take away those characters that you previously created. Why not just put in a new character that fits that archetype?
Bring back my ancient ogre.
Exactly. What happened? I mean, I'm a Tekken guy, so I agree 100%. I don't know what they're doing.
You have to understand that
Josie, man.
Sick to my stomach when they slapped an ancient ogre story on her. Sick to my stomach. I will die on that hill. But just before we wrap up this conversation, I know that we're talking about this new generation of fighting game players and this being their safe space. We also have to acknowledge that the world is changing as well. And a lot of their line of thinking is being validated by governments. And I wanted to pull up this statistic just to show you guys, or these statistics rather. In the UK right now, this is data from dating back to 2023. We've had over 12,000 people arrested for online comments. And although in the US, it's not anywhere near as bad yet.
Wow. I mean,
things could change, but this is pretty crazy. I mean, just like the UK, Belarus, and Germany really dominate that, and it's kind of scary. Russia's got bigger problems right now, but this is
we're double second place.
The thing is, mad. We call them a dictatorship. The UK government calls Russia a dictatorship with only 400 arrests a year, and we have 12,000. That's insanity. Yeah.
This is from data from 2023, so. Yeah, and this, we don't know what the figure is because it says plus here. So we don't actually know what the figure is for this. And the criteria for being arrested for saying things online is starting to like really become, before it was like, oh, you said this crazy thing online. And we still might be like, are you really going to arrest them for it? But now it's like, you called someone a Muppet. You might be in trouble. You might be in trouble.
I'm getting fired. 100%.
Oh,
I'm losing
man.
my
Yeah.
job.
We need to bring on the next person, bro. So I appreciate you
No
being
worries,
on.
it's all good. It was nice talking to you guys.
Good talking
No
to you,
worries,
man.
Take care.
Cheers. Take care.
Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah.
crazy, man. Over 12,000 people have been arrested for shit they say online.
Next year, I'm just posting YouTube content on my Twitter. you're not going to see any opinions on my Twitter, bro. It's just literally YouTube videos of Token or Invincible versus.
Bro, that's why I don't get into I get into arguments with people on Twitter, but I try to keep it as respectful as
You do.
possible. Because at any point, I could just get a knock on the door, and they're like, "Oh, so
Yeah.
you posted this comment, and you told this person to shut the hell up," and they're upset about it, and I'm like, and I can't say anything now because 12,000 people have been arrested. So why are they going to listen to me? I can't be like, "Are we being for real?" I'm just gonna have to put my hands out and,
Yeah.
hey, babe, I'll be here in 3 months. I'm sorry. What can I do?
Wild, man. Yep.
But
Downhill.
let's see. Lemon Tea, thank you for the 4.99. Nobody cares about forced diversity. The character changes are just bad. Look what they did to my boy Paul's hair. It's about bad designs 100%.
He dropped the gel.
I
Got
definitely
funny
think
hair now.
I think people care about the forced diversity stuff. Like Bridget's been a big talking point even outside of Guilty Gear. I've heard Bridget brought up 100 times because of the transgender thing. Like whether people agree or disagree with it. So I definitely think people care.
I think the levels of people fighting for it is bigger than others. Because I remember when this happened in Marvel, and they brought, Marvel did. They called it something gate. I can't remember what the word was, but that's when they brought Miles Morales, new Miss Marvel instead of Carol Danvers, the old one. Where they literally just swapped up the whole cast of the Avengers with new characters with diversity stuff, right? Ironheart, everyone hates Ironheart. Like, no one likes Ironheart. Yeah. They did the whole She-Hulk, even though She-Hulk's been around for a while. They tried to make She-Hulk the new Hulk, and then they done a show, and nobody liked it. There was in the comics anyway, there was massive shitstorm with people like, why are you taking away our characters? The fucking Falcon being Captain America. People fucking hated that.
I remember that.
Captain America's not black. It's like, sure. I mean, but he's his boy, bro. Like, it's his boy. He's like he's almost his sidekick. If Captain America's gonna go, who's gonna give it to? His right-hand man? No. People did not like it that Captain America's black. So
yeah, I remember. I remember at the time I was buying loads of different comics, and Dell just brought up in chat the Asian Hulk. I remember reading that comic, and I was like,
Amadeus Cho.
Amadeus Cho, that was it. Yeah,
I like Amadeus Cho. I think he's
but
cool.
The concept of bringing in an Asian Hulk, I remember at the time people were like, "Hey man, what are you doing?" I remember when Miles got flamed, and initially I didn't like Miles very much either, because I was just like, he's just Spider. He's Peter in Harlem. He's just Peter with sneakers on. Like he's not a real character. They fleshed him out a bit more now. Now he's a bit more different. But initially, I was annoyed as well because I remember when they started the whole Superior Spider-Man thing, and Peter had just died, and I was like, did you just kill Spider-Man and then replace him with a half black, half Latino Spider-Man? Like, do you not understand the optics of this situation? And I remember people talking about online, and I stayed out of the conversations. I was like, I don't want to get involved in this. But even me, I was like, yeah, I bought a couple of the comics to see. I was like, let me give him a chance. And he was fighting Blackheart. He was fighting Blackheart.
Okay.
Initially, that was his first enemy, as far as I can remember when the new Avengers were coming in. I've still got the comic. And I read it, and I was like, he's just Peter, but he's got sneakers on. Like, this is why did you kill Peter? And then I guess they'd started doing that whole thing where Peter was like Tony, and Tony had the drinking problem, and Mary Jane went and worked for Tony instead.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is so messy, man. I can't get down with this. Yeah. So yeah, it was something.
I can't remember the person that was in charge. They got someone else in charge, and their whole thing was just diversity. Someone mentioned Thor, and that's when they made Thor woman. Can't remember who it was though.
Yeah, I read that comic as well. I didn't like it.
Joanne, I think it begins with a J, but yeah, they did it to the whole Avengers. It was literally a push from Marvel Direct. I said, we need to change everything up. And the funny thing is, before you get the next person, they did that with X-Men. The X-Men that we know, like it's not the first team, but it's the most memorable team with Wolverine, Storm, Colossus. You see a trend? That was the diversity team. There was a team before that where it was just all white guys, Beast, Iceman, obviously Jean, Scott. Then they went, oh, you want diversity? Here, have the Cajun, bruv. Like, they just went, we're just going to grab people from all over the place, Nightcrawler. So they've done the diversity thing before, but everyone likes that X-Men. That's the most popular X-Men.
But I think the culture is very different now. So when you do it now, it feels like there's an agenda. I think with Marvel, there was an agenda.
Yeah, no, it was.
I think that you can have an agenda, but the way you put it across can be different. Like T'Challa having a white son, I saw people getting angry at that, and I was like, yeah, but he adopted him. Like he didn't give birth. Like his wife didn't give birth to a white son. He adopted him because he's a nice guy, and now he's going to become the king of Wakanda. And people were going mad, and I was like, you're angry when you even read the comic. You don't know why you're angry, but if you find it funny now that now it's T'Challa, now we don't want the diversity because his son, I can't remember what his stepson's name is white. I was like, now you don't like it, which I'm like, I understand King of Africa being white. I get why you might get mad, but now you understand on the other foot why people don't like it. So
true.
If they made I remember they I don't know if it was Superboy Prime. I don't think it was Superman, but I remember I saw a headline where it might have been Superboy. He came out as gay, and there was a picture of him kissing another guy. And I remember I opened it up.
I remember this.
Yeah, I opened it up, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm not getting involved in this one. This is gonna go down." All right, and it went down horrendously. Apparently, I didn't even bother looking into it after that.
It's funny because they did the same with Iceman, with Bobby. They made him gay, but the way they did it was super weird. They made like Jean Grey mind reading, which is fucking outrageous. Like,
really?
Yeah, like she was going like, "Are you happy?" And he was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "No, there's something wrong." And she went into his mind and found out that he was gay. I was like, bro, that's too much, bro. You can't be doing that. That's fucking crazy.
That's mad. Yeah, there has Marvel and DC have done retcons since God knows when. I know that Fu Manchu was like basically retconned out of existence for racism, and I don't mind. Like, obviously, I don't like diversity is fine. Like, it's good to have a diverse cast of characters, but it all depends on how you put it across. And I think you got to look at the culture and read the room when you're doing certain things. And I think they're starting to understand that now. I saw, before we bring on the next person, sorry guys, I know you've been waiting. I just want to make this last point that the Game Awards, they showed off the new Lara Croft game, and a lot of people online said, "Oh, yeah, she looks so beautiful," and like even my girl sent it to me. It was like, "Look how cool she looks." And then I started seeing people saying, "How it's so unrealistic to be in the jungle and look that good. Get this shit out of here." And I was like, "It's on the other head. It's the other side now." The people that were saying, "Oh, you need to make women beautiful again," they're all happy. But these guys are like, "No, she needs to be more masculine. Like she shouldn't look that good. Why is her makeup done? She's in the middle of the jungle." I was like, "You can't win. Like, you literally can't win."
No, get Fate on it. That's what we need. Fate's take.
I'd love to his take on it. I think it looks good, man. I think they've done I think that the new Lara Croft looks like a blend between the more recent one and the old one. I feel like they blended her pretty perfectly. So I don't know what everyone's bitching about. But I thought it looked good anyway.
I'll check it out. I saw all the other Game Awards drama, the bad jokes and stuff.
Yeah, it was Muppets kept coming. I fell asleep like 10 times, bro. That was extreme as well. People just I woke up and I was like, "How long was I sleeping for?" And they were like 5 minutes, and I was like, "You guys are still here."
Loyal fans.
Backbreaker, thank you for the $5. Anyone remember when they killed off Al Simmons and had a white guy as Spawn? I don't remember that.
I don't remember that. I believe it. I don't remember it though. I didn't follow Spawn that much.
Yeah, that would cause a shitstorm now if they did that. That would definitely cause a shitstorm. But yeah, we'll get the next person on. Spriggs, can you hear us, bro?
Hey man, you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
All right, cool. Yeah, Mike, last time I was on here, what was it? I think y'all was interviewing Gutex a few months back, earlier this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up? But yeah, man, I wanted to chime in on James, bro. So I was following James. This is back in like way back in the day. I say back in the Street Fighter 4 era when that was like when it was at its peak, right? We're talking 2010, 2011, 2012. That was at its peak. Like no games was really touching it like that, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, it was, and he was a big voice in it. And on he had a Twitch. He still got a Twitch. On his Twitch, he would do a show with Ultra David called the Ultra Chen TV show. And they would do it on Tuesdays. I think he still do it though. But like, yeah, but David, he left. He worked for 10-0 now, last I heard. Things like that. But yeah, man, like for James, this man's a teddy bear, man. This guy doesn't got a single bit of anger or whatever in his body. Like any anger he has, it's towards himself, bro. So like I'm just imagining when y'all was reading through, his Twitter responses to the Firestorm, and I'm just like, man, he just whole time he's hurting himself right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it was hard. It was really hard. It's really hard to watch because back when I followed him, because I ain't on Twitter like that no more. Pretty much, I just hit up your stream or I'll hit up Button Check to see what's going on with FCC Twitter.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I anytime the times when I was following him on Twitter, this man would be really putting himself down, real shows of low self-esteem. Saying nobody, he ain't gonna find a woman. He ain't nobody gonna love him. This brother was really just self-deprecating, like in real time, and I'm like, man, I feel bad for this brother because, like, when he get on commentary, that's his show of confidence. That's where he gets, his energy and being in the FGC, man, and to see, as you mentioned, man, we getting ready to get to Christmas, and he getting all this fire on him, man. It's sad to see, man.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. Like going into the holiday season. And people are flaming like this, I can't imagine his Christmas is going to be great because if the FGC really is his whole life and this is what
he lives alone,
yeah, like he's going to feel pretty alone. So there's no point in trying to talk sense into some of these people on Twitter because they're just out for blood. But I would hope that his friends like Ultra David and whatever are like talking to him behind the scenes. But it would be good to publicly support James. If people publicly support him, they're probably going to get flamed for it as well, but it can't be nice to have a post that had like 500k views and it's just people abusing you.
Yeah, when you mentioned that Ultra David thing, that hit me because for me, like this is my opinion, that brother slimy, man. It's because he's a lawyer, and most lawyers I know they can switch up real quick because that's the job, right? To switch up, for your clients or whoever you defending or going against. That it's part of their personality, and he's shown that over the years a few times. And I'm like, yeah, I've always been suspect to him in terms of him just doing what's best for his job and his position. And they broke off. I told you they did the little Ultra Chen TV show. He broke off because he went to go work for 10-0, and because he didn't want to have his opinions out there publicly while he's working with 10-0. I can understand that professionally, but there's something that's telling me like, nah, there's some things he wants to bury. Go moving forward with this new venture.
What do you?
My opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because I've never said more than like hello to Ultra David. I've obviously heard things, but I've never like confronted him or I've never seen it from him. The only thing I got was when I used to watch them both commentate Street Fighter, it did feel a bit like Ultra David was like, "Shut up, James." But I get that because I think that was the bit, right? Because James does all the dad jokes.
Yeah, it was the dynamic.
Excited. Yeah, I think I at first I thought, bro, why is this guy your friend? He is clearly like taking the piss out of you on commentary. But I think it was a bit. I do think it was a bit. And like you said, they did the Tuesday show for ages. Him and Olaf, I think his name was. Yeah, Olaf.
Olaf Redland. Yeah, he used to be on there a couple times. Yeah.
Yeah. And then when I saw James on his own, it was kind of sad because it felt like, yeah, Ultra David just left him. I mean, they don't have like an obligation to be a partnership all the time.
Nah.
But yeah, I just feel the tweet. I don't know. I just can't. I remember saying to Mike, the only defense, I think, for Ultra David is that I believe he's Jewish. So what Art said is going to be like, that's stab, if you know what Pokemon is. That's 2 times effective to him, right? But to reply to James, not in the DMs, like I don't know why he did it on the timeline. Like, I don't know why you would do that.
Yeah, considering the relationship, they could have been handled behind closed doors, but you know how people be is these days, man. It's like, I don't know, it's the friendships you see that I watch, people that say they're friends, you know, on stream at tournaments, at events, and then like, you see this Twitter discourse where it's like, yo, y'all can just talk this like on the phone or something, man. What the issue is? Why you gotta broadcast it like that? Yeah, so it's strange though.
It's performative, isn't it? Like C4 said, a lot of these people don't have real friends. They don't have actual bonds. They forget there's a person behind the computer or the phone screen or whatever, and they do things to win brownie points amongst the community. If that is your friend getting dragged online, the only time I'm going to speak publicly about it is to support them. If I really think what they've done is reprehensible, I'll message them and be like, yo, bro, this is my opinion, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to publicly shame them because that is shaming, whether you're in the right or not. If that's your friend, that should be handled privately. And that situation has happened before. Like, I've been in situations before. There was a situation here with Jay a long time ago. Well, not that long ago, actually. And we spoke in private. And loads of people were telling me to come in and talk about what I'd been saying to Jay privately. I said, no. Like, obviously, I knew at the time because of how nuclear the situation was. I could have got loads of clicks from it, or I could have won brownie points or whatever. But I think that your friendship should mean more to you than your reception in the scene or your perception or whatever.
I get you. But yeah, for me, but like, and what was the brother that was on before? Yeah, he was tapping into something. He was saying like, right after, I'm saying 2018, going into the pandemic, there was just a switch. Everybody started acting different. Everybody started, broadcasting whatever that they feel will give them a little brownie points online on Twitter. People were splitting. It was strange, man. And I left the scene around 2018. So like I kind of left like it was right at the tail end where this big transition was going on. Especially you see G4 you was mentioning about the Strive transition. I was an Exert player. I played all the way through from the beginning, from Exert sign to Revelator. Like when the game was coming out, I went back and played Plus R just to get ready. Okay. And I was down, and I was like, man, and right when, because I was seeing, what was the dude name? Daisuke. He was doing interviews saying like, I'm getting ready to switch up to bring in new audiences with Guilty Gear. Like he was saying this was coming, and a lot of the old heads, a lot of the people from the Exert Plus R Double X generation were like, nah, man, this ain't it, man. I don't know about all that. And then, I think you mentioned one day, like, they basically kicked us out by the time, but they announced it, right? They were like, all right, this is coming. This ain't your grandpa Guilty Gear, quote unquote. We going in this direction. And we were like, all right, cool. But it's still painful to watch though, from a person that, that used to play back when the game was a lot more free, a lot more free form, a lot, a lot more defensive options. It was cool, and I'm watching, because I played Sin and I played Dizzy, and I messed with Jacko a little bit, and to see those 3 characters change, like their versions from Exert to Strive, I'm like, these are baby versions, man. What is this? Yeah, like they just feel like they handcuffed them.
They modernized.
Yeah, they handcuffed them the whole time.
Yep,
it was rough, bro.
But it made them money. So to them, it was a success. But they modernized Strive to be more like in line with like Street Fighter and stuff. And then the community, not everyone got pushed out, but slowly, Kensu got pushed out. You got memes. You had like something with Leffen about Chip. And
Leffen the brother, what was it? Jay, he left. What was it? Biscuits left.
Yep. A lot of dudes. They went after
Kenny K. A lot of the New York scene, the Team Stickbug crew. They left. Everybody split. I was like, man, this ain't it, bro.
Yeah, it's there's still a couple like maybe Latif still plays every now and again. I know since C Viper came out, he's been on Street Fighter, but yeah, like Latif and Peppery Splash, they were still doing good.
That brother just plays to win. I mean, he's always been like that.
Yeah,
He's in it for the money.
I've never seen a scene lose so many of their unks.
We just knew it wasn't it. I mean, they warned us, and it was all right, cool. But then, like the whole thing. But I'm a Tekken player too, right? I've been playing since what was it, T6BR, and I saw the transition once I saw a Strive. I was, oh, they about to Strive Tekken. I see this coming because they want to make money. I just saw it coming. I just saw it coming, and like what made it hard was the devs. They were basically putting the carrot on the stick to us, like, oh nah, this is still for y'all. We're still gonna this is still Tekken XYZ, and y'all seeing what y'all seeing right now.
Yeah, they tried to do too much. I think they tried to bring in new and keep old, where Strive just said, we're just doing something new.
Yeah, just be straight up. But like, yeah, Tekken, they basically lied to y'all, man. I feel bad for y'all dudes, Mike, that's playing that game. I'm like, man, I'm glad because I played Chen, and I'm looking at the Chen now. I'm like, this is not Chen, bro. This man used to be about martial arts. I don't know what this is. This brother must have woke up from that coma and Tekken 7 and learned long moveset. That's probably what happened. But they don't want to say that.
Pissed me off the most is that you're right. They didn't do what Strive did. They tried to cater to both. So I'm online having discussions saying, oh, Jin was like known for using Kyokushin karate. I don't know what the hell anime shit he's doing in Tekken 8. And they're like, Jin's always done this stuff. And then they'll send me a cutscene from like Tekken 4 or something. I'm like, are you stupid or something? Like, why am I having this conversation with you? And it's because the Tekken developers, they split the scene. They didn't do what the Strive developers did. Strive abandoned the scene. So they literally said, you guys are up. These guys are in. Tekken said, we're going to try and make everyone happy. And it's just, do you know what? Harada's gone now. I know I made my video going over my thoughts and all of that, but I'll say it again in case anyone hadn't seen it. I am so worried about Tekken without Harada.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen now, man. I thought Michael Murray was going to leave with him. Because, they a tag team, with being the translator and all that. But if he's staying, I don't know.
If Michael Murray's staying, Lucky Chloe's probably going to come back. And if she does, then expect a Mike Hollow version of Exterminatus. I am going to fucking lose my shit if I see that character.
I left at the tail end of Tag 2. I played a little bit of T7. But then I went blind. I told you my story earlier this year, and yeah, man, it would have been nice to play that game because that was like it was getting all this popularity. I came from the BRT Tag 2 days when no one wanted to watch our game, right? For many years, but we were the bathroom game. Like I vividly remember going, what was it, Evo 2011, 2012 when they had Tag 2. And it was a great top 8. Nobody watched it though.
Yeah,
ain't nobody get up to see this thing.
Tekken was treated like how they used to treat the women in WWE. When their matches would come on, they'd go to the toilet. It's not like that anymore. Like the women have like main event spots, but back in the day, that's how it was treated. It wasn't good. I always stuck it out. I always loved watching Tag 2. I thought it was great, but I remember
that was a great game, man. I mean, it was frustrating, at the highest levels. You start seeing like, all right, this team works out. All right, Bob works with everybody. Okay, Lars works with everybody. Okay, Mishima's. Yeah, it was a little frustrating for a bit, but it was Tekken, right? We had the movement, all that. It was cool. But then, like, yeah, man, I think T7, started the transition over to the 2D and less movement, and now, you playing what you playing with T8 right now. And like, in my opinion, with Harada gone, I'm just like, look, right now they making money. It's not a lot of money, but they're making consistent money with the microtransactions and brothers that they're still playing. That there's still people playing. My thing is, what's stopping them from changing? They're doing okay. What's going to force them to change? Other than an uproar of criticism.
They're doing according to Dell, the game's doing very well, so we are in for it. If you're a fan of Tekken, then I'd say buckle up put your seatbelt on tight. It's going to be a very, very turbulent couple of years for long-time Tekken fans. If you're a new Tekken fan, this is like Christmas every day, I guess. You know,
y'all good.
My brother has gotten into Tekken. He's gotten back into it. So I'm watching him go through the ranks. He's gotten to Bushin now. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, this motherfucker played Tekken 7 with me. He could not get Bushin. Not a chance in the world. He came, he was outside my door, yeah, and he's going to me, can I jump in your streams? And I was like, no, well, you can jump in if you want, but there's God of Destructions in here. And he was like, is it like Tekken 7? And I was like, no, you can beat the God of Destructions. And I watched him playing a GOD player, and he got a couple of rounds. And I was like, yeah, this game is cooked, bro. They cooked it too hard. They need to scale things back.
Man, there was a time when the red ranks meant something. Like when I was playing Tag 2 online, it wasn't great, right? But it was playable. It was probably compared to T6 VR. But I remember, like, yeah, those higher ranks, those red ranks, those blue ranks, they used to mean something. You had to put in time. I was listening to watching whole YouTube videos, going through the whole move list of everybody. I think I still got it on my little playlist somewhere. Well, yeah, you had to know the game. You had to know the characters. Now you don't need any knowledge. You see what you got to do to win.
Yeah, it's a shit show, man. It's an absolute shit show. I mean, I can teach anyone to play Tekken and get to God of Destruction.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then when I saw that Coach Kazama situation, I'm like, hey, yo, why he finessing people out of this money? That's the crazy part.
Yeah, I feel like Finn has exterminated that situation. We're still waiting for the final part, but Spriggs, we need to get the next person on, bro. Was there anything you wanted to end on?
Nah, man. I just wanted speak my piece on the situation, and then talk about the games. Yeah, the games I used to play.
No worries, bro. It's always a pleasure having you on. Hope you're good.
All right, brother. Let's see.
Take it easy, bro.
Catch you in a bit. All right, we've got 2 more people, and then probably call it. Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $4.99. 90s X-Men was diverse, but it wasn't forced, and the characters were written well regardless of culture. And it's just the inclusive people hating on Laura. Yeah, bro, the Laura hate I saw online was crazy. They were like, she wouldn't look this good in the jungle. I was like, that really is that the road we're going down?
It seems like I think you hit the nail on the head when you said like they're always going to find something to moan about. They're always going to find something. She's either too pretty or she's too ugly.
It's mad because it feels like they're paying homage to the Tomb Raider games that were very popular, and now people have a problem with it. And the old Lara was like a video game icon. So I don't understand. It must be new people that didn't play like Angel of Darkness and all that stuff. It's gone over their heads completely. I'm excited because it's Lara Croft. She's fighting dinosaurs. What more could you want? The only types of games that I prefer to that are Uncharted, and I don't think they're coming back.
I was about to say, I remember playing the first Tomb Raider with the fucking pyramid boobies on the PS1. Yeah. And then when Uncharted came out, and I was like, I can just play Drake. I just play Drake, bro. It's kind of like Tomb Raider with a crazy plot twist near the end, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, Uncharted was done super well. I still think it's Naughty Dog's best work, and
yeah, I can see that.
I'm worried if the way Uncharted 4 ended, Drake won't be the lead anymore. It'll be his daughter, and I just feel like people are not gonna, they're not gonna respond well to that. I think that the idea at the end, I get the sentiment. She's gonna like become the new Nathan Drake, which is kind of like Lara Croft, but I think that you can have her as a prominent character, but don't replace Drake as the main character. That is a recipe for disaster. Just keep him going for as long as you can, and then have a big send-off one day. Like, he's old now. We've played Drake enough. He dies in a fantastical way. I'd accept that. But if Drake is still alive and he's still young, and you put somebody else as the main character, you're gonna get cooked.
They should tell him to watch the Dragon Ball. Tell him to watch the Cell Saga. Say it doesn't work. Don't make their offspring the main character. No one's gonna like it. Bro,
forget Dragon Ball. Look at Boruto. I remember I finished watching Naruto, and I was like, Naruto is how old is he when the show ends? Like 16, 17, maybe 18. I was like, right, so he's 18 years old, and you can't develop a story around him anymore. Are you stupid or something? I've invested 20 years into this character, and now I got to invest in his stupid son. No, I was like, I can't do it. I've invested too much into this guy. Now you've given me Boruto, and everyone's saying watch that Vortex shit. I'm like, it's not about the show getting better. I don't care about this motherfucker.
Yeah.
I care about Naruto and Sasuke.
Time sink. It's a time sink. I get it.
Mr. Moss, thank you for the 999. It would have been interesting if Heat affected characters in different ways. Instead of giving a Zenkai boost, like if Jin was able to use the Mishima or Kazama style during Heat. Yeah, that's what I said. I thought that Heat could have been an interesting mechanic. Like everybody got their own specific things. Like, I don't know if you know, but in Tekken lore, like Feng Wei gets the Dragon Scrolls, and they're like ancient secret arts. And they could have used Heat to let him access these special techniques that you can only read on the Dragon Scrolls. Or you could have had, like, if you had a guest character like Oma, for example, when he goes into Heat, he goes into the Ashura mode, or what's it called? Life Advance. And you could have done that sort of stuff, but they did the most lazy thing possible. They were like, here's all your moves, but they're like plus 10 on block now.
Yeah, that is. I mean, yeah. I was trying to think of what Dale was saying the other day about like how impossible Tekken is, and adding that just seems like it would be a fucking brain ache. But it would be cool. It's like if you're gonna do that anyway, if you're gonna make Tekken absurdly like complex, fucking just do it then. Yeah, but you might as well go the whole way instead of adding like an homogenized system. But that might have been their way to cater to the new people. But I don't know why you would do that.
Yeah, the table was already set, man. Like they did a good job with some characters. Like Kazuya turns into his devil form, although they could have explored the devil moves a bit more. Some of the Heats, like they kind of look like they had an idea of like going down that road, but they're ultimately most of them are just lazy, just really, really lazy. It would have been nice to see them actually do something like that, like characters tap into other versions of themselves or use other techniques, but. We're cooked now. Harada's gone, so we'll just see what happens. All right. GGB, you're up, bro. You're muted.
Amateur. Oh, now he's
paused. You're frozen. Yeah.
Whoa.
He teleported.
You see that switch up? The whole lighting changed and everything.
We still can't hear you, by the way.
And how can he hear us? He's got a headset on.
Really?
Oh.
I took off the headset.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you now.
All right, I'm just going to turn off my cam then, since it might be a problem. All right, can you hear me?
I miss you.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
All right, okay. So, for some of these streams, I'll write down some notes, and for this one, I just wrote down my statement to say for the sake of time. So, So, like one of those tweets Mike read out earlier said about how the FGC has no backbone, I'm just here to prove that wrong for a moment because I gotta stand up for Mr. Chen for a second. Like for people here that don't know, I've called in a bunch of times, but it's usually about the fighting games themselves, not the community or the people itself. But if I was ever gonna call in during one of these button check levels of drama, I can let one of the few actual pillars of positivity we have in the community get dragged without saying anything about it. So if nothing else, I just got one statement to make. James did nothing wrong. He is the last person in the FGC anyone should be attacking for trying to look on the bright side of life. Arturo is fucking heinous. You don't have to take him back. But all you need to understand is if you're still briefing, you can still change. So he simply wanted to give his friend, his longtime friend, an open opportunity to change. However you feel about it, that's a different matter of opinion, but it's not worth James himself getting canceled or what have you over it. If nothing else, that's all I want to say.
Don't disagree with none of that.
Yeah, put it perfectly. It reminds me, when you said that, it reminded me of a tweet I remember James MK. I don't know if it was in regards to this or another thing, but normally when I see his tweets, I'm like, he's he's thinking another plane of existence. I'm not there. It's a bit crazy for me. But I remember he said something about how he put these people cannibalize themselves, and I see that especially with James. They're cannibalizing their own. Like James is one of the strongest positive soldiers, and they're just eating him alive.
Yeah. Now, what happens if someone like James can be eaten alive basically by these people? That basically tells you that nobody's really safe.
Nobody's safe. Anyone, bro. Anyone can get it.
Speaking of how he's feeling about it, so I was trying to message you, Mike, a bit earlier to say that James Chen did respond to me, but has he responded to either of you guys? I might have been away during that.
No, he hasn't even read my message.
Okay. Well, he has to me so far, and I gotta keep in mind as somebody who doesn't use Twitter often to not really discuss what he said in DMs at all. That's private and all. But so what's not private is how I was going to try to convince him to hear you out as far as like joining, whether it's within this stream or some other time. But he is not too familiar with you. So I figured as an alternative to me just saying what everybody else is saying about how this situation is completely unfair and unjustified, instead I'll try to ask, or how I phrase this, as someone who is not familiar with your streams and the way that things happen, how would you sell them, like convince them that this sort of thing is worth joining? Like you've said it plenty of times before, but say it in a way that I can clip and send to him, because that's what I'm gonna do.
Oh, okay. Well, firstly, you can clip this. He does know who I am because he unfollowed me.
Oh,
Yeah, a long time ago. I probably did something. I probably said something that
Okay.
maybe like his camp didn't like.
Well, hold on, that's strike one, because the way that I see it, as someone who barely uses Twitter, and like I don't really, I might have you followed on Twitter. I'm not even sure, but it's probably just like for the DMs. So I would immediately say that you on Twitter specifically and you here are two completely different people. It's basically
That is
Jekyll
true.
and Hyde.
Who,
And
me?
so
Yeah. You're way more reasonable on here than you are on Twitter.
Really? What do I say on Twitter? Where I'm on Wait, do you read my tweets in an angry voice?
No. I know your voice now. I did it
So
before.
how am I unreasonable on Twitter?
You're not unreasonable. I think you're more, what's the word? You're more spiteful.
abrasive.
Spiteful.
Abrasive, spiteful. You know what it is? I think it's because you know you're talking to nobodies that won't jump on here. You talk down to them a little bit more. But when people on here, you show them a little bit more respect because they pulled up. But people on Twitter, bro, how many times you talk about these anime profile people? You look down on them. It's okay.
No.
I gotta turn my camera back on just so you can see that I'm trying not to laugh.
No. I don't look at people like nobodies, okay? As a matter of fact, I have proof. I got a receipt. Someone texted me today and they wanted to be on the podcast, and he said to me, I'm a nobody. And I said to him, nobody's a nobody, bro. Like, it's not, don't talk about yourself like that. I don't see these people as nobodies.
Okay.
You know what? I'll show you proof. I'm so sorry.
I believe in that DM, but on the timeline, when those anime profile pictures start talking mess, you do talk down to him, and you should.
Yeah, I'll add this. Basically, you're playing their game.
Hold on.
You're basically playing their game.
Have they spoken to me in a rude way and I've responded in a rude way? Or if someone asked me a question politely and I've spoken to them like they're a dickhead?
They don't have to speak. Me personally, I'll find some evidence if you want. I think they can talk to you as like normal timeline shit, and you're a little bit sassy. You're a little bit sassy with it, with the response.
I need to see proof of this.
Okay, I'll look it up. But on here, you can have someone who's done fucked up shit, and you're very like fair and responsible, reasonable. On here,
this is defamation, bro.
What sassy? Sassy is defamation. I've dialed it back.
I need to see proof of this, okay? Because
Okay.
I was under the impression that I spoke to everybody with a level of, unless they were rude to me. If you're rude to me on Twitter, I know where I am. It's like a minefield, so I will respond back in kind. But I don't speak to people in a nasty way or a sassy way on Twitter. I want to see some proof. You guys have defamed me.
Okay.
So I want to see some
Look,
proof.
Mike, I'm not trying to doubt you or anything, but for me to genuinely engage with Twitter
Mm.
is that's the problem. That's the problem. Whether it's you or them, it's just the fact of like I see the game that's being played there. I see the way that people are having these so-called discussions and just being a part of it in that way, as opposed to as to what you guys were saying before about this this James MK guy. Um, if he takes the high road, that's the only road I would take, or not use Twitter at all, which is basically what I do. I just barely don't use Twitter, and that's just kind of, I guess, that's the bar. This situation, the fact that you're even engaging with these people will, I guess you could say, get you a lot of detractors. The way that you'll just respond about situations about like this group of people, like this group of MK players, or what have you, has this crazy opinion about things, but the fact that you even bring them up at all is the issue. And in just the same way that you'll have these like discussions with people on these streams, it'll always go back to that weird fact of the fact that you have even opened up the conversation to be had with this person, and that makes you a part of the problem. And that same issue that James Chen is having, that for the simple fact that he even brought up Arturo at all, it is considered a problem. Screw the redemption that should happen or the positivity that can come from the fact that anybody can be redeemed. It's just the simple fact that you touch this situation with your hand, much less a 10-foot pole, is the problem for so many people. I disagree with that, but that is the problem, that you even got near the situation at all.
Well, to sell my podcast to James under the illusion that he doesn't know who I am, even though he does, because he unfollowed me, I would say to him that I won't treat you any differently to anybody else, regardless of status or what you've done. I'll just question you, and we'll talk as if I'm somebody that's trying to learn of a situation that you've just bumped into. So I don't have I know they call me a fence sitter a lot of the time, which is probably good for people that come on here because I'm not going to immediately go against them because I'm not playing for one team. I'm a pretty chilled out, reasonable person. I know you guys are calling me sassy on Twitter. I'm yet to see proof of this, but I am not sassy on here. At least I'm pretty chill on here. I let people talk. Sometimes I don't even say anything. I let like C4, whoever else is talking, talk to them. So if James is apprehensive about coming on here because he thinks I might attack him or something, you can tell him to look through my laundry list of podcasts now and find the podcast where I attacked someone. The only person I attacked was Fate, and that's because we had a long-standing beef, and those podcasts are not on the channel anymore because I took them down.
And you're friends now. And you're friends now.
Yeah, Fate's my friend now. And look, people are online going, "Why are you talking to Fate, Mike?" Blah blah blah. If you've seen those posts and the way people have been talking to me, then yeah, I've been rude to them because they deserved it. They were rude to me first.
I literally just copied the text. I just got the tweet and I put in your DMs. The person said, "I can't take you seriously." You sassed so strong, you replied and then quote tweeted your own reply. That is sass.
Do you think that's sassy?
You quote
They
tweeted
blocked
your
me.
own reply to them. But
they blocked me. I couldn't respond to them.
And the only thing they said is, "I can't take you seriously." Look at look at the reply. That's
okay.
It's okay.
All right. Do you know what? Let's review, shall we? Let's review. The chat can let me know if they think I was being sassy.
I didn't think this was the hill you were going to die on, but
yeah.
All right.
Okay. So this donut said collaborating with Fate, a known racist Republican, is why I will never take Mike Collar seriously. So I said to them, "Oh no,
wait,
an anime."
On a scale of 1 to 10, how offensive was that tweet in your eyes? Here's one.
This tweet to me.
Yeah, how offensive was that?
It wasn't that offensive. I thought it was just rude.
I think it's a level 2, if that, on the Richter scale of offense. I was gonna say that.
Yeah, level. But how many levels are there? 10.
10. I would say it's a 1.5. Like, this is
No,
so
no. I disagree because they've kind of like what they've said here can obviously start a Twitter dog pile. Not on me, but on Fate.
on
And
Fate. I agree. Yes.
So I was defending Fate.
That about Fate.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know that.
So my stance was I came at that from like you've invoked the word racist. Fate could get attacked here unnecessarily, and he was on my podcast, so I feel somewhat responsible in cases of Twitter dogpiling. So I got annoyed when I read that because this is very particular language. This is to invoke a certain crowd, right? So I said, "Oh no, an anime profile picture isn't taking me seriously. Whatever will I do?" Just for argument's sake, as you can see on the call, there are a bunch of black people as well as the chat. Fate apologized to me, my community, and everybody he had said nasty things to. Donated to a child's charity and made amends with people outside of YouTube. Just because you can't offer people forgiveness doesn't make me a less serious person. It actually says more about you. And then
Can
this
you do
prick,
the Z snap when you do that last bit? This guy.
it actually says more about you. And then this donut blocked me. So then I said, okay, cool, you want to block me? Cool, I'll retweet my own tweet just so everybody else can see what kind of a donut you are. But I took it from you're trying to drag Fate into this Twitter war now with people that are going to come at him. They're going to see this bald white Australian dude, and they're going to see racist and Republican, and they're going to attack him. So I said, okay, cool, we'll play this game. And they got fucking ratioed for it, so they can hold that out. I don't feel like I was being sassy. I feel like I was protecting someone who had tried to do right by the community after doing things that we all disagreed with, and he donated to sick children. In my opinion, that's worthy of forgiveness. I'm not telling anybody else to forgive them, but saying that you're not going to take me seriously for that, I'm not gonna. I don't think that's sassy. I don't think I'm just letting you know you're a dickhead.
If you're saying your intent was to not protect, but defend Fate. That's fair enough. Then I didn't look at it like that. I just saw you respond with, extreme sass, EX sass, meter burn sass, meter burn sass.
Yeah, and then they blocked me. Yeah, because I couldn't respond to them anymore. So I was like, okay, cool. You want to block me and then slander me? Cool. I'll just quote retweet it, and then everyone can see what kind of donut you are. I wouldn't have quote retweeted it if they didn't block me.
I respect it.
Question: do you think that ratio changed that guy's mind?
Well, they unblocked me, so I don't know. Maybe they.
Hey, nature is healing.
Maybe it did. Okay.
And do you know what? Do you want to know what the dumb? No, do you know what? He didn't even see the dumb response that they sent to me. Let me see if it's still on here. Hold on.
Well, why you do that? That the ratio thing.
There it is.
Remind me. Oh, go on.
I just need people to see this. This was the stupid response I got.
I'll let you land.
If you didn't have nice hair, no one would give a fuck about what the fuck you're talking about because this was a whole lot of bullshit. And I read that and I just posted this GIF because what else do I say to that? What a stupid comment.
Nah, that's top tier. That's seeing your sass and counting with zest. That was really smart. It disarmed you. He gave you a compliment.
He didn't disarm everyone else. They started getting roasted for it. I just left after that.
That was a smart move.
That was a drive. That was a drive impact. That got me. I didn't counter that. But yeah, about the ratio thing, that did remind me. I had some notes about that earlier. That just reminded me of how, like, with the whole ratio and thing, that would require, like, okay, you damn, I forgot what the context was, but it's just this concept that how with these situations with Arturo, they just flame him and then move on. They don't actually care what happens afterwards. They didn't want forgiveness in the first place once you step the line. And that was just something else I wanted to bring up about that idea that if you are even a sort of person who thinks about this sort of stuff and will go to the lengths of saying the things that Arturo would say, then you're already beyond saving. And then I also remember someone brought up before about how old he was and saying that that's the excuse to assume that he can't change. And I'm like, well, why, how does that make sense? So it's like if you're still, again, as I said before, if you're still breathing, you can still change. If you're still like as humans, we are able to continue to grow and learn and improve every day. And I'm sorry that what I'm saying sounds so rudimentary, but it is to these people on Twitter. So I just cut me off at any point there on that point. But I'm just thinking, why? What is the sticking point that these um people on there of like 10 years of like 20, these people in their 20s, why do they just feel like that if you are already in a specific mindset, you're just going to stay that way forever? Is it because they're in their 20s and they think that they figured everything out?
I think everyone has a certain trait that they can see in someone where they're like, they're never going to change. I think it's like, can't quite put my finger. I'm trying to think. There's definitely people like, okay, this is an example. I feel what they're saying to James, I could probably apply to like Sikander. I don't think the Sikander will ever change. I think Sikander is going to be the way he is now until the end of time. I've got no real evidence. I've got no real logic behind it. It's a feeling. And Mike can say I'm wrong. And that's fair enough. But I think the difference is that I can say I don't think Sikander will change, but I can't prove it to anyone. Where these people are like, Arturo will never change. I don't need to prove it. And it's like, well, surely, I don't know how you would, but you should have to, because that's such a strong statement to say that someone will never change their habits.
Vibes,
so,
yeah,
I agree with you.
I think that all human beings have the capacity to change, but not all human beings should be given the chance. And I think that's just, you got to figure out where the line is. It's going to be different for everyone. Like my lines are very evident. I've already told people what things I will not forgive, but some people's line, like my line might be here, Twitter's line is over here, and they're looking at Arturo as, it's of course Arturo can change, of course he can, but will he is the question. And that's a gamble, I guess, that people have to take. Arturo has not killed anyone or raped anyone or done anything like that. He stole, and he acted like a colossal donut on the timeline. So I guess you got to really look at it like, are these crimes bad enough that he gets given an infinite punishment? And I don't know, like it's not up to any one person. It's got to be a general consensus. There's nothing that we can say. Arturo's too well known for us to make any real change. Like with After School Sophie, she wasn't so well known that she could come on here and things could change, and things did change for her. She told me afterwards that things have been really calm for her, and she hasn't had to deal with the same level of bullshit. She's been able to get on with her stuff. But Arturo is far more well known than all of us. Like, anything that Arturo posts or anything in regards to him goes viral very quickly. So that tells me that people are paying attention to him outside of the fighting game community. So it's just a thing where we can chime in and maybe we can sway some opinions, whether that's for or against him. But ultimately, the situation is too widespread and it went on for too long for us to make any meaningful changes, in my opinion. And just looking at the way this is going. In James's case, I would like to think that these people weren't so far up their own asses that they can't see that James is just a nice guy and maybe he's being gullible. But is it worth digitally lynching the man because he's being gullible? I would like to think that they weren't so far up their own asses that they can't just be like, okay, James did something wrong or like he overstepped here, but it's James Chen, like it's fine. That's what I'm hoping anyway.
Yeah, I would hope that if you were to come on to this podcast, then I guess I just hope it wouldn't be that sort of backlash where people would take their preconceived notions of you and then, do that thing where people see, oh, here's a thumbnail of James and you on a podcast or like of a video or clip or whatever, and then I mean, say, oh, look, he's over there with this group of people, whatever that's supposed to mean, because they don't have the actual context to understand that this is
C4
neutral
mentioned
ground.
that earlier. You told me that earlier. That if James comes on here, it could be even worse for him. It could be.
Yeah,
because people do look at me a certain way. Like there's people online that think that I'm ultra right wing. There's people online that think that I'm in the same crowd as Arturo. Like there's people that think that I'm part of that group, and there's people that just think that I'm like super hateful. And because of that, and we've seen like people will peddle lies and someone else will repeat them, and unfortunately it spreads too quickly for you to be able to do anything meaningful about it. So James coming on here, obviously, like I'm not ultra right wing, and I'm not part of that group, but they're just gonna see that. They did it to me last time when I went into a conversation with Arturo's crowd. Instead of using their brains and thinking to themselves, maybe he's like arguing with them, or maybe he's against them, they just
Well,
saw
they
my
would say
face there.
they just think that no one would do it. No, so it will only be an echo chamber.
Yeah, because they're spineless. There's no other way to put it. Because they're spineless, they'll sit behind the keyboard and they'll yap away, but they won't go into an open conversation. Now, bear in mind, when I did that, there were 300 people in that call because Twitter Spaces can be quite big. Every single person in that call was on that side of the conversation. They were Arturo's people. It was just me arguing with them. And they weren't like being nasty to me or anything, but I was. The fuck was that?
Not me.
Oh, it must have been C4. Anyway, it wasn't that.
Somebody find him.
Yeah, they weren't being like nasty to me or anything, but they were against my line of thinking, and I was questioning them. But as soon as I came out of that Twitter space, my name was getting dragged through the mud, and I was the only one in there arguing with them. So they don't really care about the truth, and they don't really care about people like trying to get their message out there. They like running with certain narratives, and they will run with that narrative and make sure that you leave. Now, unfortunately for them, in my case, where I'm not affected like James, that they can drag me until the cows come home on Twitter. But I have a life outside of the FGC. Even if I decided to leave FGC discourse altogether, I have my own community here. We do our own thing. So for me, it's not a big deal when they drag me. For James, he works within this community. Like he commentates. This is his livelihood. So what they're doing could affect him, like financially. And I don't want to see that happen to him. He's been there for a long ass time, and it would suck if they did that to him.
Yep. Yeah. Mike said everything that I said, and so did JJB. I was I've got it a little bit from being here on Mike's show, but I don't know. I think maybe because people saw me as being the contrarian, it wasn't a case of, oh, I am the same as the people that come in here. When the kind of controversial people came on, like Gutex and I wasn't here for the Arturo one, but when Gutex was on, because I was arguing or pushing, people didn't think I was on the side of Gutex. But before that, people were like, oh, you're right wing now. I was like, bro, I don't fly. I've got no wings. I go where logic goes. I go where reasonable goes. I don't have an ideology to guide my moral compass or my decisions. Which might sound lame, but yeah, that's me.
When I met back up with some of the old Marvel Free crowd, some of them were telling me that, oh, we thought we lost you for a bit. And I was like, what do you mean? And they were explaining to me, oh, we thought that you were on that right-wing grift. And I was like, I listened to them. I listened to what they had to say. And I was just like, man, like people really do put people in boxes. Like you might disagree with something that is conventionally left-leaning and immediately they think you're right. And then they hear you talking, and I've been called like super left-leaning. I'm a super lefty. And I'm just like, I don't know what's happened. I don't know if the news or the media has cooked our brains, but it's not even annoying anymore. It's just sad that we've gotten to this point now where people put you in these boxes. And now, I'm like, if people want to think that I'm super left or super right, I just let them. I'm like, you whatever you think, whatever helps you sleep at night, whatever box you want to put me in, you do that.
Bro, I'm so tired of trying to help people put me in a box. where it doesn't fit. It was like I had the same with Tope. Tope was saying, "Oh, you're super liberal." I was like, "Am I? What have I said to make you think that?" Yeah, I just give up. I'll just say, like,
Well,
give me the situation and I'll give you my opinion. That's it. Like, I don't know why you need to know my politics to assume that. But
Yeah.
cringe.
you guys are from the UK versus me being in America. Maybe just hadn't gotten the constant filter of news. Like this doesn't even have to be as recent as how many years can I go back? It feels like so long ago when I want to get political with it. But when Trump had his first term in office, I mean, you can go back to maybe around the time that Obama was in office, but just this mindset that you would see on TV about how as soon as, like, whenever it's just, I'll stick more to the point of how if a Democrat or a Republican brings up a talking point, it is immediately enveloped in this mindset of that side that they're on. And they caused it themselves because it's always the way that their discussions would go will feel like it's not about who is right, it's about what is right. They just want to be more they could be agreeing about the same subject, but um damn, it's really a tough thing to explain.
No,
I feel
we get it. We watch. I watch American politics. I see how everyone behaves. We're not. At least I'm not like that in the UK. From my perception, from my perspective, sorry, with UK politics is the British public seems to hate everything the government does, whether it's liberals or conservatives. So we're a little bit different over here. Like in America, it almost seems like the politicians are seen as celebrities now, and it feels like you're watching.
Yeah.
It feels like you're watching the WWE sometimes with American politics. Like we tune into American politics like it's like Netflix or something. So we don't. I don't see. I don't. I understand why some people do it and why they put it in boxes. It irks me more when British people do it, and I'm like, you've been watching too much American politics, like because we don't really do that over here.
Yeah.
But that was the perfect way to put it. Basically, that either you're with us or you're against this sort of mentality. And if you're with us, you have to check this box. You have to check all of these boxes in your way of thinking. And if you don't, then you're against us.
Yeah.
Bro, I'll be super transparent right now. I don't know fuck all about politics, bro. You can say that I know liberal and I think was it libertarian are like slightly different. They're on one side, and conservative is on the other. I could not tell you what they mean. I just don't care. I honestly don't care because
at this point they don't mean anything. So
yeah, if someone told me that's what they were, I would still ask them the same questions to gauge where their mind is at. Like you telling me a libertarian, I can go, oh, okay, you might believe in this, you might believe in that, but I'm still going to ask you because I don't think it's a defining factor of a person. So I just don't see the point in it.
Oh, we just don't care. We just don't care like that. Like, if I gave you my opinions on politics, you probably wouldn't like it. But the long and short of it is, I don't trust none of them. Not a single one. And this whole like, oh, my guy's better than yours, and your guy did this, and I'm like, what? They probably will sit in a room doing whatever together, coming up with whatever nefarious. Yeah, I just don't like. If you support a certain politician, good for you. I don't care. Like, it's not. I'm not wearing no hat for no politician. Yeah. I'm not out here wearing no badge for no politician. Fuck all that, man. You do whatever makes you happy.
I don't care about the side. I care about the policies. Tell me the policies, and then I can tell you if I agree or disagree. Don't tell me the party that's doing it. I don't give a fuck about the party. I want to care. I want to know what they're doing.
Exactly.
Yeah, this might be a corny phrase, but yeah, the way that I saw it, I actually got it from that I used to work before. It's not about who is right; it's what is right, and that's just kind of the way how I feel about life. And when it comes to this sort of like space that you have here, I consider it neutral ground. So it's a neutral spot to speak your piece and have it being spoken back to in the same genuine way that you want it to say. And if whether or not that's considered good or bad, I see it as good.
If you speak to James, just talk about it like this. It's like when you go to a barbecue, it's like a friend's barbecue, and there's some new people there that you've never met from a different friendship group, and you just sit around the table, eating some chicken, having a conversation. That's kind of what we try to replicate here. I'm just having conversation with people. I'm not here to like try to pin someone down, or I don't care who they voted for. I don't care who they take to bed. If they want to transition us, up to them. None of that matters. All that matters to me is the topic at hand, and we can have a discussion about it and try to find some middle ground or try to understand them if we don't get where they're coming from. All these people that are like concerned that, you know, some people see a cross on me and they're like, yeah, he's ultra right wing. I'm Greek Orthodox, bro. We all wear crosses. It's like I'm not out here trying to like pin people down into anything. So you can let James know that, but we do need to get the next person on GGB.
Last thing I'll say here is what was it y'all brought up earlier, that hour of hate? What was that something I wrote down? Just the idea of let's take an hour to air out our grievances like it's Festivus.
I want to say everyone should look at it, but no one should type up Mr. Go on YouTube. But if you know who Mr. Go is, then you'll know where the concept comes from. I think Chud Logic did it for Mr. Go, where he just opened up the lines for everyone to just literally just dig into this guy. Pause.
Yeah,
he did some pretty wacky stuff. I'm surprised Mike doesn't know about Mr. Go.
I might know it if I saw it, but I don't recognize them. And I recognize the name, but I just can't put a name to a face. But yeah,
he watched the. Do you know about the thing that was on Netflix called Cutie? Was it called Cutie? I can't remember. What it was
called. God, yeah, Cuties. Yeah.
Okay, he watched that and he had very interesting opinions on the program.
No,
This is what.
Yeah.
No. Well, did he think it was good?
No spoilers. Now you have to.
My God. Do I want this in my search history, bro? The FBI is going to be after me.
It's a nice rabbit hole. Yeah, there you go. Incog. Go Incog. People popped out. Destiny pops up in it. Sneeko pops up in it. All the.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's a madness. It is a madness.
I heard Sneeko's comments on that movie, and I was shocked. I was absolutely. Yeah. I'll go check out after.
Yeah,
but,
Mr. Girls
GGB, we've got to get the next person on, bro. So I appreciate you being on.
What a wild spot for you to happy drop out of the calls before. Thanks. I don't condone it. See ya.
No one watch Cuties. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
I never watched it. I saw the advert from the film festival, and I was like, they proper bigged it up as like being this like sick movie that everybody has to see. And in the first 10 seconds of the advert, you see these like very, very, very young girls dancing in ways they shouldn't have been. And I was like, this is on Netflix. And then I watched someone's review of it, and they said to me it was some of the most gnarly shit they've ever seen in their life.
Bro, there's just some things that don't need to be done. Like, you just don't need to do it. Like, there's a concept behind it, but it's just not worth going into. It's just not worth going into. Yeah,
Don't watch it. That's what I normally like when I want to criticize a film. I'll say I need to watch it to criticize it. I only need to see the trailer, and that was enough.
True. That's so true. Yeah. I wonder if that's still on Netflix. It can't be still on Netflix.
I'm pretty sure it's one of their films, though, isn't it? So they wouldn't have taken it down.
They should.
I don't even want to search it because it's going to come up in my search history. We'll just leave it to. We'll just leave it to fate. Not fate, but.
Yeah.
Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $4.99. To add on to my last super chat, the same inclusive people praise sexualized male characters and uglified masculine female characters like Abby. Logic. Yeah, the thing is that like it does feel like now everyone's batting for a team. So characters like Abby will be applauded by one side, and characters like Lara Croft will be applauded by the other side. It all seems very, very disingenuous. And don't get me wrong, the other side of the conversation, the ones that are like championing the new version of Lara, I've seen some really stupid things on their side as well, like really, really dumb, of saying that certain characters are ugly and that. And I'm like, that character's not ugly, man. She just hasn't got her tits up. Like, It's just the whole conversation is stupid now. The whole conversation is stupid.
Mentally.
All right, we've got Tiny Parcel and then Finty, and then we're done.
Ooh. Okay.
We'll end on Finty. Tiny Parcel, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. You got.
Yo, what's good?
What's good?
Is that an image or is that actually your camera?
Nah. I think it's picking up my capture card, and I don't have the game playing.
Oh, okay, cool, sick.
Yeah, nah, I don't know why it's backwards. Actually, that's really weird. Fuck. I don't know what everybody's getting on about with James Chen. Like, if he wants to talk to his boy and get him off of his nonsense, then like all power to him. He's done nothing wrong. Like, I know everybody's saying that he's done nothing wrong, but the outrage on this is absolutely crazy. Like, genuinely makes no sense. And the annoying thing is that everybody that's outraged and like sending him all kind of nonsense, these are the same people that one don't stand for anything and their virtue is fake anyway. Like, the virtue signaling is getting out of hand where it doesn't mean anything because they'll say all this shit for Twitter engagement and social media points. And then as soon as you say something they don't like, they call you all kinds of N-words and like all kind of they say the most heinous shit to you as soon as you challenge them the slightest bit. They turn into Arturo anyway. So like, who are they to morally grandstand in this situation? Let's be real here.
I think that people just love a good dog pile. Like, one person does it, picks up a bit of traction, then some idiot, just like the ones that we were looking at earlier, they'll just dogpile. They don't even know what's going on. Like I said, I saw an account and they were talking about the North American politics and the FGC, and the account was based in India. And I was like, you motherfucker, like, what are you doing? You're just adding to the problem. You don't even know what's going on. You're not even there. So it's they just love a good dogpiling. James, unfortunately, is at the center of it right now. I just hope that he weathers the storm, because if something bad was to happen, these are the same people that will be like, oh, we need to be nicer to each other and whatever. But as soon as something goes sideways, they don't want to talk. They just want to throw shit at you.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. I think James has a good enough support system around him anyway, where like people say that he's also on his own, but at least I'm pretty sure all the old school FGC heads, if he starts to get in his head, they're going to reach out to him. So that should be that shouldn't be a worry, It's more the fact that who the fuck are you people? Like, not because he's done anything for the community, but who are you to begin with to be judging people? That's my biggest beef at this point. Like,
I think if I'm trying to be, I'm trying to tap into the what Mike was saying last time about the speed force. I think there's a force that Chad and James Chen tap into, the good force. If I'm trying to be super good faith, I think the actions that everyone does about like PDF files. Have you heard like the wood chipper meme?
Yeah. No, but I'm pretty sure like just from in a wood chipper. Like Rumble in the Bronx.
Yeah. It's literally just PDF file, wood chipper, put in the wood chipper.
Yeah. And
everyone feels comfortable saying that, and everyone's okay with saying that. This is what it feels like with James, where it's just like, oh, James is, I don't know, James is against Arturo, so he must be for Arturo. There's no like middle ground where he's not really promoting Arturo coming back or anything, but they're so comfortable the same way people say wood chipper to be like, oh, fuck James. And I think it is a case of that James is a little bit soft, and that people feel vindicated by chatting shit on him for whatever reason.
Because, because Nuance is dead. Like, Nuance died in 2016. Yeah. All right, correction. Nuance died in 2010, but it's been slowly dying since 2010, and it died fully in 2016 because that's where everybody's like, nah, it's officially teams now, partisanship. It's just partisanship. If you're not for me, and like I've suffered a bit in my life, and suffering, like, not to downplay people's suffering. I get it. If you're in a marginalized group or you're maligned, like, first and foremost, everybody on this call right now, we're black, so like we know how this shit goes in the first place. So I guess a lot for some of these people, it's very, very new. Like, so a lot of us are like, hey, it's your first time. Welcome to how it goes. You got to keep pushing though.
You know what's funny? Real quick story. Kind of a tangent, but it'll come back to this. Mike talked about his cross earlier, and it reminded me. I had a conversation with some of the Marvel heads. Funny enough, and do you know Andrew Wilson?
Yes.
So I was having a conversation. Obviously, that thing where he had that argument with the girl when she brought up his wife. That got
Good
brought up.
time. Good time.
Yeah, he got fucking
He got
cooked.
cooked.
He got fucking flambéed. But
Again,
What did he say? Wait, what did he? He goes, "You sniff stids," and I was like,
You lick
"Turn his mic
sniz.
off." Yeah, you lick
Like
stids.
that.
I was like, "Turn his mic off."
That's when you know you fucking lost.
Yeah, he was down bad. He was debate down bad. But I remember talking to them. They're like, "Yeah, the Andrew Wilson guy's like super right wing." I was like, "No, he's not." But I went into my head and was like, "They're gonna think I'm defending Andrew Wilson." I was like, "I'm not defending Andrew Wilson, but he comes to the same, a lot of the same conclusions as Red Pill people because of his Christianity.
Okay.
He's not Red Pill. He argues with Red Pill people, but people call him Red Pill."
Nah,
And it's
there's a Venn diagram. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's because his Christianity leads into saying girls are sluts, blah, 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 blah. The same way Red Pill people, but he's coming from a different perspective to the same conclusion. And that reminds me of people like you were saying about the no nuance. There's no nuance. Andrew Wilson's Red Pill. He's against Red Pill, but people will still label him Red Pill. It doesn't make any sense.
You watch Andrew Wilson, right? So you've heard of, do you know who Not So Erudite is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like those two are just the opposite spectrum of Christianity when it comes to North American politics at this point. And then you bring in the political divide of left and right, where if you go far enough in both directions, then they both say the same outlandish shit, but they just don't realize it. They're too blind to see it. Like, we're saying the same thing, but for different reasons, but we're basically on the same team at this point.
Yep.
But they're so stuck in a tribalism that they're blind to it. So, like, I don't get it. Well, I do get it, but it's hilarious.
Yeah, I think the tribalism is because people miscategorize them. So if people kept putting you in the wrong camp, you would fight more to promote the camp you're in.
I don't think so.
No?
Nah, I think it's okay. I don't think you're wrong, but not for every case. And I think it's also a matter of dealing with so much pushback that is so mind-numbingly dumb that you double down. Yeah. And you end up losing the forest for the trees. Like the biggest thing I didn't think of saying earlier with the Arturo thing is that Arturo probably said that all this shit. Like, I'm not defending him at all. Like, he says some out and shit and it's completely wrong. But a lot of it that he's saying is probably because he felt like he had nobody to talk to at this point, and he had nowhere else to turn. So I was like, fuck it, then I'm gonna burn the entire house down. Because
people do that when they get backed into a corner. That is possible.
It happens all the time. It happened with Sargon. It happened with what's his face. It happened with a whole bunch of the new right wing idiots now, where they were all libertarian, and they got so much pushback from the hyper left that it's like, fuck it, then like now I'm just gonna go full right wing because
that happened to Anna Kasparian on the Young Turks.
Yes, it did.
She made a comment and she was like, "No, we can't be doing that, and this isn't right." They torched her. She was like, the Young Turks are like hyper progressive. And she has been pretty consistent. I always watched the Young Turks. I never agreed with them, but I was always fascinated with how they did their news coverage, especially because Jenk was so animated. And then I watched Anna just give minor push. It wasn't that deep, and they fucking ripped her to shreds. And it was like a wake up call to her. Like, she realized, my base.
Step out of line, they rip you a new one. And it's funny,
my base are the ones that
did
are
that shit
do it.
They've done, the Young Turks have done that to a whole bunch of the people in their camp before. Like, that's how we've gotten Dave Rubin on the right now.
Yeah,
I think it was very similar to this situation because I'm sure she was like, "Oh, I understand what that person was saying about." I think it was about like poor people in California or something like that. And I think she didn't take the stance. She said, "Oh, I understand what they're talking about," and they were like, "What? Fuck off!" Like,
I think as well, she's not gone right wing. It's just that she's just not fucking with the left anymore. Last I checked, so it's like.
It's because Anna is also open to conversation. So like, if people invite her to talk to them, she will go and speak to them. And
that's what they hate, though.
They hate that. So they've ostracized her now. So And when I watched people talk about her, I'm like, I don't even necessarily agree with everything she says, but I do respect her because she's not one of those people that like kowtows to mobs. And even even Jenk, like I watched Jenk say some shit, and I was like, I don't usually agree with this guy, but I do respect the fact that he's telling his own base to like back the fuck up. I think it's when the Charlie Kirk shooting happened, and he was saying to people, "Yo, we need to chill, man." Like,
oh really?
He was saying I didn't like his politics, didn't like him at all, but he spoke to like we had conversation, and that's meant to be American, right? We're meant to talk to each other and not resort to violence. And they were like, "Nah, fuck that guy," blah blah blah. And Jenk was like, "Hey, we need to bring the temperature down." I was watching like, this is mad, because all they're doing is talking to people.
Yeah, and he's been saying that for years. Like, one thing I give to him is this is not a new stance that he's had. He's always been like, we need to mind what we say, because whether or not you think about it, think it's just words. Words do have consequences just as much as actions do, and you never know who's going to act on something. You know, that's
yeah. People are mad, bro. You can't even watch certain videos in public. I don't know. Like, I don't want to turn this into a whole like political thing, but I was watching Candace Owens' podcast on the train.
Oh no!
And I remember someone just staring at me, and I was like, I was thinking to myself, he probably thinks I'm like a fan or something. I was just the whole situation between her and Charlie's wife, this whole beef that started. I was just fascinated by it, like, because she's calling out the French president. She's saying that this person's not a woman; it's a man. She's saying that Charlie's something's up with Charlie's wife, like it's something's going on here. They're saying that Candace is working for the CIA. So I'm sitting there watching it like, well, this is interesting. Like, a lot of people are beefing right now. And this guy's staring at me, and I'm like, I should probably turn this off. He probably thinks I'm a Candace fan.
I've been there.
And to be fair, I work with people and they'll walk around with like "Yes We Can" this shirts on, and I have to side eye them, then catch myself like, hold on a second, I don't know these people. I can't judge them. Let them.
Yeah, I got in trouble at one of my old workplaces because I was watching Fresh and Fit, and they reported me.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I wasn't watching it because I like Myron and Fresh. I was watching it because of, I don't know if you remember the episode, but DJ Academics was on.
He's a madness.
Yeah, it was. You already know it's gonna be mad. I was watching it, and they started ripping into this Spanish girl, Mexican, because she had a deep voice.
Yeah.
Academics.
I remember that. That was foul.
That was, and then she turned around to him and said, "You can't talk to me. You're fat." And he went mental. And I was sitting there watching it. Next thing I know, I'm getting called into HR.
Biggest proof that the Red Bull's full of shit. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah, I got called into HR. They were like, why are you watching that podcast? Blah blah blah. I was like, because it's like Miami Jerry Springer. Like,
yeah.
Right. Have you seen it? I said, do you want to watch it? You understand why I'm watching it?
No, that happened to a YouTuber I've been watching for like the past couple months. His name is Saros. He got fired from Amazon because of his Charlie Kirk takes. Like they outright fired him.
Wait, because his takes on Charlie Kirk. That's a bit different than watching something about Charlie Kirk. Right?
Nah, he's a YouTuber. So, but
so they saw his content.
I forget the full story, so I'm not gonna speak as an authority fully. But like, Saros is super liberal in and of himself. He got the whole crazy hit, but I'm
picking up
like,
what you're putting down. I get it. Yeah.
And all he was basically saying is, yeah, look, man, this man, he said some horrible shit, but like shooting him's too far. This, that, next to the third, and they were writing into Amazon. Amazon initially backed him, but they kept getting complaints, so they fired him eventually.
Yeah, it's mad. It's mad. You gotta watch what you do online, boy. You gotta watch what you do.
Why do you think people don't see my face, bro? I'm not playing that game. I'm not playing that,
bro.
People have been that shit now.
People have been asking me that because obviously I got in my girl earlier this year, and every time I stream, someone will say to me, "Where's your girl? Like, why can't we see your girl?" And I'm like, nah, bro, not a chance, not a chance in hell.
I stream with my missus, but they can never see her. That's all I can say. Like they can hear her, but they can never see her because you never know.
Yeah, there's one video on Twitter. There's only one video on Twitter where you can't see her. You can only hear her voice because we drove next to the most haunted place in the UK, and I was just like, we were just laughing about it and whatever. You can only hear her voice, but I ain't put people like, yeah, stream with her. Fuck off.
You might have fucked up, bro. I'm gonna tell you, there's gonna be some weirdo that's gonna interpolate the window reflection and see her face, and then fucking find her Facebook and stuff?
No, they can't. My hair's like in the way of everything. You can't see shit.
And you know what the number one thing is?
found
Kiwi
her,
Farms. You said you can't, and Kiwi Farms insist they can.
Don't
They'll find a way
understand. You
for it.
don't look, man. Don't don't
May,
invoke,
Obviously,
may,
no.
may,
don't invoke that shit.
yeah, don't invoke
Don't
that.
invoke the farm.
But yeah, Tiny Pass, we gotta get the last person
Yeah,
on.
no,
Bros, anything you want to end on?
I've always said this a couple times every time I'm on here. Like, there's never a point where you can't come back, and you always should give people a chance to make their way back, because the easiest way to get people to do the most crazy mad shit is if they think they have no other option. Community is the cure for all of this. It is. Whether you like it or not, for the most heinous shit, you don't have to like it, you don't have to respect it, but you gotta let people at least be in community so you can watch what they're doing.
Yeah,
It keeps people
I agree.
safe.
Don't disagree.
Thank you.
That's it.
I'm gonna leave. Thanks for having me. Next time.
No worries, bro.
Cool,
Catch you in a bit.
Catch you in a bit.
Good. In a bit. You know what's funny, Mike? You know when you said that story about you got in trouble for watching Fresh and Fit? I remember I made a friend from watching the Destiny incest debate.
Oh god.
Yeah, someone was watching it. They're like, "Why are you watching?" I was like, I bet you're gonna fall into this trap. Watch this." And they actually watched it and went, "This guy's kind of interesting." I was like, that is a cool word to use for Destiny. And then yeah, they went into like the whole back catalogue of all of the like debates, and they got into debates because I showed them that one incest debate. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Yeah, you gotta be careful when you watch. Like, people immediately think because you're watching stuff and you support them. Like, I was watching Steven Crowder Change My Mind because
I used to watch it all the time and I didn't know it was bad.
Yeah, neither did I. I used to watch them because I always used to think, oh, he's just talking to college kids before I got into this whole like right and left thing.
Yeah,
and
same.
I was just watching it, and it was in my search history. Like, I was watching them back to back, and one of my boys was like, "Why the fuck are you watching this guy?" And I was like, "Oh, he's talking to college kids." Sometimes I agree with college kids, sometimes I agree with him. I think it's interesting. And he was like, "Do you know what he's done?" And I was like, "Oh, what?" And then they just went down this laundry list of shit. I was like, "Damn, dude, you really fucking hate this guy that you've never met."
Bro, have you seen the new? I don't know if it's new, but about a month ago, I saw he started to do it again, but he's in barbershops now. Yes,
I watched 2 episodes of that. I thought it was very interesting. I was very brave as well to go to a barbershop and say some of the shit he was saying. But they seemed, I think there was a level of respect for him even doing that.
Yeah, there was. He was spicy though. He is saying some spicy shit in that barbershop.
I don't agree with a lot of the things. Like, sometimes I feel like he purposefully leaves out information to get a story across, and I don't agree with a lot of the things he says or puts them across. But I always respect people that are willing to have open dialogue and have their views challenged. I don't know how much of his videos are edited, so I don't know if they ever say anything and then he edits it out. So it's difficult. It's not a live stream, but I just like the idea of people speaking to each other. But yeah, I saw him in there and I saw the dude sitting around and I was like, man, I know that this is like a controlled environment, but you've heard stories from barbershops and that, like, shit can go sideways very quickly.
I I didn't think the people that he was talking to would do something. I'm talking about the people outside the barbershop. That's what I was concerned about. Yeah, because they didn't sign no contracts.
Yeah, Unc by the liquor store, man. He's listening right now. He's waiting for you to leave.
Yeah.
Wait till the camera's off.
Yeah, that's I mean, he has security, but I'll still say a brave individual to be doing that.
Yeah, definitely. Finn, you there, bro?
Hello?
How you doing, man?
Very well, up until I realized what happened. Because I was like, oh, I don't know, Mike says it's a nuke, it's gonna be spicy and shit. But I only saw like James Chen and like Arturo Sanchez, and I was like, I mean, can't be that bad, yeah? Like, can't piss me off, but it pisses me actually really off. You know, first thing, yeah? This, like, I want to start with a positive thing. So I want to start with an actually positive thing. So, you know, I think I'm like as petty as you and C4 at least, because this guy on Twitter, right? This guy on Twitter that was, bro. It is a long time ago that I was that pissed of like sheer stupidity, because Mike posted a video, the 3-minute clip of me roasting Woke Zero, aka Soy Zero, aka Submissive Zero, which is
I
the
saw that.
MK1, yeah. And then I go into the replies, yeah, guys. I go into the fucking replies and I see a fucking cunt saying like, "Oh, bro, mentally ill." No, guys, mentally ill. He was saying, "Oh, Mike gets this Finn guy on, who is not a Mortal Kombat player, hasn't played Mortal Kombat ever, and he is not a Mortal Kombat fan, and he does this to construct a narrative that Mortal Kombat fans would dislike this. The most mentally ill shit I've ever seen." And Mike warned me. Mike said, "Don't, whatever you do, bro, you know I like you. Don't read the comments. Don't read the replies. Your brain will melt out of your head." And I read this and I was like, what the fuck is going on? So so then I went onto Steam. I constructed a picture for him out of screenshots of my Steam page, right? With like my Mortal Kombat X. I have Mortal Kombat X and the collection, the not the recent one, the old one, right? The old one with K. She was just called Mortal Kombat Collection. And sent him that I bought the DLCs as well for MKX. And then he said, "Yeah, bro, I still don't believe you. It's probably fake. I bet I don't get 30 seconds of you playing this game." And I was like, "You stupid fucking idiot!" And then I installed the game. Defi, who is an actual Mortal Kombat player who has hundreds of hours in MK11, first to 10, and I fucked him up so hard with Hollywood Cassie Cage. Shoutouts to Foxy Grandpa for that 20-minute guide. I really cracked his nuts on that shit. And he plucked even. At the final 10-0, I got him. Obviously, I fucked him up, and he even plucked on me. And that guy has 500 hours MK11. So, and I have it even on video. If your cunt ass wants to see that, you Twitter unknown, I have it for you on video. I have it on video.
You know what we call that in the what's it, Twitch poll world? Being got one guide.
Yeah.
Being got one guide.
Yeah.
Do you know what? So basically, the guy was on there talking to me initially, and he said to me, "Why, like Finn don't play Mortal Kombat?" And I said to him, "You don't know Finn. You just know Finn on YouTube. You don't know what he does in his personal life." And the reason it annoyed me is that is something that people say. Like, they will go to your YouTube channel and they might only see, like on here, for example, they'll only see me talking a lot of the time, and they'll be like, "You don't even play Tekken." And I'm sitting there like, are you stupid or something? Like, there's so many ways to check. And they did that with Finn. And they assumed that because Finn's channel is predominantly Tekken, that there's no way that he could play any other game. And I was just like, there's just no way people are this dumb. Do you understand that, like, we're not on YouTube 24/7, we're doing other things? Like, I play indie horror games, I'm sure like Finn does. Like, I was playing a game with my missus called Still Wakes the Deep. I haven't spoken about it, but it's a cool horror game. Like, if you look at my Steam library, there's no fighting games on there. It's all horror games. But you don't see horror games on my channel. So this guy was making the assumption that Finn only plays Tekken and that I was using him as a way to abuse MK fans. And I was like, man,
yes,
we're so
that is what he was doing, this out-in stuff. Oh, you're a Tekken guy. You're not an MK, like you're not one of us, right? You're a Tekken guy. And some of the Mortal Kombat players are under the assumption that like every other fighting game like shits on them. I don't. I love fighting games, mate. I probably played MK9. I probably played MK earlier than this guy on Twitter. Like, I got MK9. Obviously my mom bought it. I was in an age where I absolutely should not have had this game. But my mom don't know video games, so so I probably played MK earlier, and probably more than this cunt. Like, honestly. So obviously I'm a mad casual, right? Like, but that's what I said, right? I said I am a casual Mortal Kombat fan. That is even in the video. Mike told him, bro, it's even in the video, and he even says what games he has played and what not. So I was like, it's this in-out stuff, right? The Mortal Kombat guys see me when they see me as a Tekken guy, so I can't open my mouth about MK and shit. That's what that is what was in his head, and he went so far as to say, "Oh, Mike wants to build a narrative." Like, bro, these people are ill. These people are literally ill, bro. Like, and I don't know what you have done to these MK guys that they are like that insane about things, but holy shit. I mean, it goes to show. I mean, hey, why am I even surprised? I see how they treat. Sorry, not everyone, right? But I see how a significant portion of the MK community treats Tom Brady on a regular basis. So I'm absolutely not fucking surprised. I'm not surprised.
They are
Not
under
surprised.
the impression that me and Tom Brady were instrumental in MK1 failing, and that should go to show you how stupid some of these people are. There's no other way to put it. You have got to be stupid to think that it's mine and Tom Brady's fault that it failed. MK has sold over 100 million copies. There are people that are playing MK that have no idea that me and Tom exist. I would say majority of people that play MK have no idea me and Tom exist.
Of course.
And you think that I need to build a narrative for a game losing support in a year and 8 months. The proof is in the pudding. The game lost its they stopped producing it, right? They released a balance patch today, actually.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, for real? And then I saw people saying it's barely a balance patch, it's like hotfix. I was like, look, I didn't even say anything. The own community is cooking it. Whatever's left of the OK community is cooking it. So
Hey, I mean, as a Tekken player, I feel straight at home with a patch. Oh no, actual hotfix and store update. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. And you know, even the other day, like we had CJ on here, and he's blocked me on Twitter now, and I was like,
oh yeah, great.
I was like, what?
Wow.
Like he made a comment at Tom on Twitter. Tom called him out. I invited him to come onto the podcast. They had a discussion for about 40 to 50 minutes. I thought it was a pretty entertaining discussion. You know, it wasn't the most productive discussion, but I thought it was entertaining. So I clipped it and I put it as a video. But I didn't clip CJ out of context. I took his whole portion and I put it as a video. So it was a pre-existing conversation with all the context. The only part of the video that's not in the video, that's in the live stream, is that someone walked up to his car window and he started talking to them. So obviously I was like, I'll just take this out because no one's going to want to watch that. And the part where he disconnected. And he got annoyed at me. And he was like, this is what you content creators do. And I was like,
wait, he did, bro. Okay, Mr. CJ, we don't know each other, but I watched Mike's whole video, and I can tell you that at the end, and yes, I know most comments are written when people are in the beginning, right? I get it, but Senior CJ, I watched to the very end of this video, and at the end, you almost find like together, you and Tom at a certain level. That is all in there. Like it doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter. People, I don't know. I just get angry at this shit when they try. Oh, Mike uses me for content and mischaracterizes or like makes things more spicy. No, it's everything is in there, even the relatively positive end. Or am I wrong, Mike? Like, am I wrong?
Yeah, everything's in there. Nothing is clipped out. I don't clip people out of context. I don't feel like I have to. I can take a portion of what they've said, and then and then the full context is still on the channel. But in CJ's case, the full thing is on there. So I don't really know and I don't need to build a narrative against MK. MK killed itself. Okay, they did that to themselves, and it's Finn's opinion if he thinks that Sub-Zero looks submissive now. It's not. If people don't agree with it, that's up to them. People like even Sikander joined in the conversation, and Sikander was like, Finn don't know what he's talking about. And I was looking at Sub-Zero, and I was like, they don't look the same. The problem that people had is that one was Kwai Lang and the other one was Bihan. And I was like, yeah, but I understand what you're saying, but they're both Sub-Zero and they both have a very similar look. And one looks like a very intimidating, muscular ninja. And the other one, as Finn said, looks like he would serve you lattes at Starbucks. So there's a very clear distinction there.
Yeah. Also, big fuck you to a lot of the MK community because in the recent days, because I don't know why, bro, MKX, like I'm actually like going in on that. Like I'm looking up some stuff, and I watched some old video from Ketchup and Mustard, right? Where they personally thank. It was an old like video where they go through like characters and shit, and there was I think it was Deadly Alliance Quan Chi, and they personally thank Tom Brady in that video that he made a comprehensive character thread in like 2007, which they used for this video, which otherwise they couldn't even have done it. So that is, and to see that certain parts of the MK community treat a man like that the way they do is disgusting. You should be fucking ashamed. That's all I want to get out
Yeah, Tom is
for this
treated
part.
far too much disrespect. But as we see with the James Chen situation, the old heads seem to be treated like garbage these days. So
You know, James Chen done the same thing. He used to do the same thing for SRK. He used to put up guides for like Marvel vs. Superheroes.
Yeah, these guys they're pillars of our community, and even if you disagree with them, like treating them like that is just it's just disgusting in my opinion. I think it's ridiculous. The fact that you can't even have respectful conversation with somebody you disagree with, it says more about you than it does about James or Tom Brady. But not surprised. My advice to anyone dealing with these Twitter people that are just being nasty for unjustified reasons is don't be like, oh, I'm sorry, you're right, Lord. No, learn to read, and then we can go from there. You can't fucking read a book. That if I've written something, if I say I like waffles, and then you say to me, why don't you like the sunset? I'm not gonna say, oh, sorry, do you know what? My bad. No, learn to read, and then we can go from there. The amount of posts that we read today that didn't even correlate to what James was talking about. It's just spreading misinformation and then getting him dogpiled. And I think some of them do it on purpose because they know that other people don't bother reading. They just quickly, oh, there's the headline. James did this. Fuck that guy.
Yep.
Yeah. So now what I wanted to say to that, I played Super Street Fighter 4 on a couch with a friend long time ago, very long time ago. We are talking super casual, right? And the first tournament I ever consciously watched was CEO 2014 and Street Fighter, casted by James and David. And this goes out like to him, like your hype and also informative casting has definitely made me stay with fighting games as a whole. And you know, one thing, and now I speak for myself personally, I want to stress is a thing I need to stress also, because there was this one tweet that you showed. In my personal expert opinion on this, if you start to get stomach aches and sleepless nights because a fucked up Dalsim player from New York tweets some mentally ill bullshit, I think you have almost equal or even more severe problems than said Dalsim player. Because this, like 2 or 3 years ago, I wrote a comment under one of James' videos. And I remember the topic of the video was the plugging issue in fighting games or something. And I ended my comment with a big ass great thank you to James Chen, and that his commentary basically like personally made me like fighting games more. And he actually replied. Like James Chen replied, and if I remember completely correctly, he said something about how nice it is to know that he affected someone thousands of miles away to like something more that he really loves. So honestly, to all these mentally ill people on Twitter, big fuck you for not even giving a legend like that the respect to read his statements properly before posting your mentally ill garbage. And just big fucking thanks to James Chen for just being here. You're awesome. Like, that's all I had to say on that.
No, that's good, man. I think more people need to. I think in this situation, more people need to stand behind James, because this is. I hopefully it's gonna die down now, but if it keeps on going, then I think more people should stand behind him and support him in this situation, because it is just. It's too much. And I know we're saying that he's mentally unbreakable, but everybody has their breaking point.
Yeah. No, you're right. I agree. Yeah, he was as much as he like Finn was talking about. There was I'm pretty sure it was my first proper commentary reel. Him and Ultra David used to do like up and coming like commentators, and he put me on that. He put me in the top 3, the upcoming commentators, and I put that clip in my commentary reel, and then I got commentary at Evo. So I probably wouldn't have got commentary at Evo unless James kind of like vouched for me. So yeah, like I said, I'm biased. I'm hella biased for James, but I still think I can defend like what people are doing to him is fucking insanity.
Yeah, but it's a fair bias because we read it over and he isn't doing what people are saying, and he's helped people in the scene, and I've never seen him slight anyone before. So
I've never even heard of him. But I've spoken to him like privately. I've never heard him say like, "Oh, that guy, I don't like him." He just does. It's just he might do it. He's never done it to me. He's never done it in public. He's only ever looked for positivity in people and the community all the time. Unless, I don't know, he's raging at a video game, which we all gotta do at some point.
This shit really makes me angry. Like, it actually makes me angry. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's almost like he made the tactical mistake of having too much faith in people's comprehension or comprehensive abilities. Like, it seems that he had too much faith that people would at least click on this and like read his statements. He even put a disclaimer in there, basically, right? Like, I mean, how, bro, this is disgusting. I don't know what to say. It's fucking disgusting that people can't even be bothered. Like they can't even be bothered when it comes to someone like him. Like, not some fucking random, right? Like me or some, like, I don't, like, no, but this is a guy who, like, he has lived his life and still lives his life in fighting games.
Yep.
And to this day had Rip on, for example, to give him like 2 hours to talk about what they did to Law in Tekken 8. You know, like, it's, bro, fuck those people. Like, I'm actually disgusted. Like, I'm actually disgusted. Like, I didn't know my evening was getting this bad, because I thought, like, bro, this is actually, I don't know, because it felt like I really felt like, wow, this is like really sick that, you know, James Chen even replies to me on like one of his YouTube videos and says, bro, honestly, great to hear that, and that's all I want. Like, that really, you know, made him feel great that, you know, he affects people, you know, across the world. And I can say that he did. Like, he did. Like, I watched Street Fighter, and I didn't even play Street Fighter at that point.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's just a good guy, man. He's a good, down to earth dude. And these people on Twitter should be ashamed of themselves. Absolutely ashamed of themselves. The ones that are young, I'm just like, they're so young, like, it's not even a point trying to get through to them. I know not all young people are like that, but when you're behaving like that on Twitter, it goes a long way up with regards to your character. But some of the older folks that are doing it, I'm just like, are you being for real right now? I get being angry at Arturo, but attacking James like this, like, it's reprehensible behavior, and they'll regret it one day. They will regret it.
That's a crazy punching down, bro. This is crazy punching down.
Yeah.
James ain't gonna do fuck all to you, bro. Like, the worst he's ever done is say "suck my nuts" as a joke. Like, what's the fuck is James gonna do to you?
I don't know, man. But yeah, I think we've covered everything. Hopefully that this situation doesn't escalate. We'll see what happens with Arturo over the coming months, I guess.
Boy. Yeah, it's I don't know, man. It's looking pretty bleak if he wants to come back. I don't know if he's actually said he wants to come back to the FGC. I don't even know if that's like his goal. All I saw is he just says he wants to make amends. I don't know if he can do that.
I think that if he really wants to make amends, he shouldn't wait for someone to say, "Okay, go and make amends." Just do it and see where that takes you. You know, life's an adventure. Just wake up in the morning, do something nice, right some wrongs, and one day maybe people might accept him in. You know, like, maybe one day there'll be people that are a bit more forgiving. The culture might change, and we won't be this rabid online. And they might say, yeah, okay, but I think you should go with the mindset that I should just be doing good things and affect people positively, and then maybe, you know, I can post a Jewish bagel without being flamed for it.
Oh, sorry, Alexis MKX. I only play a real man's game where I have some crazy mix. But if you want to FT10 me there, good luck.
I don't think you can play Alexis and MKX anyway. It's region locked.
Fuck.
Yeah, we'll talk about Mortal Kombat later. But all right, boys. Well, C4, thank you for joining me on this.
Pleasure.
There's a podcast that I want to do.
Oh.
I don't know if you'll be interested in it, so I'll text you about it afterwards. Pretty funny idea in my head.
Why? Okay, yeah, text me. I'm curious why you think I won't want to do it.
Well, I spoke to Perfection, the natural selection, before, and I've spoken to some DOA guys, and I strongly disagree with some of their talking points. So I was going to do a podcast called The Gooners versus the Gamers, and going to debate a bunch of points.
I want in.
So, you want in?
Bro. I want in.
Okay.
Yeah. This will be my my good for the scene, like James Chen did. I'm gonna correct the Gooners mindset. We're not here for boobies, bro. We're not here for boobies. We got dating simulators for that.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna try and put it together. I've got at least 2 guys that will come on. I think 3. So yeah, if you're interested, I don't know, Finn. I know that you're Guna adjacent, so maybe you're. On
Yeah,
their
it's funny,
side.
right? I was also thinking, like, where do I even? It's funny, Mike. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Adjacent, like, where? Yeah, you're right. Like, where would I even?
I think Finn. I think you care more about the gameplay, but you strongly appreciate the.
Strongly.
Yeah. I need to actually reflect. I need to reflect on this question, Mike. I need to reflect.
Yeah,
I think I
reflect on
will
it.
probably be in chat.
Yeah, reflect on it, and yeah, if you decide, we need to get Yaya here as well, because I know Yaya's a Guna with a purpose. I respect the name, and he believes it. He posted a picture of Tifa the other day, and he was talking about why that picture was important and blah blah blah. And I just sent him a message saying, "I know what kind of man you are. Stop this shit. Stop with the long explanations. We know why Tifa's here."
Stop trying to hide in plain sight, bro. We know who you are, and it's fine. It's okay. Just don't hide it. Finn, I know what you are as well, bro. I can see your profile pic.
I mean,
know what
that
side
was
you're
made. That was made for me without even like. I'm very honored that Whisper Art made this for me. By the way, Mike, there's no. I'm not going to say anything to that. You will see when it's done. I guess I shouldn't have said anything.
I already know what you're talking about. Yeah. Well, when's that coming? By the way, when is it going to be up?
You mean your? Do we talk about the same thing here?
I thought you were talking about your exterminatus.
No, someone. See, you don't know, so I'm not going to say anything. You will see when it's done. Not this. It's for you. Like it's for you. But I'm not going to say it. I can't say anything. I can't. I shouldn't have said anything.
Are you talking about Whisper's wallpaper? Whisper's picture of me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he showed me.
it?
He showed me some of it. He's like drawing me. I showed it to my missus. She said you look like Dracula almost, and she said you look like a middle-aged Dracula. And it looks cool. Like it's based off of the picture where I'm like pulling a really angry face. So I think he's combined my likeness with Algo from Soul Calibur.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm waiting to see
Okay.
how it comes out. It looks cool though. I said to him, it looks really, really cool. I told him, take your time, do what you need to do. And yeah, I'll post it up when it's finished.
Okay, yeah, I didn't want to spoil you because I thought it's like mega sick. Like you as like this character that you also talked about, like Algol, how fucked up he was and shit. Like, and the picture of him looked really sick, and I thought like, bro, this is amazing. Like, this is actually really, really amazing.
Yeah, it looks cool. I'm looking forward to seeing. I told him take your time with it because I know Algol is a bit of a difficult character to draw or whatever. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Should be good.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, boys. Well, I'll let
quick.
you know about the Guna thing. Yeah, go on.
Real quick, Alex saying I'm a brony. I respect the start of the brony movement.
Which would be your? Are you like a Rainbow Dash kind of guy, or more like Applejack or whatever the fuck she's called? I don't know what she's called. Is she called that? I don't even know.
So you asking the wrong person. you know more than I do about them.
Wait.
Excuse. Yeah.
When you say brony, are you talking about dudes that like My Little Pony?
Yeah. Someone said, "Oh, C4 plays My Little Pony. That makes him a brony." I'm not a brony. I haven't watched the show. I just know the fighting game is sick. Them fighting herds is a sick fighting game. And then I watched the documentary on bronies, and I was like, "Oh, that was a wholesome way it started. It ended awfully."
Wait, it had a wholesome way to the start of it was wholesome. I didn't even know about that. That they had a start that was wholesome.
It went very downhill.
Okay.
Wait, where can we see this documentary?
Was it? Should still be on YouTube. I thought it was on Netflix, but I watch it on YouTube. Just the Brony documentary.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I walked past a Brony convention, right? It was in Bethnal Green, and so I drove past it. There were so many dudes lined up with like pink tops that barely fit them, with pictures of horses on them. Yeah. And I was looking like, what the fuck is going on here? Like this something seems off. But obviously I was driving, so I looked and I was like, that doesn't seem right. But I don't understand what is the fascination around My Little Pony?
You explain now. You explain it. I don't want to explain it.
No, do you know?
No.
Oh.
No, I know about, bro. the thing I'm gonna say is so I don't even want to. So you please.
Okay. I think the documentary is like 5 years old. It's an old documentary. It's I think it came out in the same time as they were doing like the furry stuff.
Right.
It's basically a safe haven for. You know what I saw it as? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I have to rewatch it. It was basically a detour from someone turning into an incel.
How
So
is
you would
it a
look at the
detail?
people that are into My Little Pony, the men that are into My Little Pony, the girls kind of make sense, whatever. But the guys that get into it a lot, they were like one bad day from turning into an incel, and My Little Pony saved them.
Wait, when you say they're one bad day from turning into an insult, like in the literal sense, like involuntary celibate,
Yes.
but they were already that beforehand, right? I'm assuming they weren't getting laid.
They weren't, but you know how it gets to that point where they're mad at women because they're not getting laid. My Little
Okay.
Pony stopped them from going down that route.
So My Little Pony is the good thing in this story.
My Little Pony is the good ending, yes.
So what's the bad ending?
The bad ending is how it ended up.
Could you
Because-
spoil it or just tell us how did it end up?
All the worst things you could think of is how it ended up. Like men freeze framing on certain images of the ponies. Yeah, it ended in a very not good place.
Did anyone go?
I mean,
to jail?
yeah.
I mean, the documentary came out 5 years ago, so from then till now. Oh, actually, no. Yes, some spoilers. You're not going to watch anyway. Some people went to jail for acts of violence.
Damn.
Yeah. Yep.
That's mad.
It's a crazy documentary.
Yeah, I'm not going to search that. Absolutely not. And I can't play a fighting game like that. Like I get it, I've seen it, I understand it's got like Marvel combos or some shit, but I just can't bring myself to do it.
I never pushed it on you. That's fine. I'll never push on anyone to play it. I'll just say it's good. Same with Nen Impact. I'll say it's a good game.
Would you play it in public?
Yeah, I've got no shame, bruv. I got rid of that a long
Wait,
time
you
ago.
mean them fighting hurts? If you would play that in public?
Yep. They had it on TNS last week. I watched the tournament.
Yeah.
Would you go to a brony tournament that had it there?
No. If
So you
there was a
do
tournament-
have some shame.
Is it shame? I would feel.
Scared.
I don't know. It's not shame. I would feel left out because all right. Respectfully, if I went to a Den's Fine Herd only tournament, I'll feel out of place. I'll feel like none of these people get me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Not for me. I don't care what people think about me. Come on now.
I mean, I do care to an extent. I don't want to be classified as a brony. That's mad.
I draw the line at goonery. Ponies, yeah, but goonery.
Well, can you imagine Mike the way he's looking as well, like in one of those like way too small like female tops with like rainbow dash on it and stuff, and his tattoos and shit. Like, or maybe he would have like a bro sona where his horse is like, like brownish with like tattoos and stuff, and that it looks like Mike, and maybe we can.
You've been watching this show, haven't you?
No, I watched the shit like the Mr. Medicare stuff, right? When he was roasting that shit. Do you know Mr. Medicare, right? Like Jim?
Yeah, I know Mr.
Yeah,
Medicare.
When he was roasting all this brony stuff, like I watched that and I was like, wow, this shit is really degenerate. Most of it was involving not like incels and stuff, but I thought like people who basically are, how do you say it in English? They are like into bestiality and they just watch that in a form of cartoon. So just perverted people. Yep. I thought that was all it was, but yeah, actually it's a bit deeper than that. But I mean, what do I know? I mean, I don't know.
You know a lot. I tell you what, Finn, next time I'm on, I've got a Den's Fine Herd shirt somewhere. I'll find it.
Okay.
I've got one.
Okay, cool.
Why do you have one?
Because the art's sick.
Bro, would you wear that
Me.
outside?
Bro, Yeah, no one knows. It's not My Little Pony. That's the thing. It's Them's Fighting Herds. It's just the
But
same art.
it's based on it, isn't it?
Them's Fighting Herds was going to be the My Little Pony fighting game, and then they lost the rights from Hasbro.
So it's My Little Pony without the badge.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's sick. Some of those characters you like. One of them,
No,
you like some. You would.
I did guarantee I wouldn't like them. No. Is there like an evil boss character?
Yeah.
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 You
all
need
the
to get the
characters-
pony part out of your mind. There's no ponies in the game.
What?
There's no ponies in them Fighting Herds. There's no ponies in it.
Is it
Wait,
horses?
wait. There are. No, like I mean.
No, there's a there's a llama.
Oh, you mean?
bull.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's just four-legged animals.
Oh, true. That's not a pony. I was thinking of the deer. The not the the deer, but yeah, it's not. Yeah, true. It's not a pony actually. Yeah,
they're not
you're
ponies.
right.
Have they got a kangaroo?
No, they're not crazy like Tekken. There's no.
So these donuts have a fighting game with animals, and they don't have a kangaroo.
Yeah, because it's Fighting Herds. It's four-legged animals. Hold on, I'm gonna have to show you it. Hold on.
If you
And I
can't
think it
play
has
them
really good
fighting herds in
netcode.
Public, you're a little sus. No, no. How am I the sus one for not wanting to play this game? What are you talking about? I have standards, okay?
Nah,
Oh, they have Guilty Gear cosmetics.
You sound insecure, Mike.
I'm not insecure. I'm so secure that I'll openly tell you I'm not playing something. I don't want to play that shit in public. There's certain ways that you should behave in public and certain things you should do in public. I don't think that you should just behave however you want outside. I think that's how we that's how society falls apart slowly, in my opinion.
But Mike, look at this. Mike, look. I
Yes.
sent you.
Send him the source.
Look, I think this is. Look at this. Can you put this up? Look, C4. Can you put this quickly on screen?
Go on, Mike, do it.
This is cool.
It's fucking dope, bro.
Look.
Oh,
did
wait.
you know this?
Oh, that's the lobby avatars. Yeah,
it's
they got
only
the-
for the lobby. But look,
Yeah.
that is cool. That's like cool stuff.
Listen, chat, don't blame me because I don't want to play a game in public, okay? If you want to play these fighting hoes in public, then you can play it if you
Wow.
want. I am not interested. And no, I will not play Arcana Hearts in public. I won't even play Arcana Hearts in private, okay? I saw people playing that game at SVB. And I said, good on you. Well done. What's it called? Was it Arcana Hearts 3 Love Max or something like that?
I've got like the Japanese version somewhere. Shall I go get it? I think
But
it's
Mike,
still sealed.
Mike, you would play it as like as basically satire, right? The same way you play the dating games.
No, because those are real women. They're not horses.
Yeah, but this is not a dating game. I mean, you would. I mean,
Those are
the dating
those
games
are
you play.
comedy- those are comedy dating simulators, not a game about horses. And,
It's not actually-
and I don't play those games anymore. Okay, I stopped
Yeah.
playing those like 9 months ago.
He's reformed. I see.
I'm
Okay.
reformed.
Oh, good. Okay.
Okay. Would your missus rather you play Dense Fighting Herds or a dating simulator?
I don't know.
Maybe she would play with you.
I don't think she even knows this game exists.
Get her locked in. The character select theme is a banger as well.
This
by the
could
way.
be your chance to make her play fighting games, huh? If
She wants to play Tekken.
she wants to play Tekken.
Yeah, she's been asking me to teach her Tekken, but we keep on
Oh.
getting sidetracked.
Show us.
Oh, okay.
Show her the character select, and then see if she wants to change games.
No, because she plays League of Legends, so we're gonna play 2xKO together.
Ooh,
Okay, that's sick.
unfortunate.
By the way, Mike, one thing I have to say in my endeavors in MK, right? I think, honestly, certain parts of the MK community are also kind of right. I think it's crazy that other fighting games that maybe haven't played MK shit on the game for being like brain dead or something. Like you have some pretty good execution in MKX, at least, like from what I can see with like Cassie, Hollywood, instant air gunshots and stuff. Like you have some good execution and timings in the corner combos and stuff. Like honestly, yeah, I don't know. It's you also
MKX.
rightfully.
It required a level of skill. MK11 dumbed down, MK1 severely dumbed down.
Okay.
I think they've expanded on things a little bit as time has gone on, but yeah, it's not on the same level as MKX. Let me
Okay,
just
I
read
see.
out these super chats that came in. Sorry. Joel, thank you for the $5. I don't think Arturo does because Spooky and him ran the broadcast side of streaming tournaments, and now the streams are run by the companies themselves. Yeah, I think that all changed quite a while ago, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, when Spooky was literally hired for every tournament to stream it.
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
still going though, isn't he?
Yeah.
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 Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $1.99. BronyCon founder had PDF allegations years back. Well, yeah, listen, I just don't want to be associated with any of this stuff. I don't care if they lost the license, got the license, renewed it, bought a new one. You can keep your horses and your llamas all the way over there. The
You
only
can.
horse adjacent character I'm playing with is Motaro.
This. That's pretty funny. But you can't morally grandstand as someone who plays Smash. You just can't.
I don't play Smash.
You said it with a smile on your face. I don't believe
I
you.
used to play Smash. I used to play Smash a lot. I stopped playing Smash.
Wasn't your brother a top Smash player?
He was, yeah.
Yeah. You 100%. You love Smash, right?
No, he got banned from the scene.
Oh.
Why?
All right.
Him and so my brother and this dude who I'm still friends with, he's in my gym chat, called Triz Savage. They tweeted some stuff as a joke, and the Smash TO saw it and they just dogpiled them. And my brother thought it was funny, so he kept on doing it. And
I like your brother.
Yeah, they banned both of them. So yeah, my brother
kind of
left.
petty.
But yeah, no, I used to play Smash with him, so because he was a top Smash Bros. Player, I was by proxy on their level. I just didn't want to enter tournaments because I didn't like the scene. I entered one tournament and I got top 8, but that was only because it was there when Tekken was there. So I was like, I might as well try my hand and see what happens. But yeah, no, my brother was a top Luigi player, and yeah, they just.
I always find it not funny when someone says I'm a top Luigi player. It's just sick. Like imagine you're saying like, "Yo, I'm a Dr. Mario main." Like I mean, that's just that has a ring to it. Like that has a ring to it.
Yeah, no, it's my brother's my brother's friends just didn't take the Smash TO seriously at all, so they just kept on trolling them, and then they all got banned. I don't think they cared very much though. They were playing Call of Duty as well.
Well,
Once
a Smash player, always a Smash player. Unfortunately, that's how it works.
Nah, not me. Listen, if a new Smash Bros. Game comes out, I will probably try it. I think everybody probably will. But my hope is that it does the Strive thing, where it gets rid of all of the old players and it ushers in new players, and we can start fresh and
purge.
Yeah, purge basically. I think Smash needs that. KSRD, when are we getting regular Virtua Fighter lobbies / streams? I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know, and I'll tell you why. I bought Virtua Fighter 5 Revo. I think it's great. It's a really, really good game. But I also made a commitment to the Bleach community that I would host more things for them in the new year. So I don't know. I'm kind of torn in the middle. I want to host more things for Bleach. I'm still trying to push for Bleach to get lobbies because they've fixed everything else in the game. You know, everything else is kind of working. It's the most diverse and balanced anime game we've had in
Wait, it doesn't have lobbies?
Doesn't have lobbies, bro.
How did you do tournaments?
Share screen.
Omega lol. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
it's been rough, bro. But Gloku has pulled through. Like we've had consistent tournaments and entries. We even have a league, and we've done all of that without lobbies. So it's really fucking irritating that the developers won't give us lobbies.
True, I have to give it to you that I hear always you start to talk about it occasionally about this going on, and that you guys make it work. Like that you guys actually still make it work, even though they don't even give you lobbies is crazy. Like shout outs to you guys.
Yeah, and I think because I play a lot of anime fighting games, And of all the anime fighting games I've played over the years, Rebirth of Souls has probably the most unique characters. Like, you could play Sparking Zero and they all kind of handle the same. You just press square, square, triangle, triangle. With Sparking Zero, you can't play. Sorry, with Rebirth of Souls, you can't play any character the same. Every character has their own game plan. They all use a meter differently to each other. They all interact with the sublimation meter differently. They all deal with stocks differently. So, like when we did the tournament 2 weeks ago with Gloku, the whole top 8 was different. Everybody was playing a different character. In each match, you were seeing different strategies being used, whereas in a lot of anime games, you follow the same strategy. Like if you were watching Sparking Zero, everyone was doing the same shit. It's the same shit every match. So someone's reactions were a little bit better than others, and somebody's parry timing was a little better than the others. But in Bleach, nobody plays the same. Yeah, like if you know when you're fighting my Renji, and you know when you're fighting like, I don't know, Globu's Kenpachi or whatever. So it's a great fighting game. It's just unfortunate the developers didn't give us what we needed on day one, and it hurt the reputation.
Yeah. But KSRD, I will inform you when we do Tekken 6 again, yeah, my bro?
Yeah, and I'll let you know when we do Virtua Fighter. I don't know right now. We're waiting for Virtua Fighter 6, to be honest with you. It's a game Mike actually plays defensively. I play all my fighting games defensively, apart from Tekken 8, because you can't. I'm not Aorichi. I ain't got that level of skill. Tekken 8 is too aggressive for me to even try. But to be fair, I don't practice on Tekken 8. I've never hit the lab. I've never tried to hit the lab. So maybe if a character comes out that I like, I'll try to play defensively.
One thing. Chat. Is it true that none of you motherfuckers showed up when Mike did an MKX stream? What's your excuse? What's going on there?
Bro, they asked for an MKX stream. I did it, and no one showed up. And I had to switch it to an MK11 stream, and then people started playing.
Okay. Disappointed.
Yeah, so no more MKX. That's done and dusted. If it wasn't region locked, maybe it'd be a bit easier. But yeah, no, I did that stream, and then we had to switch over to MK11, which I didn't even want to fucking play. But I was like, well, we're here now, so we might as well play an MK game. I didn't want to play one, so yeah, it was that was the first and last time. Well, no, I've done MKX streams before, but that's when no one knew who I was, so I was streaming to like an audience of one. But yeah, that's the end of that. Was that the charity stream? No, that was much before that.
But region locked means I could play against Mike, right?
You can play against me, but the Americans can't.
The Americans can't, okay.
Yeah, so we can play against. Who do you use? Cassie.
Actually, I mean, well, Mike, I was a casual, right? Initially Sub-Zero, Kung Lao, and now I because I had the guide from Foxy, yeah, the news. It's only 2 years old from Cassie. I was like, hey, why not try Cassie? Cassie's
fun. Very strong, very strong character. But yeah, I need to wrap up the stream, guys, because I got to get up for gym. Then I need to work and then see if I can sort out this Guna vs. Gamer podcast. But that might end up being on Thursday. But I'll see. I'll let you know, C4 and Vinty. All right, boys. Appreciate you being here. I'll speak to you soon.
Off as I go.
Goodbye, C4. Goodbye, Mike. Goodbye, chat.
What the fuck?
Sickest Christmas jumper ever.
I need to get an Asda one.
All right, in a bit.
All right, safe, bro. All right, guys. Well, thank you for the super chat donations again. Really appreciate all of you and for all the good conversation. And if you see James Chen on Twitter, just send him some words of encouragement because he's getting fucking massacred online right now. They are dragging that, man. I'll let you guys know what stream is on tomorrow. I'll definitely stream. I just don't know what stream it will be. And yeah, appreciate all of you. Stay safe, and I'll see you soon.